Hello. All right. Ah, hopefully we can get some people to come in here. Let me go and see if I can post this up in areas. Let's see if I can get Paul Wilson on here. Yeah. See, I want to try and get a few people on this. Yeah, that's right. I got to open up a link to YouTube for this one as well and mute that damn thing. I want to get a number of thought experiments going on this one. I just kind of want to see what type of goals other MGTOWs have. And I want to know as to what you want. I'm curious. I'm starting to see a number of concepts that most people are able to get behind, and I want to see if a couple of my theories are getting close to the mark. I can't say correct because it's way too damn early for any type of prediction like that. But yeah, I want to get a feel for where we are sitting, and I want to know what other people define as freedom for themselves. So it's gonna have to wait for my first victim. However, until then, okay, while filling in a space until I can get someone else to join in on the podcast, I want to go and cover a story. This one is about some psycho mom who has decided that approximately $22 is good enough reason to destroy her son's friendship. I'm seeing issues with this on both sides, and all right. Long story short, I know a number of people here probably already read the article. A boy did not go to a friend's birthday party because it was his last chance to try and hang out and have anything to do with his grandpa for a long time. So he decided to go with grandpa. They didn't know about it until right then and there. Hey, you know what? Family's family. Well, the mom of the boy who was throwing the birthday party, she wasn't happy that his friend didn't show up. And instead of just going and looking at it, going, well, shit happens. Maybe I'll ask and see what's going on. Maybe there was some type of family emergency or something. I'd probably be somewhat concerned. But hey, that's just me. No. She sends her son to school to give his friend an orange envelope. And inside of this envelope is an invoice for like 15 pounds. I believe the conversion rate is like $1.47 per British pound right now. So just extrapolate from there. About 22 bucks. Because there was some excess change involved, or pence as they like to call it. Which started an argument. And this argument, as you can imagine, got a number of the other neighbors involved as well. Which is unfortunate. So, eventually, the argument split between the two mothers got so aggravating that they decided taking this to small claims court was the smarter idea. Yes. One mother is now taking another mother to small claims court over 15 to 16 pounds in which I think just in order to file in a small claims court is like 60 pounds or something like that. I don't get it. And ruining the friendship that their sons have. They are ruining their sons' lives. They are destroying a friendship that needn't be destroyed, that should be kept intact, because very rarely do any of us have the chance of having a friend to last us a lifetime. Hey, there's someone here. Cool. If you're at the live section here and you're on YouTube, I have a kind of a question. I want to know as to how each of us go and define freedom for ourselves. What do we want and what are our goals? Well, if I have actually, no, I'm going to post this in the comment section, the address for this, for in the YouTube comment section. Damn it, I forgot to do that. All right. So if you want to join, you can. How far back is it on YouTube anyways? All right. See, I'm seeing some duality in our Brotherhood, and I would like to thank Sexy MGTOW for starting the whole the MGTOW Brotherhood. I like the sound of that. Movement doesn't fit us. It really doesn't fit us, and we are not a political organization. We are becoming a brotherhood. And as such, there's going to be a decent range of personalities. But as a brotherhood, we can have common goals. One of these goals, I believe, should be that we need to expose women and our gynocentric culture for what it is. I've been watching a lot of other brothers' videos, and we are getting trolls. Women nowadays, he's doing a great job at collecting videos for all of us to go and use as a reference, to go and link people to when they refuse to accept the facts for what they are. We are already seeing, I believe it was Neo. He had gotten some Facebook harassment from some Ed Weiss. Well, sorry, from the way you had worded it, that was a chick pretending to be a guy. Expect that. It's going to happen more and more often. We are getting more of these trolls. And I always see this in every comment saying, well, prove it. Those numbers are fake. Raging Golden Eagle even had pointed out that we need to have a repository of information, like a common area cloud account for any MGTOW to go to. It would have to be regulated in a sense or controlled by certain MGTOWs, but it'd be a way we can go and upload information to it, so that way we can go and reference it at a later date. These are the things that should be our goals. Our goals would include exposing all of the corruption. And as we are seeing on a number of channels, censorship is running wild. We have channels getting flagged for nothing. Simply going and disagreeing with someone is the grounds for getting flagged, it seems. We need to have a repository. I mean, what do we want? How do we want this to end? I mean, I like the idea of a MGTOW space station, all right, but that's just me. I really like that video. But dude, we all have our individual goals. And that is how we personally see freedom and how we see ourselves. But as a group, what do we want? Do we want a egalitarian type of society, or just we want the rules and laws to apply equally to all? If that is the case, then we can make the case. We have enough evidence. There are enough videos. We could go and make that case and become some political entity that is despised just like everyone and everything else. But I don't see that as our goal. I don't see that as our destiny. I see our destiny as something far greater than honestly I had ever considered in years past. The more I'm thinking about it, the more concrete the concept of MGTOWs, that only men only. I can see shelters for men who've been ripped apart in the courts. Sexy MGTOW really was onto something when he first called it a brotherhood. I believe is probably the single best way to describe what MGTOW is becoming. Yes, we have our squabbles, we have our arguments, but well, brothers fight. Let me see if I can get Paul on here. Let me see. Hey, Paul. If you get this, here we go. All right. We are evolving beyond a fraternity. Okay, we are becoming our own culture of the mind. We try to analyze everything. We plan things out. We attempt to foresee the responses, and we prepare. But I have to ask, what are our goals? If our goal is simply to just go and expose women for what they are and our culture for what it is, then we are doing that. And we are being attacked for doing just that. We are now being called girls. We're whining. No. We are pointing things out that no one else wants to see. We are saying things that no one else is willing to say, but everyone is thinking. We are the only ones with the intestinal fortitude to actually do and say these things. And they want to shame us, in part because they have already shamed themselves. And a lot of the blowback we are getting right now, I think, is the result of this very phenomenon. That those that see their dreams in us, for those that are envious, that in itself is a motive to attack us. I know that on many occasions I make very provocative comments in comment sections. I generally do this for a couple of reasons, very specific reasons, because I want them to argue with me. I've done this so many times with so many people online that it's getting harder to actually goad certain people into actually arguing with me. But that is what we are. We are the non-argument, because our narrative is based on the facts. We don't try to twist the facts to fit our narrative. We change our narrative to facilitate the facts that we have. And nobody wants to argue or debate that. That is our strength. Our strengths are currently that we remember. We record every article, every news report, and archive it so we can accumulate all this evidence and just point people to it saying, here it is, you dumbass. We are doing this. Some of us are doing it far better than others. Universal Studio 13, he's doing a good job. Razor Blade Candy, as always. And women nowadays just came out of nowhere and just started doing it. It is getting to the point they would rather argue with the MRA, because the MRA is political. We are not. We would rather go and put the information on a desk and bang your head off of it until you can quote it word for word. That is the MGTOW method of debate. We don't sit there and play the games. We throw the facts out there, and then they do whatever they can to attempt to ignore us. And I'll be honest, it pisses me off. It pisses me off because anytime they say they want to debate, anytime they want to question our facts or our sources, and then they try to go and ridicule them in any comment section, Twitter, Reddit, wherever, once we go and post the information and they notice that we are citing the CDC, the National Institute of Mental Health, I mean, once they see that these are actual reports, they shut up. They run away. That is the MGTOW debate. There is no debate. There are the facts. These are your options. It's that simple. It really is. And most people hate the fact that it is that simple. And it's so simple that they, whether they verbally acknowledge it or not, they have to acknowledge we have to acknowledge what we are. Yes, brothers fight. I have brothers, I have cousins. We fight all the time. But so when it comes down to it, we will also fight for each other. Sorry, I kind of went down a bit of a soapbox there. I mean, what do we want? Do we want the laws to change, or do we want the whole system to collapse? Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to the collapse at this point, but that's just me. I really wish you guys would join, man. Come on. Come on, you can join me and Marley over here. But yeah, I mean, our goals should be noted, and from what I can tell, they are simple enough. Generally, we want everyone to be treated the same. We want the same expectations and the same responsibilities to effectively be disseminated equally and administered equally. From that, you have a very libertarian point of view. It's very egalitarian. We are coming up on a time that, because we don't have a stated goal, it doesn't even have to be stated goal. I'm saying that wrong. We need to figure out where this river that we are, and we are carving this new river basin every moment. We are carving it out. Where do we want it to take us? What types of turns are we going to have to take? We know we don't like the feminists and their arguments because they are non-arguments. We know they cannot argue with the facts that we so blatantly throw in their face. We are doing it so effectively that more and more women are joining this Women Against Feminism campaign. And now we have these people going, yes, bring back traditionalism. And we're still sitting there going, oh, hell no. Fuck you. It's not worth it. And it will not be worth it for a long time. Why? Because every chick currently is a fucking whore. You can't turn a whore into a housewife. Other feminists are doing their own little studies, going around to other campuses and discovering that all the boys on campus, well, whatever boys are there, and whichever ones are willing to go and take the risk, they're loving it in the fact that they can just go out and get laid whenever, wherever, and the only people that can't are the ugly women, who are typically about as liberal as you can get. Because that actually allows them to bitch about others and always be right. It really does. It is insidious. Anyways, trying to get back on point here. The men that are going out and taking these risks, they're loving it because pussy is the price for pussy is at an all-time low. Its stocks are it's a penny stock now. Well, in an environment like that, yeah, you're gonna have the pick, and the ugly ones don't like it. So now they are real, and I'm not kidding. They are wanting to go and push policies forcing men to effectively be stuck around women. They want to make it almost effectively illegal through policy, at least on campus, for men to just get away. You don't want to be over here. You're sexist. That's half like half a credit off of your account. Like what? Now they want to go and take this yes means yes thing to the whole freaking country. They're already putting in place. Governor Cuomo over in New York is wanting to go and institute yes means yes through the entire state, and now we have other people trying to go and nationalize it. This thing hasn't even been in effect long enough in California for any real data, other than it's a disaster and the women there don't like it because the men are refusing to buy them drinks anymore, which I fully support. Hell yeah. Don't buy any twat anything. You say you are too good for a prostitute, then you are too good to go and take any of these cunts out to dinner. Let them take you out to dinner, damn it. Spend their money. Why do you think now they are trying to go and redefine dating now? They keep demanding all these old social expectations of us while trying to go and liberate themselves from any expectation or responsibility. It just boggles the mind. But we are holding them accountable for that. As MGTOWs, we are the ones going and actually pointing this out. We are the ones going to their channels and fight and arguing with their fans and supporters. Why? Well, our job is not to convince their fan who's already commented, who we are trolling. Our job is to convince the person who's going to read those comments later on. The point of a debate and winning a debate, and especially in winning a debate the MGTOW way, we win it in such a way to not win the argument against them, but to win the argument with their audience. And we are doing that effectively, as small as we are right now. I say small, but yeah, I don't see that happen. I'm going to post this up again on Google Plus and try to Come on. Paste. Share. Okay. But for those that are watching and are taking part, we are becoming a brotherhood. You see this in the other podcasts. We see sibling squabbles between, well, Sexy MGTOW calling Polidoc a faggot about 500 times. I've only done anything like that with my actual brother, or with friends that I've had for so long that we may as well be brothers. But while I am waiting for someone to pop up and join in, I'm going to get something to drink. If you have any comments, questions, statements, YouTube is there. Hello. All right. All righty. No. Some more rantings, I assume. What is freedom? For a MGTOW, what is freedom? Is it being wealthy? Well, certainly that helps. Is it being free of responsibilities? Well, we know that's never going to happen because we have responsibilities thrust upon us whether we like it or not. Is it freedom to be able to control one's own destiny? That, I believe, is the freedom we seek. We seek the freedom to choose. We seek the freedom to define our lives on our own terms. And that is dangerous. That makes us very dangerous, because that makes us hard to control. That is why so many commie regimes have to remove religion from the new state, because the people who don't fear men, they are hard to control. And for many of us MGTOW, we are not sniveling little basement dwellers. We are men who have been put in a position where we have nothing really left to lose. And we all tend to be fairly intelligent. A lot of intelligence, built up aggression from dealing with the system and hypergamous twats. And smart enough to be able to see where the problems are. And smart enough to be able to react. The danger is not unknown. It is very widely known and accepted, I believe. We are going to be seen as a homegrown terrorist group trying to subvert. Well, I kind of am. I'd rather hasten the collapse, because I have a better chance of surviving it while I'm young. The longer it takes, the lower my chances of survival. But the freedom to live without being judged by women, what would that even feel like? How would you want to have your grandson or granddaughter describe their future to you? I mean, I can't even imagine right now. I would like to see, if I were to go forward 50 years into the future, I'd like to be able to look back and see this as being the last year of women getting special treatment in the courts. I would like to be able to look back and see that is the last year we kept swallowing this multicultural bullshit. There's a reason why the Western concept of civilization has spread across the planet. Is it greed? Well, kind of, yeah. But it has spread around because it works. You want to say, well, no, it doesn't. No, cronyism doesn't work. The Romans discovered that. The Babylonians discovered that. The Jews discovered that. The Egyptians discovered that. This isn't a new thing. All right? You getting the point? This isn't a new thing. But now there is a group of men who are intelligent, who are motivated. What could we do? How could we change this? We can see these patterns, and we see it going on today. At no other point in time have so many men from covering such a broad area of the planet been able to communicate instantaneously with everyone else. And even on that, now we have Elon Musk, a man who's wanting to go and effectively go and double down on the Google plan. And he wants his company, SpaceX, to go and launch 4,000 satellites into orbit to, in effect, give free internet to everybody on the planet forever. One, I don't think that's going to happen. It's most likely going to have a receiver or something. That's going to cost that's going to cost a pretty penny, but you'd have to assume it would offer a bit more freedom what we have now. They wouldn't really be able to go and shut it down as easily. We can plan ahead for everything, even for a collapse. Say you want to go and get an internet backup, go and pick up a whole bunch of routers, and after everything ends up going to shit, you go and you hook them up. You go and program to go and talk to each other. Just single connection all the way through. It won't be very fast, but it will be able to facilitate communication and the exchange of information, and it will grow back up from there. We can actually contemplate these things. We can think of all the feminists are going completely batshit. Why? Because now there's a group of men who just don't give a fuck. This has never happened before. The men just don't give a fuck. He was right. Their whole argument is, you can't break up with me, I'm breaking up with you. That's why they keep attacking us. We go and actually get some of these all of these white knights and manginas going and coming after us. You need to be a real man. You gotta sit there and take it and be a real man. Who cares if it's fair? No, I'm not kidding. He actually said that. It doesn't matter if it's fair or not. A real man just deals with it. No, a real man would go and blast the bitch in her shit. You go and come at me. All right, this guy over in England, right? Over in London. He was being attacked by this freaking broad who was screaming at other people to go and effectively hand her metal pole so she can just go and beat this guy. He's trying to defend himself. He just tries to go and push her away. She falls. She hits her head. All of a sudden, he's the villain. What? He's the bad guy because she has no balance and is a crazy bitch. You have these two white knights there going and threatening a guy. I got it on camera, man. I got it on camera. And trying to go and threaten, like, I got it on camera, man. You are not getting away with this. You do not treat a lady like that. Sorry, I know they're Brits, and I made them sound like they're from like Appalachia, but still, I mean, come on. The same fucking mentality. Actually, no, I can't say that. The people in Appalachia are actually fairly smart. They are. You can say they have a funny accent, but hey, to them we have a funny accent. And I know I got a screwed up one. So, wow. Wait, they're just going and we got it on camera. We got it on camera. And then all the news is about is how this woman was treated and how brutal this attack was. Like, seriously? You don't give a shit that the guy was sitting there being attacked, hit, punched, scratched, and this chick was hitting him with her bag, was trying to get metal bars and scooters to hit him with. He's not supposed to defend himself? No. You want equal is equal. Actually, equal is equal. So, fuck off. You do that, I'm going to bounce your damn face off the pole. And since I record fucking every moment of my life now, guess what? You're the one going to jail because, yes, I will be going and pressing charges on your ass. attack me and expect to get the fucking pussy fast. But no, they are attacking this man for not just sitting there and taking it. It's 14 years to argue with your wife. Are you kidding me? If she comes out and says the sky is fuchsia, and you look up and it's just a clear day, and you're like, no, it's blue. All she has to do is say, you said that in an aggressive tone. Do you know what an aggressive tone is? That is effectively any voice that is deep enough to effectively command respect. So if I was to go and do this, wow, okay, that just sounded like a cowboy pervert. But anyways, if I was to go and talk low, that would be a show of dominance. In a show of dominance is a show of aggression, and as we know, a show of aggression is a form of violence. So yeah, that is the actual language of the damn law. Are you kidding me? This is the stuff that we have to fight because nobody believes that this is what is happening. No one believes that men are being treated in this manner, and we are being expected to just take it. Dear God, what have we come to? To where I was watching this chick from Australia on one of these cameras. She's in there punching people, spitting on them, hitting them. Yeah, come on, come on. When any guy there knows that if he goes and actually hits her back, every douchebag over there is going to jump on his shit and start kicking him in the head. They do this from a position of privilege, knowing that if anyone calls them on their shit, they are getting a beat down. They know this. But if that is you, if you're the one getting it, make sure get Alibi. It's an app for all Android phones. It records everything, all right? And what it does is that when it goes and records, it only records for up to the last hour, the last hour. So if something happens, right, within that hour, once it ends, click save, and that gets saved, and then it starts recording again from that point in time, and it just keeps rolling until you want to save it again. All right? It kicks ass. This has already been used a couple times in a courtroom to exonerate people. It's called Alibi. It's an app for Android. But dude, this is what we have to do. You got to record everything. You got to get those little those Bluetooth things for the head. That's actually a freaking camera and a microphone. Where they actually work pretty good. I had to use it in one of my dealings with the state. And believe me, it was definitely a good idea to have that, because if I hadn't had that, I would have been fucked. They tried going and twisting words, terms, phrases. They even just flat out lied. But because I had a recording of every meeting, they couldn't say shit. They had to go and rewrite the fucking paperwork 3 damn times because they for some reason kept forgetting that it was on recording. We had it. And they knew it was being recorded because they were recording in the same building, in the same room. Oh, this is being recorded. Do you acknowledge that? Yes. So, and this is being recorded. And yes, it is. Okay. You acknowledged. Thank you. But they will actually go and parrot the actual responses. They are that dumb. They are that trained. They are that dangerous too. They really are. Join group chat. Joined and left. Okay. Well, as always, please, if you are on Google Plus, click on the link, join. I want to know what our goals are. I want to know as to what you think. I want to know how you view MGTOW, how you are living MGTOW. Let me see here. Oh. Well, since there seems to be a resounding silence. Let's go to the next story. First, there was the psycho moms that ruined their son's friendship over effectively about $22. Now we have two teachers from the same school who effectively decided to go and screw a bunch of the teen boys at the same time. Yes. This is the wonderful teachers in California who decided to well, abuse the boys. They took these boys. One teacher is 38, and you know, I've seen worse, but it would take me some beers, man. It really would. It would take me some beers. Then we got a 30-year-old and yeah, I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to be seeing straight. Anyways, they had taken these boys on a class trip, and well, they decided to go and screw them, and they are now currently suspended. They are out on bail. Now, we know as what would happen if the genders were reversed. I mean, we would have lynch mobs roaming the streets. Just once, I would like to see a bunch of people going apeshit over these women. Like, in the town, I would, and if I could, dude, I'd, right now, oh, man, I would love to be able to go and drive over there. Son of a bitch. No, to be able to go there and start a protest to go and have these women locked up for like 30 years. One count of rape per student. Full on 15 years each. Man, I would love to see that. I know it would be a political thing, but for me, it would just, I would probably do it. God, I want to. Good news on that front, at least for me anyways. If things keep going the way they are, in about the next 2 weeks, I should be able to effectively double my income. So cool beans. Well, yeah, I mean, these chicks are just doing whatever the hell they want, and they're allowed to. It's disgusting. Yeah. Buy a webcam. Actually, you don't really, I don't think you have to have a webcam on that. I think all you really need is like an avatar. Because, here, let me, no, I don't want to do that. But if I do this, I go to the creepy kid holding the turtle. This image was actually picked up by one of my first subscribers. I wanted to have an avatar to kind of go and just move along the whole concept of just the creepy kid. It was just the image I wanted to portray at the time. But so let me go and turn that back on. So if you can do that, you should be able to just go and like turn that off and have it work. I mean, as long as you have a mic. I mean, most of the guys I've ever done had a podcast with on here have actually had a conversation going. Most of them didn't actually have a camera of any sort. It was just this avatar image of whichever one they had at the time. Yeah. But you want to talk about something gnarly, man. Right now, the cops are being outfitted with this R radar. All right? I'm going to get into as to why that's funny in a little bit. Okay, I'll just get into it right now. R radar is effectively French radar, at least for fighter planes, which means anyone who ever watched the movie Iron Eagle would know is do you know the thing about French radar? You can fool them with foil packs, and you can. So what you can do is you can actually line your walls with foil and become one of those crazy people. But if you do that, they're not actually able to go and see through it. But yeah, they can go and shoot this radar through the walls to go and pick up movement. Like it would actually be able. It can't give an outline supposedly, but it can actually go and pick up the amount of movement of your chest raising and lowering from breathing. And by doing that, they can go and locate as to that you are in fact in there and you are moving. It's a Doppler radar system. But yeah, we are live. But yeah, those. I mean, granted, at the same time, you'll effectively, well, in a way, you'll slowly be turning your entire home into a Faraday cage, which might not actually be a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. My MGTOW goals, how I see myself in a few years is, I want a pilot's license. I want my land, and I just want to be able to live my life. I want to go and grow my smoke, go and sell it legally, go and set up my warehouses there, have my go and work on some of my other investments. My I plan on getting set up with a number of passive and active revenue streams, and I'm slowly getting to this goal, even after being destroyed as much as I was by the courts. And if I can do it, granted, I'm doing it currently with a lot of help from an old friend who is also a former client who I had helped out in the past. There's a lot of history there, and who's also now currently my landlord. Complicated, yeah. But after 11 years of dealing with each other and each other's exes and boyfriends and everything, you really just kind of, it's just a sibling. But it's helped me out. So, like I said, and she is a woman, but she is getting something out of this. She is getting additional resources. She's getting additional help for herself. This is a business arrangement, and it works out. Wow. I was really hoping other guys would at least be joining it, and on this, I wasn't expecting people like quick. I mean, really, man. Oh, God, a Mac Mini doesn't come with the built-in. Like, damn, that blows. I mean, like, seriously, man. Ugh. People show up for this random shit when the stuff that they probably wanted to hear was early on. But no. When the stuff that they probably wanted to hear was early on. Alright. Hey!
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, this is Donald.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I'm not a sir, man. So, where are you from, roughly?
Denver.
Yeah,
I've been trying to join for a minute, but my computer wasn't playing. Hey, how's it going?
Donald. Wow, that is an echo, dude. What the hell?
I think I got it working. Computer issues.
How is your MGTOW life?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Just starting out, man. One of the fathers going their own ways. I got 3 kids.
2 kids. Sweet. You know, yeah. I have a squad.
Yeah, mine aren't with me at the moment. They're up in Seattle with their mom, but I get them half the time and can't complain about that. That's pretty alright deal.
I have 2 of my children that I haven't seen since April 7th, 2008, and that's with my ex-wife. The ones I have now were actually all planned.
It usually works out better. I don't know. Can't work out pretty shitty that way too.
Well, no, they were planned because I needed to eat, dude. I'm not kidding. I'm not proud of it, but yeah, they're here for food. But yeah, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have actually been able to have gotten to where I'm at now. I mean, I went from living out of a tent to eventually living out of a truck and then a camper. So,
It's a steady rise right there.
yeah, pretty much. Oh yeah, and in a couple ways, I actually have two of them. I was actually able to go and get their cord blood frozen and stored.
That's cool. What do they do with all that? I did that with my two boys, and I have no idea what they actually do.
Did you spend a lot of money on it, or did you go to the public one?
Ours, I think, was a public one. It was through
Okay.
So.
All right. What that one is that they go and take the cord blood and they go and put it in the repository after going and typing it and coding it. Like once they get it, they go and sample it, and they actually a couple of years ago they were actually spending like 10 grand a pop to go and get this done. So they were coding if your kids are like older than 4, then yeah, their entire genome has been typed, dude. As to what it is if there's someone out there who needs help and they go and get typed, if your child hasn't gone and used it yet, if they haven't gone and used it yet, then they can go and use your kid's cord blood if it is a match. But once again, those are dealing with the odds of finding matches, and as we know with kidney transplant, matches are kind of hard to find.
Yeah.
So you have decent odds of it still being there, but I mean, it's not a bad option. I honestly think everyone probably should, but I really don't like the whole creepy Big Brother thing.
Yeah, that's a little bit disconcerting.
Speaking of which, in your new MGTOW life, this is a recent thing, have you started in your quest for the acquisition of new skills?
So mostly like when I got out of the military, I got like brain damage. So mostly I'm trying to reacquire skills I already had. So yeah, I get to spend a lot of time doing that. I can walk on both my legs and stuff now, so that's good times, and relearning how to play music. Yeah.
Well, there is a skill. Like I said, I'm planning on getting my pilot's license here soon. I gotta get a couple other things worked out. I already have it all planned. I'm planning on being in Chile or in Uruguay by at least by 6 years out. I'm hoping for 4.
Yeah, I've been looking at Uruguay a lot. Uruguay actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah. Chile because I actually found Gulch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I've heard like they've had some problems with some of that
Yeah,
stuff.
they were.
Jeff Berwick and stuff talking about that they've had like some shady investors and stuff.
Yeah. It was a good idea, it's a good concept, except it's only a concept like that is only as good as however honest the people behind it are.
Yeah.
That yeah. Except one thing is what I'm doing. I'm going to be doing it with my daughter here soon, and once again, I'm kind of using them as an excuse. But I can enroll her with the Civil Air Patrol and take piloting lessons with her.
That's outstanding. Yeah, I've been wanting to do a pilot's license for a while, and like my GI Bill, I guess, covers like an upgrade to commercial, but it doesn't do anything for getting an initial pilot's license. And yeah, I'm poor, so.
Dude, as of right now, if you are going to go and use your bill, do it. Except do it and try and go into a field towards a tech field, nanotech, materials, or engineering. If you're gonna do it, go with any of them, and let the let someone else go and flip the bill for teaching you how to fly a plane.
Yeah, those ones like the tech fields, that's actually what I got out of in the military. I was a research and development guy. Yeah, then I got brain damage and really couldn't do a whole lot of that anymore, so that kind of limited. I've just been picking up credentials on it here and there, like a CDL and junk like that.
A CDL is tricky. It used to be a lot easier. I got mine in 2000, 2001. I started taking courses at New Way truck driving school up in Pontiac, and when that I don't know what it is now, but back then it ran me $6,500.
Yeah, I just got mine last year, and I'm not really sure exactly what it cost. I know GI Bill covered it. I'm sure they gouged the crap out of them because it's the government. I can't blame them.
Dude, you ended up paying like 12 grand for that thing, man.
It had to have been expensive as crap. Luckily, I didn't have to pay a penny out of pocket, so I got the CDL and never did end up using it. Thought about it, was ready to go with one place, and that was when I still had a wife, and she was like, oh no, don't go on the road, don't go on the road. I was like, this has been cool to know before I got a CDL. Ended up driving local, and it turned out all right because I found out, like, after doing some limo driving and bus driving stuff, that I couldn't really hang with that either, and went back to just being retired again. Like, I'll just be broke. It's cool. I like the hours though. Wake up.
Oh yeah, see, I'm gonna be going. If by following my plan, I should be going in boondocking out over in Quartzsite in about 2.5 years from right now, because a friend of mine had picked up some land that was an old mine out there, and as long as I'm out there and I'm constantly I'm hooked up to the truck, I can stay out there as long as I want. So I can get the kids in the truck and everything. And right now I'm working on saving up enough money. Right, I'm not saving up too much. I'm only able to go and save up about $1,200 a month as of right now. But I'm saving that up right now. I'm trying to get up enough for a 40-foot fifth wheel toy hauler.
Oh, very cool.
So that way I actually have a garage so I can sit there and grind up all of the stuff, and I can actually have a workstation actually go and separate the gold chemically.
That would be pretty cool.
So yeah, I'm gonna be here for probably about another 1.5 years. I'll probably be I'll be in either southern Missouri or northern Arkansas in about 2 years, and hopefully out in Arizona going boondocking at 2.5. Well, that is the plan right now, anyways.
Sounds very cool. Be a good time any which way about it. Works out not story. Something to go do.
See, the way I look at it is, I want to acquire as many new skills as possible. I've been teaching myself how to build my own high-powered LEDs in the basement. Granted, you're in R&D. I mean, that stuff is whatever for you, but I'm talking. I have a negative budget currently every month, and I'm still able to save. Go and put $1,200 away and save.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding. I'm actually going as far. I don't know if you can see this, but I actually half of it is actually getting drained twice a week at the plasma center. I mean, I'm doing everything I can to just go and push it.
Yeah, I gotta get used to like this finance thing. Like, I actually have money now that I've gotten
Yep.
rid of the female around. That's been kind of neat. Like, even with the kids here, I was like, man, she always said the kids were costing all this money, and I got them here, and I paid $600 to get them back and forth to Washington, and I still have money left over at the end of the month. Like, this was never the case before. Money hole, man. Magically make it disappear.
Dude, you are not kidding. I got divorced in Florida. Okay, I don't know if you know as what that means.
That's not good.
She took me in total between the business I owned, the house, the bike, my cars, the land. She ended up walking away with 1.3 million in cash and assets that I had earned by the time I was 25.
Wow. Yeah, my ex was just a money pit. I mean, when we divorced, I gotta say she was pretty cool about it. She was actually she's an MRA studying law to like help out guys and stuff. But yeah, so I got out of divorce, still live at the same address, still own the house outright, driving the same cars.
Oh, aren't you lucky?
So yeah, the craziest part was having her doing like MRA stuff and me doing like MGTOW stuff, going into the courtroom, and how many times we just giggled about them. Hitting her up like, are you really sure you don't want alimony? You're entitled to alimony. You're entitled to.
Oh, and they try and push it too. They're trying to sell it. They're pushing it. It's like a freaking drug dealer.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't even hear her when she's like, no, like, that's not mine. Like, I didn't work for that. I hung around, like, I had a free ride for 12
You are one lucky mother. Damn.
Yeah, that worked a pretty good deal. But, yeah, that one, I mean, it was crazy going through the court system like that. And, I mean, I could only imagine the other side. I've seen plenty of friends go through it the other way where, every time they ask if a woman wants more, she wants more. Luckily, I did not have to deal with that.
Dude, I have had to figure out ways to go and generate income off the books. So let me go and explain that. 60% of my income goes to my ex-wife in the form of child support. It's not an amount. It's a percentage. All right.
Oh.
65%. And they can go up to 75% if you are back in child support.
Wow.
And they take that, and then they go and charge you tax.
Oh, damn.
They go and charge you a tax on the whole amount, and then you have to pay your alimony. And in my case, I also had to pay my ex-mother-in-law alimony.
Wow.
$1,500 a month to my mother-in-law.
This is where I've looked at places like Uruguay and Chile, and any of my friends that have been going through this, just people I know. I'm like, dude, your best bet, like, you're never going to see your kids anyway. Like, write that off as a loss. If she said she wanted them, she got them, and she's going to take all your money, and your best bet is you're going to be broke giving it all away, or you're going to be in jail. Like, your best bet is to disappear and send a letter every week. Like, hey, kids, I'm saving up all the money I should be paying in child support for you, and I will cut you a check when you're 18 and you come down and visit your old man, and we'll go do some fishing. Come down, hit me up in Costa Rica. You can hang out for a while, and I will catch up on old times with you, brother.
See, you go and say fishing, except for me and my dad, it was going out into the woods, taking some sulfuric acid, some diatomaceous earth, some vegetable glycerin, and some nitric acid, and out to the woods and playing.
I never got to do that with my dad. He didn't quite get any of that stuff.
My dad was an engineer. He if I ever get a clear camera, I'll show everyone. My dad literally wrote the book for NASA on how to land on Mars.
That's awesome.
Literally, he wrote the book on it. He worked for McDonnell Douglas in St. Louis. He helped design the F-15. He worked on Mercury, Gemini, and Skylab.
Man, that'd been a fun dad to have.
He was, dude. He was. And first, he ended up coming up here to Michigan to work for Ford on the line. Then he worked his way up to be back to being an engineer over in Glass Division, over in R&D. And then he did the impossible. He convinced Ford to pay for him to go to law school, because he made the argument that it only made sense that all their engineers are also lawyers to help expedite the patenting process and to help expedite any legal issues. All right. So not only did they pay for him to go to the Detroit School of Law, which he had gone and graduated magna cum laude, all right, with a PhD, because the way he figured it, they were paying him at work, they were paying for his school, and they were paying him to go to school. They were going to get their money's worth, and it just worked out for him. But that is the guy who raised me.
About ways to do things. He got a good deal. They got a good deal. It worked out for everybody.
Oh yeah. Except thanks to him, I have a special view, because I'm actually working out a way. I'm part of my plan. I'm actually working out the concept of a MGTOW.
That would be cool.
No, I've worked it out though. Seriously, it's owned as private land, all right. And you have to set it up as a company where each person there owns a equal share of the company. So that way, it's only effectively a private club. We can have whatever rules that we want, and we can keep whoever out that we want.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've never thought about doing it as a company before. I thought how cool it would be to buy the patch of land and everything, and I would hate, like, I want everybody to come do the thing here, like, come just, learn and Renaissance do things. But I never really thought about, like, I don't want to be like supreme leader of it because I own the land or anything, man.
Well, see, I've actually thought about as to how to fund it too. All right, and for someone who's R&D, you're gonna love this. All right, I've designed the infrastructure, right, to be modular. All right, everything is underground and open public access, so we can go and swap it out for whatever, right? And the reason is why we go and do this is so that way to go and facilitate other companies who want to go and field test new tech in a real world environment. We can go and rent out that space. If they want to go and test a new type of way of going and generating energy with a sidewalk or a road, guess what? It's modular. We just pop it up and put theirs down.
That would be awesome. Being MGTOW, that would be the dirty secret of every corporation, that they go there where there's a place with a whole lot of intelligent, thinking individuals where they test their stuff, and you can't tell anybody where they test their stuff.
Oh yeah, and the best part is, here's the best part. If you let's say you have a location outside of Nashville, right? And then you have a location outside of Columbus, Ohio. All right. Now, if they are each going to set up as a company, you can then go and incorporate those companies. You starting to see this where it's going?
Yeah. Multiple different areas with it going on. Just let it grow.
Oh yeah, and the best part is that each area can go and specialize in a certain type of tech, okay? And we can go and do this by going and setting up effectively a manufacturing system in everyone's garage through the use of 3D printing. All right, we now have conductive inks We have metallic 3D printing. We have actually some smartass actually made a video, a little movie made out of moving individual atoms. All right, we are getting scary good at this shit. All right, we go in and democratize the.
With any zoning or, oh, this is a residential area. Like, no, this is just the business. We just happen to have quarters here for the people that works here.
Yeah. And that way, any man who has to go and restart from being completely obliterated, guess what? Does he own the house? No, it's company property. Fuck off.
Yeah, I would definitely buy into the property and something like that. That'd be a lot better than trying to dig my fortification under the house.
Dude, you're not kidding. Actually, as far as that goes, I actually have plans for some land I found. I actually checked against the Agenda 21 maps, and no, it's clear, so I can use it. But it's actually heavy in palladium. I found an old report at the USGS from 1957. And it rated at 2 ounces of palladium for like every 15 tons or something like that.
Wow.
Which is actually really fucking high. Yeah. Palladium, dude, come on. And we can sell that directly to SpaceX.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been looking at trying to acquire some new chunks of dirt, man. I've been trying to look in like northern Wyoming area.
All right.
A good chunk of land to have. That looked like a pretty neat spot there. I don't know, Montana's been kind of hiking up and everything. Since I'm back and forth getting the kids in Washington, I was thinking, something like that would be kind of cool. Halfway in the middle, have a little chunk of property to just go screw around on, do all the crap I'm not allowed to in city limits.
I got a question to ask you, and this might sound a little weird. I'm a bit of a prepper myself. How about you?
Oh yeah. So I don't get too ridiculous with. Well, I don't know. If I had the funding, I'd probably get pretty damn ridiculous with it, just because some of it's just kind of fun to get into, and it isn't a bad hobby to have. So I've got into it like a giant stockpile of ammo, enough food to last me and my kids for a month, and everything.
I currently have enough homemade, canned, and dehydrated food right now to last me about 3.5 months. Right now.
Awesome. That's what I'm building towards. I got the shelving in for it, haven't got it all there yet. Yeah.
Dry it out, and shrink it down to minuscule proportion. If you just a warning, if you do it with eggs, you're gonna want to have a really light oil to go with it to try and fluff it back up. Otherwise, it's gonna be whatever you make with it's gonna be dead.
Yeah, dehydrated eggs kind of suck, but yeah, you gotta show them some love to make them work. Yeah, I got a decent stockpile going now. It'll be growing probably pretty quick. So that one couldn't really get a good one going on when I had the X here because money pit in the house. But now that that's gone, the last month I got all the water stocks up to where they needed to be, and got the dehydrated food caught up, and anything I used out of the stash got it replaced.
I've been working on a atmospheric condenser unit, actually.
That actually works really good.
I'm trying to figure out a more efficient way to power it. It right now it just sucks down too much power.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the atmosphere. Like I'm in Denver, like I don't get a whole lot atmospheric. I mean, my best bet for water is either dig or to store it. We get plenty of snow melt off and everything. I'm working on a collection system around the house and the greenhouse for it. So I can build a nice reservoir that way. There just isn't much humidity here to try to tap into.
I'm in Michigan.
You're not liking the humidity.
We are, and when I've been here, I've been everywhere. Let's just leave it at that. I've been everywhere. I've lived in Japan. I've been all over Europe. I miss the old Australia before this whatever the fuck wormhole they fell through.
Yeah, they kind of went sideways, man. They went from being pretty awesome to taking on all the worst characteristics of here.
You ain't kidding. Oh, have you gone and seen the videos from Japan of the guy going and throwing all the bullshit in the women's faces on the train?
No, I haven't.
All right, dude, I gotta go. And send you a link to it. This guy goes there, and in this one, I shit you not. This woman screams, right, as though she just picked up a cat, stuck it by your ear, held it around his neck, took a blade, and proceeded to skin it with its mouth in your ear. That is the sound that this woman made.
Was this the guy that's been going into the women's only cars and stuff like that? Yeah, I've seen videos about it, but I haven't seen the videos of it yet. I gotta see this dude's videos.
Some poor cat lost its life, man. Ugh.
That looked awesome. Yeah, as long as there's women-only spaces, there needs to be male-only spaces. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wait, a talk radio celebrity. Wow. Wow.
What's going on?
Right now we're just kind of shooting the. We're just kind of shooting the shit. I went on a rant earlier about a lot of the bullshit going on in the MGTOW circles as of late. It just got to be too damn much. I finally snapped.
Are we all drinking good whiskey, or what are we doing here tonight?
Oh, I get it.
You guys carry on. I gotta go fill mine back up.
I got some shine that's almost gone.
Okay.
I have some good smoke that my brother dropped off earlier, and I have a bottle of mead chilling in the fridge.
Good. I was just watching Mad Men and drinking like Don Draper.
Not bad. See, I'll be honest. I honestly go and prefer a Johnny Green straight up.
This is CC, Canadian Club, because I'm a Canadian, living in the United States.
I'm a Yank by birth and Confederate, I guess, by family. Yet my cousin is the jackwad who started all this executive order bullshit. Yeah, Lincoln, that asshole.
So, I'm trying to determine who's in the room here. How do I know? How do I know this?
Not sure, running the thing, and then I'm Don Bolin. I'm a nobody in the Manosphere.
Yes, Donald here is a new MGTOW. His wife freed him without skinning him.
Yeah, I've been writing, I have a couple articles on CanadianTalk.org. Been talking with Diana and John a lot, working with those guys. Started with writing, no videos yet, though.
I have a pretty active YouTube channel. I do a lot of stuff.
Yes, I know. I read a lot of it. You know, some of the stuff you post, I just can't help but laugh, and the other ones, I want to bang my head off the wall.
I'm gonna stick a headphone in here. It's better.
I mean, come on. The moment I saw a drawing of Obama going in and saying, "Here, I have to go and raise your taxes to help the middle class," handing it to the businessman. Then the businessman turns around, handing the middle class guy a pink slip because he has to pay more taxes.
Well, you're not an Obama supporter, are you?
He works for the government, right? Yeah, no. I'm not big.
Okay, so we're all sensible here. Good.
All right, how about this? I actually found my landlord on a watch list. She's actually listed on, and I like members on like 13 Tea Party sites, like 50 prepper sites. I mean, it is nuts.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm red flagged with the government. But luckily they already have my DNA on file and know my whole track record, so.
Yeah. How convenient.
When the hammer comes down.
Well, like, I don't know, okay, I see your stuff all the time.
Not sure, dude.
Yeah, not sure. Okay, you don't have any major malfunctions with things I post, do you?
Oh, hell no, dude.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? I share half of them.
Yeah, I know. I like Ayn Rand. I worked in broadcasting for 37 years. I was a radio guy. I love MGTOW. I think that anybody who marries today's women are just insane.
Oh, come on. Insanity actually involves some thought, okay?
Did you see my new video about getting the right woman wacko-free? Did you see the wacko-free one?
Yeah, you know, I tried watching it. Except the idea, just the concept of finding a woman like that was just so laughable. I'll be honest, I didn't listen to half of it.
No, but you know what? I did find a woman like that, and I don't know why you guys have a problem with it.
No, I find it laughable because it's just not common. All right, for example, me, all right? The woman I'm effectively living with right now, right, I've known for 11 years, all right? I've helped her out in the past, and obviously she's currently helping me out mainly because of my kids,
Right.
as of right now, which is helping me go and get back on my feet. But I mean, right now, she sleeps on the couch, and I have a bedroom. It comes with actually paying her. It's kind of the benefit.
Yeah.
Privacy. Right? It's part of the deal. But she actually understands the MGTOW, and some would go and call her a Nawalt. But I try to, for me, I don't think there is a Nawalt. I mean, she's only really going and helping me out as of right now because she gets something out of it, and we both know that.
Okay. So let me, because you didn't watch the video, and Donald didn't watch the video, I'll just recap the main points. The first one is the woman you marry has to be business-minded, libertarian, anarchist, for starters. That's square one. She has to hate the government.
Well,
And if she's not in your face about hating the government, then have nothing to do with her. That's square one.
Oh, she makes Glenn Beck look like Nancy Pelosi.
Ha! Number two, she has to be non-mystical.
Nope, she hates all that shit.
She can't believe in God or
No.
crystals or tarot cards or
Her mom was psycho Wiccan, and she kind of grew up in a commune. It doesn't work.
So she has to reject all of the nonsense. She can't believe in big government. She can't believe in Jesus. She can't believe in tarot cards. That's number two. Number three, she has to have a traditional view of raising children.
Yeah.
Any woman who thinks that you can job that job out is evil.
Dude, you just described my freaking landlord.
She jobs it out.
She busts her everything she does. I mean, she doesn't expect anyone to go and do shit. She gets pissed off anytime any of the other chicks at work try and go and skirt anything. I mean, I'm not kidding. This chick, you're trying to like describe my landlord, dude. This ain't fun.
Then she has to have this idea where she respects the role of men and women.
There we go.
Women are women, and if women think that they're the same as men, I mean, I got no problem with the idea that the sexes are equal, but that doesn't mean they're the same.
Equal under the law.
Under the
all right?
law. Right. Agreed. I agree with you. And the last thing I say in the video is I talk about values. I talk about that for quite a while.
Yeah, I got that part. The thing is, that is where there's a lot of failing. And I actually see it. For a while, you were describing my landlord. Well, what we find is we find a lot of combinations, but we don't find really all of that in one. I'm finding that's a unicorn. That is Donald's ex-wife.
I have that criteria, but I can tell you when times get hard or shit goes downhill, all of them will flip like a switch. So as cool as she was, when she helped me out all through the military career, helped out with everything. We've been homeschooling our kids since day one. She was right there. As soon as shit got hard and I got out, she went full-on TradCon chick. You need to man up. Why can't you take better care of your family and all that? Yeah. And I was like, dude, you've lost your mind. We're done. And she was like, yep, I've lost my mind. We're done. And
well, okay. Well, there's always that risk that happens.
I think that any man should go and put himself in a position to where he's vulnerable. That's just my thing. I don't want any man to find himself in a position where he is vulnerable and at the mercy of the state or at the mercy of women.
Well, that's why the first thing I said.
I didn't have to make it out okay, but I did.
Yeah, no, but Donald, that's why I said the very first words out of my mouth, if you watch that video, when I start listing the things, is you get yourself a libertarian anarchist who hates the government, and she will not turn the government on you when the shit hits the fan.
That was the saving grace, yeah. You can't say it's going to work out in the long term with them, but yeah, that is a good starting point because that made the big difference in losing everything. And yeah, it's still sitting on my couch in my house, bullshit with you guys.
Right.
And my ex-wife that destroyed me was a welfare queen.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You didn't have yourself a nice little libertarian.
No, I didn't. I was 20 years old. I wasn't thinking. My blood was elsewhere.
I've been there. My first marriage was back in the 80s. I had my kids, and I don't begrudge my children. I'm happy I had them. Man, I was religious back then, and when it went south, it was a nightmare. Which I grew up,
dude. I grew up in a psycho man. Religion was everywhere. My parents were Gideon. All right. Here I am. I am the one, being my dad, being the smart. My mom was a freaking teacher in Southgate, so they taught me logic, which was probably the worst thing that they could have done. So here I am. I'm in church, and I go and ask the pastor, well, how come Adam has 2 wives? And it just didn't go over well.
Right.
Yeah, you have Gideons as parents. Your concept of rebelling is, well, it gets pretty extreme. Let me just leave it at that.
Well, I was raised as what they call the 2x2s, where you don't have a radio, and I worked in radio all my life. You're not allowed to have a radio, no TV. You can't mingle with the world in any way.
Ouch.
It's it's beyond fundamentalist. So I was raised that
hell?
super duper religious. So I came out of that
That's
tradition.
a cult.
It's a cult. And when the atheist community first started on the internet, there was a show called The Infidel Guy. Have you ever heard that guy?
No, I have not. But I have heard and read of Antoine LaVey.
Okay, so way back in the 90s, 97, 98, this guy went on the air, and I helped him. I taught him about broadcasting and how to do radio.
Cool.
And he started the very first atheist show. And you guys should start listening to the latest shows. Now, mind you, this show I'm telling you about, the Infidel Guy, he's passed into history.
All right.
But the latest guy...
We all will.
Yes. The latest and greatest guy is a fellow by the name of Seth Andrews. He used to be a Christian disc jockey, one of the most popular in the country. And he turned atheist, and he has the most popular atheist show called The Thinking Atheist. So I would urge both of you to get involved listening to that. If you go on YouTube, there's like 200 shows now that he's done.
Yeah.
And his day job is he works in a company that does media production. So he makes these magnificent videos on his channel, The Thinking Atheist, and he does a great radio show as well. And he's really binding the community together, the free thinkers. And I think the free thinkers need to meet the MGTOW movement. You know?
I'm big into the free thinking atheist movement. He's not part of the Rebecca Watson Atheism Plus kind of community.
It's not essential, Donald. But I think when you meet a woman who's an atheist, it proves that she went through the shit of telling people, I don't believe in God anymore, then her dad gets mad at her, then her brother gets mad at her, then her boss gets mad at her, but she stands true, she stands tall, and she comes out of this experience being someone who has the courage of her convictions. She grew a backbone, and you know she's tough as nails. And I think that's a great sign.
The type of life necessary to go and generate that type of person is so... The variables it has to be so specific.
Yeah. Hey, Donald, did you watch that video?
Which one?
The one that I made called Have a Happy... What was the name of that? Have a Happy, Wacko-Free Love Life?
Yeah.
Your channel subscribed. I've got to get that. Is it under the same name you're coming up on?
Yeah, Todd Reinhardt. Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen it.
Take the time to watch that video. It's 24 minutes long in its entirety, because I'm pretty rude to women at the beginning. Did you notice that? I'm like, fuck off! If you're a woman, like, go away.
Yeah, from the guy who went and produced the video of what men really want to say to women.
Yeah, because we're tired of you ignoring us. So.
Yeah, I'd love to get that out and pass it on. I'm done with women personally. I don't have anything to do with any of them, but I would definitely pass that on to some of my younger blue pill, purple pill-esque.
See, but that's the thing. That I honestly, I think has to be part of the goal of MGTOW, and we need someone who has worked in the media to help kind of guide this. Because let's face it, the media is it's effectively the science of propaganda. It's the application of propaganda here.
Yeah. Well, okay, I see your point. What I'm trying to inject into MGTOW is, don't give up. I looked for 15 plus years to find Julie, and she is exactly what I looked for, and she understands. I'm telling you, fellas,
Right,
But
I can understand
she,
it if something happens, but one, do not get married.
if she goes off mission, and you remember I talk about it's not about marriage, it's about a mission.
Yeah.
If she goes off mission, she knows that that's the end of it.
And I mean, you actually have to go and keep that in check because a lot of guys will actually try and go and give a chick slack. It's almost instinctive, and it's at this point, it's damn near pathetic.
Did both of you fellas read my book yet? Did you finish the book?
I have them downloaded. I started on the Splinter of the Mind.
Okay. The splinter in your mind is the ABCs of thinking. The second book is it's an explanation of rational morality, and I think that's where we start. The third book that I'm writing right now, which is the third manuscript for the splinter of in your mind, it's going to be called the principles of prosperity, and it's going to focus on the economy, politics, and your practical that side of life. The fourth book is going to be about your personal life, your work life, and how to make things work in your home and in your personal life among your friends and your happiness and fitness and everything else.
Wait a minute. I got a question.
Sure.
Huh. What would
I
you?
want Donald to get the book, by the way. I don't know how to send it to him. How do I send it to him right now?
Oh, for me, you went and just linked them. I went over to the site and downloaded them.
Right, but I want to send it to Donald this very second. How do I do that?
If you have a link to that, all right, you go to the left side and you go to the top, and you should be able to hit chat.
Oh, I got it here. I got it.
Oh, okay.
I got it. Okay, Donald. Those are the two
Here
links
we
to
go,
my
yeah.
books. If you download those links, they're you just click on them, download the zip files, unzip them, and it's
right
MP3s.
there.
You can listen to them on your stereo, your MP3 player, your phone, or whatever the fuck you use.
Actually, I actually have it gone and loaded up on my cloud because I go and donate plasma to help bring in some more money, and so as a result, I'm sitting there and I'm listening to it. So I can just access it from anywhere. But oh, by the way, Donald, you're gonna want to go and cut down a little bit on your bills. I recommend a company called Republic Wireless. I'll send you a link. Right now, I have access pretty much wherever I need to for $10 a month.
Oh, shoot, that's not bad.
That's cool.
What it does is that it piggybacks on Wi-Fi signals, except when it can't do that, right? It automatically switches to the Sprint network. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, let me go and
Cool.
paste, and here we go. But yeah, check that out, man. Right now. I have my internet. I have 3G unlimited service, $10 a fucking month.
Cool.
That's not bad, yeah. I've managed to weasel CenturyLink down to about 20 a month. I just called them and complained about how high the bill was, and yeah, they cut it back for me. They throttled it. Well, shoot, I still got the higher speed than my house could handle, and throttled it back. Works out great because that's all we do for TV around here. Homeschool the kids on it, all that fun stuff. Use the hell out of broadband.
Man, I've been using. Actually, I actually homeschool, and right now, Selena, she's 7. I have her. She's kind of spread out. In certain areas, she's actually in 5th grade science. So.
Yeah, my kids are all over the place with it. My 10-year-old's doing high school stuff down to elementary stuff. My 6-year-old or 7-year-old is doing. He's all over the damn board with it. He is.
Wait, Adrian, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
Where are you living, Donald? Where are you at?
I'm in Denver.
Oh.
Not my preferred place. I'd love to have stayed in Hawaii. That's where my kids were born and everything, and that's where I was stationed. But when I got out, I already owned a house in Denver, and knowing that the paycheck was going to get throttled back, we ended up here. So
Cool.
back in Denver now.
You living alone?
Yeah. Well, I got my kids here half the time. They're here every other month, and every other month they're up with their mom in Seattle.
That's fantastic. That's a big distance between the two of you.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's actually I don't know. Compared to as what my kids are going through, his kids are going to come out a hell of a lot better. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to send them to the indoctrination center. That's for shit sure. That place, I tried my oldest kid in there for a couple of years, and it turned into just a soup sandwich. The crap he was getting taught, and they wanted him drugged up because he didn't want to sit still in class. And my kids on drugs so that they can fit into your classroom, man. They'll just stay home with me. I'll just teach them.
Oh, dude, no, over in Huron Township, over here in Michigan. There was a woman who went and complained about as to what her daughter was being taught in school, right?
Yeah.
She just complained about it, and they sent CPS over to her house because she didn't approve as to what the school was saying.
Yeah, I pulled mine out. I actually let my kid go.
Are you kidding me?
They were causing all kinds of stink, telling me needed to be on drugs, so I just let them go there and go batshit crazy every day. I was like, it's cool, have fun. Like, just go dork off, dude. You're going to come home. We'd already brought him home and homeschooled from Hawaii. Then in Colorado, I was like, yeah, screw it. We're going to do the same thing, so just have a blast, homie.
Dude,
let him
I'm not
terrorize in first grade, and brought him back home, and let him actually learn some stuff. I found out, like, after talking to the teachers and all the meetings I had more teaching credentials than anybody that was teaching at the elementary school. The military, all the instructor training I'd been through, all the teacher training and everything. I was higher qualified to be the principal of the school than the principal of the school. So, yeah, dude, he's out. All right, I'm not sending any of my kids back here. I don't care if you guys are right down the street. They're just not coming to your
Except you gotta be careful, man. In certain states, as soon as you go and you put your kid in public school, it's over. You have to stay in your life for life.
Oh yeah, I got them up my ass. It's better here than in Washington. We were thinking about swapping what the primary residence was, if it was better up there, but it was way worse. Luckily, I only got one bureaucrat I got to deal with, and she actually homeschooled her kids and does all the homeschooling for her grandkids and everything. So she's like some records department lady that's in charge of making sure the homeschool parents check in and send their letter that their kids are going to be homeschooled. And yeah, I've got up and met with her a couple times and end up giving her ideas on how to find curriculum for her grandkids and stuff. And she was like, yeah, rock on, dude. Fuck the system.
Good for you.
So it works out. I got a good bureaucrat on my hands. She's just holding out for retirement. So I was like, yeah, that's exactly who I want to deal with on this. And she has been pretty awesome with the whole thing.
So how the hell does she go from being a complete shrew in the home to being an ally with the courts? And I mean, I can understand, like, if she's an intelligent woman to some degree, she has to understand that you can't have mom and dad going at each other in front of the kids.
Yeah, that's kind of, hell, we split twice before we ever divorced. Like, she'd been through a divorce before and stuff and had other kids, and they were all with their dad. So that was the good thing when I met her. That was like, all right, a kid or a person to have, kids with. She's already, like, signed over custody to dads before because, she knew she wasn't the best parent for her. I was like, that's a pretty good judge of character. Somebody who could look at themselves and say, hey, you know what? I'm not the right person for this. Fuck yeah, she's still a chick.
Damn,
Like, still, emotion trumps logic every fucking time. So when it came down to the sheer emotional, I don't think I'm getting enough right now, went fucking sideways with it. And, you know, immediately after she'd be like, oh, I'm sorry and everything. I'm like, we don't need to be fighting like this. It's not worth the fight every day where you're apologizing afterwards and everything. Like, we need to just fucking walk away. Go give it a shot. Like, you know, you want more out of me. I don't think you're doing enough. You go live in big kid world too, where you provide for yourself. I'll do what I can, you do what you can, and we'll take care of our kids. We kind of worked out a good deal that way. I mean, the kids are taken care of both places. I think they get a little more education here, but you know, they do pretty good up there. She's actually staying with some friends up there, and they have a whole family. I've met a whole bunch of them up there, and you know, like my oldest son tomorrow is going to learn computer coding at like some coding dojo or something in Seattle.
I am just now trying to go and learn that stuff. I am just now finally getting to the point where I can actually spend some time to try and learn any of that, because I know it's going to be a skill I'm going to want to have.
I learned HTML, and that's as far as I went.
I did coding when I was in the Navy, and then with the brain damage, I can't. And
brain damage? Like what happened, dude? I'm assuming it was some type of accident.
Oh, when I was in, it was I don't know. They never really gave me a straight story. The best bet was it was poisoning from the burn pits in Balad. I worked. I did like a year-long deployment with the Army. They kind of borrowed me from the Navy, the active duty draft program. Sent me over there, and I spent 12 hours a day every day for a year, sucking like I was sitting right downwind from the burn pit there. They'd be burning body parts, Humvees, anything nasty that they had to dispose of got thrown in there. That would be the best bet. When they sent me in, I went in for a flight physical to just get back to doing my regular job after I got back, and they were like, I thought I was having problems with my left knee. They were like, yeah, your knee checks out fine, but you got brain damage.
So it was a chemical exposure.
Yeah, there's no telling.
So are you like on SSI or SSD?
Yeah, I get a SSDI, and I also got full retirement out of it. I'm 86 and everything.
That's not good.
They wanted me the hell out of there with a big thing.
They did. They wanted you out bad.
Yeah, they didn't want me really mentioning what had happened or what went on. That was at the time when like everything's safe. It's all good. Our guys aren't exposed to anything. There was no chemical anything going on, none of that. So they wanted me the hell out of there and shut up as fast as possible. So I didn't even have to fill out paperwork to get on Social Security. I mean, I got buddies, like one dude has more screws in his back than my van has in it, and he couldn't get it to save his life, and they had me processed the same day I met with them. They were like, hey, your first check should be there at the end of the month. And they just wanted me the hell gone and paid for. So I'm not I like my hours. It's cool.
Your mouth is bought and paid for.
Pretty much. Well, I don't know. They want to. Right now, it's an awesome deal. If they took it away because I run my mouth too much, then I'll get on any which way about it. I'm a grown-ass man. I figure it out.
Yeah, you are going to want to go and start building your own solar panels. You're going to start wanting to go and build your own heat pumps.
Yeah, I have. It all started on the house, man. I've been working on like since this is the house I got. It wouldn't be my premier location for it, but straight north facing, so the south roof is already getting a solar array built. Got the greenhouse out back, the garden for summertime. I don't have to buy groceries from like June to October.
Nice.
Got my chicken coop in the backyard. Pretty sure it's illegal, but it's there anyway.
I got chickens and rabbits.
Yeah, I'm gonna do rabbits actually behind the shed. I had a nice spot for the rabbits and everything, but my kids were like, every time they'd meet buddies I'd bring for that, they were like, oh, they're so cute and want to be friends. So I gotta kind of hide them in the back corner behind buildings, put the fence around them so they don't, fall in love with dinner.
Yeah.
They were perfectly cool with slaughtering our own chickens and eating them thing because they just like chicken that much. But the rabbits, they just couldn't stand the whole club of rabbit and skin it and eat it for food. They could either eat it or see it.
Hey, not sure you live just outside Detroit.
Yes, I do. Just south, actually.
I'm from Sudbury, Ontario.
Yeah.
Real quick.
So how much time did you ever spend over in Windsor?
I've been down there a couple of times. A very good friend of mine plays for Plymouth in the OHL. Matthew Campagna. He was from Toronto, played in Sudbury for a few years, and then he's now down there. I think it's his last year in the OHL. But do you ever go see the OHL games down there, or are you a hockey fan?
I've gone a couple times. I haven't really been able to leave the country for the last 7 years.
Okay.
My passport got pulled along as part of my divorce.
That sucks. How come your camera sucks so bad? I can't even hardly.
The camera was bought in 2005. The other camera I had was a brand new one. My dog chewed through the cable.
You're just kind of a ghost.
Yeah.
Do you know where Sudbury is in Northern Ontario?
I've only driven through the area like once when me and a few of my friends got lost trying to go and find the Wheels Inn. I don't know if you ever heard that.
It was about 4 hours north of Toronto. It's up there.
4 hours north. No, I don't. No, we didn't go that high up. No.
Well, that's where I'm
I think
from.
it's something else.
Up in Northern Ontario, there's
cold
3
there.
cities. There's North Bay, Sudbury, Sault Ste. Marie.
Yeah.
Up there. Sudbury's
Hey,
the biggest.
quick question: have you ever been over to the locks over there and gone into
Yes.
the museum?
Oh yes, I've been through the locks. It's amazing.
Oh,
They
dude.
step you down through the lakes.
Oh man, that was cool.
Have you been to the Soo? You've been to the Soo?
Oh yeah, a couple times. The first time I went was actually as a class trip in the 3rd grade.
Right. Same with me.
Dude, I sat there. I watched the ships go up and down, and then they had this model inside of the building, and you could go and press the buttons, and you could raise and lower the water level to go and move this little boat inside this little glass encasing. Oh man.
There's a guy in here, MIND, who's got his mic off. He's just, I don't know, listening to us, or doesn't he jump in here?
Yeah.
I don't know. My God, we might be screaming at the computer and have not worked. I think I did that for a minute. I've never done it.
What's
What's that?
Hey, Mike.
MIND, there's somebody in the room that doesn't have...
He just tried to talk for a minute.
I've been listening to the conversation, but yeah, I'm here.
Well, there you are.
So, how are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm doing good. People keep muting me.
Okay, so he's there. He's alive and well.
How is your MGTOW life?
Alright, well, I'll give you a little brief on me. Maybe you guys can give me some advice, but I'm 24. I'm like hardcore red pill, not purple pill. And I've never been in a relationship. I'm trying to date, and I'm just disgusted by the behavior of women.
Ooh.
So should I just go my whole life not even dating women at all?
Okay, first,
Well,
go to a medical facility and get your shot.
What shot?
HPV, dude. You want to have the same protection as these women, because if they can still go and pass it on to you, because these chicks will go and screw 5 guys in a week. All right, they might not be able to go and catch it themselves, but believe me, that shit stays active in her cooter for a while. All right, so go to a medical facility and get your HPV shot now.
I don't know,
Because he's saying,
Dude,
that's good advice.
Don't give him cancer, dude. That is the leading cause of oral cancer in men. Your cancer of the throat and of the mouth, is it smoking? No, it's going down on a dirty cooter.
Dude, if you don't feel like you're missing out on anything, then just skip it, man. It's not that worth it that it's worth, dealing with crap you don't want to deal with.
Well, I'm just saying, if he's wanting to go out and go and do that, at least have the mindset of getting your shots first, and always have at least 3 to 4 rubbers on you. Because some chicks are.
Well, I don't think that's what he was asking.
Yeah, I wasn't really asking that, but yeah, that's good advice. I've never heard anybody say it like that.
Protect yourself, dude, because there's some nasty drug running around out there. But yeah, if you don't feel like you're missing out, like with dating and everything, then I have no problem with people opting not to. I know there's been debate, like with the MGTOW community lately, with if you haven't been through the ringers, you're not a real MGTOW, and so I don't really buy into that. I kind of think, any young dude, like I got a bunch of dudes just kind of washed up on my doorstep, all like 17 to 20.
I had the same thing. I didn't have a whole bunch. I had 5 that ended up showing up on mine.
Yeah, they just kind of been hanging out here, and those guys. I'm like, hey, if you're thinking about getting relationships, here's the warnings. Like, if you don't, like, here's how to just go your own way. Like, I don't think, like, you're really missing out if you don't. Like, it is a cool part of life. Some people it's real important, and some people it's not.
I'll say it's fun. I won't say it's a great part of life, but I'll say it's fun. I mean, if you can go and hang out with a bunch of dingbats at a pagan, clothing optional campground, you can effectively have your fun and leave, and nobody gives a fuck. But I say one thing: always wrap up and get your damn shot.
Yeah, good call. Yeah. I mean, if somebody's thinking like dating and all that, and it just ain't going well, then fuck it, man. If your life's better without it, go without it. I mean, if you just want to go hook up with chicks, get a rental.
Exactly.
Be honest, though, it is fun.
I just wanted to mention, because it's kind of a complex question he asked. I just posted the video that in the chat room here. I don't know if you see it there.
Yeah.
That I just did. That answers that question. The answer is stay the hell away from them. But there are criteria for women if you're going to let them in your life, and I outline those criteria.
Yes,
but
you do.
Get involved in the MGTOW community, because you get support, you get friendship, you start to understand the fucking mess that is the women population in our modern society.
Yeah, I'm already hardcore MGTOW. Like, I don't think that no walls exist.
Well, I would see that's one of the things that it's true, but I've proven that it's. I lay down the criteria. You have to watch the video. Invest 24 minutes.
And I agree. And you will find a NOWALT given a specific set of circumstances and variables. But as soon as those change, that ends.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I say, even no matter how NOWALT they seem like they are, all of them are sort of like that. Some of them are way less like that, but they all got some that in them.
Well, you know what? I mentioned this in the video, that men and women, both genders, bring certain characteristics and certain behaviors that are just germane to us, to the relationship. women tend to be more emotional, men tend to be more rational. That's built into us. And you got to live with a bit of that bullshit, but that's not what I'm talking about. For example, what I say in the video is the first thing you do is you get a woman who hates the government. She's a libertarian, she's red pill, she's an anarchist for starters. So she's not going to turn state on you when the shit hits the fan.
Yeah,
and that's the first of a few different criteria.
That is excellent.
So watch that video. I think that's kind of my answer to your question.
Yeah, I gotta check that.
Yeah, I can imagine what the video is about. So Todd, have you heard of Stefan Molyneux?
Oh yes.
Yeah, so I'm really into Stefan Molyneux, and it sounds like a lot of the stuff that you're talking about is stuff that he's sort of covered. Like Stefan Molyneux talks about how if you meet the right woman, you can marry her, and you can be safe with marrying her. And I don't really believe that. I agree with Stefan Molyneux on almost everything except for marrying women.
You want to know the truth? I've spent over 15 years looking for my unicorn, and I found her, and it's no problem, and she's golden. She's all the stuff I talk about in the video, and we write books on philosophy. I posted them up in the chat room there. If you want to take a look at them, you can download them, and I suggest you read them. It's red pill philosophy, like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, you were describing your book about how it focuses on like morals and stuff, and Stefan Molyneux has a few books like UPB or Universal Preferable Behavior. I don't know. It was just interesting how you were writing books, and it sounded like Molyneux's covered the same type of stuff. You basically seemed like another Molyneux.
Yeah, it's subjectivist sort of stuff put in. There's a lot of books out there that are hard to read, and most people don't get into philosophy because most philosophy books are just over their heads. So what I tried to do was write philosophy books that are street level, and that's what my wife and I are doing.
So what do you guys think about this? I'm like a really honest guy. I'm not into lying to women, and there are certain people in the MGTOW community who will just straight up hide their MGTOW beliefs, and they'll just say whatever they can to women in order to sleep with them and whatever other benefits they're going to get from them. Whereas when I'm approaching the dating scene, I don't want to. I just make it clear that like I'm pretty disgusted by a lot of women, and I'm just hoping that the women will agree with me and go, yeah, a lot of women are bad, but I'm not like that.
Dude,
but,
you gotta be careful though. They will go and spin all of that shit for everyone.
Yeah, I totally believe it.
Yeah, I say in that video, just walk up to them and say, "How do you vote?" Before you even. My name is Sally. I don't give a fuck about your name. How do you vote? I vote for Obama. Okay, well you're out of here.
Yeah, I
don't get it.
Go ahead.
Hey, is anyone else here going and paying attention to what's going on in Greece?
Yeah, I just did a video on Greece.
Yeah, dude. I was watching them today. Dude, they're falling apart.
Well, I explained that in the video that it's going to get worse, and
dude, it is in real time right now. It is. I'm watching their elections, and they are voting themselves into oblivion just to get a couple of years worth of free shit.
Right.
Oh my god. Oh.
Well, that's a video I made this week about Greece, about their new elections coming up this weekend. It's going to be a disaster. They're going back to the trough. They're going back to the socialism and the lies and the nightmare. It's
first Greece, then Spain, then Italy, and Germany is going to go, I'm done.
Well, Germany has a choice to make. They have to make a call, and they
better do it.
They're going to have to make that decision.
Follow any other man. I've removed myself from the whole situation. I live my little life with my junk, and if I can't do something, I can. If I can't, I can't.
I'm going to move back to Canada when the shit hits the fan. I'm just going to live up in the bush and trap and hunt and fish and start a little garden.
See me, I'm hoping that maybe shit starts now and it doesn't get too bad for about another 5 years or so. I'm hoping. I know it's not likely, but I'm hoping because by then I should not be in this country.
Well, I live in a city. I think you live in Denver, and you're just outside Detroit.
Well, let me just explain this. Detroit is about like 12 city blocks of big buildings, and then everything from there down to Ohio is sprawling suburbs.
Yeah.
All right, and that's all it is. It's just one giant suburb with factories thrown in between houses.
Right. My son, by the way, lives in Alpena, Michigan, up in
the UP.
Well, no, it's not the UP. It's in Thunder Bay. It's up halfway between Sheboygan and it's up in that area.
Dude, you're frozen. No, I'm southeast.
Oh, I know.
I was born over here in Detroit. Dude, Traverse City in one night can and has been hit with 4 feet of snow.
Well, here in Rockford, Illinois, we have about 1 inch of snow, and it's nice.
Rockford.
I live in Rockford, yeah.
I was wondering as to why my dad had grown up in Decatur.
You grew up where?
Decatur, Illinois.
Decatur.
Illinois' version of the frozen tundra.
It's south, dude.
Yeah, we're right on the border with Wisconsin. We're 13 miles.
Yeah.
To Wisconsin.
Decatur's down over towards Missouri.
Yeah, it's way that's a day's drive. Illinois is tall.
I'm going. Yeah. But
Nipigon. Oh, we have a Nipigon boy. All right, we have another Northern Ontario fella here. I'm from Northern Ontario originally. I'm from Sudbury originally. Worked in radio there for years. A very good friend of mine worked in North Bay Radio. Mike Thurnell worked there for years.
Hey, I got a question. Is anyone else going and paying attention to how they're trying to take this whole yes means yes thing nationwide? I mean, Cuomo had effectively announced that he's going to go and implement it in New York. It's been a disaster in California, and they're already wanting to go and throw it nationwide.
That's the feminazis talking. Oh, I'm just looking at the chat room here, Mr. Hammy. I lived in Ajax about 10, 12 years ago, Ajax, Whitby. Whitby's right on the border of Oshawa there. The last street, just before you go down the dip, you know, when you go down that little dip and there's a creek, and then you come out of it, you're in Oshawa. I lived right there. I forget the name of that street. I was working in the sign business back then. Is that where you live? Right on the border? Somerville, I'm not sure where that is. Somerville, is that the street? Yeah. Okay, so we lived in the same neighborhood. That's fucking crazy. Isn't that something?
Damn.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just give me 1 second. I'll be able to tell you exactly where I lived.
I got it. Has anyone else here ever gone and run into another MGTOW in real life?
Never.
By accident or anything?
Oh, yeah.
How did that work?
Oh, actually, it's pretty cool. It was like my cousin's best friend, and running into it, like, I've been talking to him for years and never really put two and two together, like 9 bad relationships or whatever, and I figured, he kind of choked down the red pill, but I didn't think he was MGTOW until I actually got talking to him, and talking to him about what I was doing, and, posting articles for Talk and stuff, and yeah, he was like, oh yeah, I'm following all that stuff too. I was like, oh shit. Outstanding, dude. Like, I knew he was kind of red pill, like 3 divorces later and being Uncle Dad, like he got the point. But yeah, he's been in it too. Wish I'd meet a lot younger ones. That way I could, give them the encouragement and say, yeah, you're doing the right thing, bro. Stick with it.
Yeah. Man, I try and hand out red pills just about everywhere I go. Sometimes sometimes I do it using method number 1. Other times I use method number 2 and whatever else. I've actually handed it out to a number of women. Some of them, it depends on 1, how old they are, and 2, if they're married or not. The younger ones get offended. The older ones that are married, that's nice, good for them. That was actually really really weird. But except you'll notice that it's the younger ones that are not getting the attention, and they don't have to work for the attention. They're the ones that are free, that are okay with it because they already have a retirement plan. But the younger ones that don't have that, they're freaking out.
Yeah, my last time working as a limo driver, I kind of got in trouble for passing out the red pills. Turns out, like, I wasn't allowed to drive bachelor parties after the first couple. Yeah, they had the voice of reason coming from the 3rd Street, like, hey, you know how much fun you're having now? You can do this once a weekend for the rest of your life. Yeah, that didn't work out so hot for me there, but cab driver, I got the word out to an awful lot of folks.
And I can imagine, damn. MGTOW cabbies.
MGTOW cabbie was alright. MGTOW limo driver, yeah, the boss was like, dude, no. Like,
I just came up with an evil idea that sounds like something that came out of one of Hillary Clinton's holes. Alright. If we were to somehow go and set up a MGTOW, alright, and set up our, just outside of the city, and set up our own cab service, and the entire goal is to influence young minds while they are drunk, and we're driving them around town.
And their work, you know how many of my cab fares called me up like the next day asking to talk about that shit? That was awesome.
I mean, seriously. That is like some evil Democrat shit right there. I wonder if they've ever done that. It actually sounds like something they would do.
Oh, they do it the other way. I mean, talking to all my fares and stuff, first thing I'd ask them, like, what they hear from other people and shit like that. And they kind of get the party line crap, which is funny coming from cabbies, because none of us were, like, making money or doing good or anything. Like, that they would want the status quo because it was working out so fucking hot for us. But, yeah, then I'd be like, all right, want to know something about something? And get into just some real-life MGTOW red pill shit with them and teach some young guys a lesson about stuff. Get a lot of chicks.
I like it, man.
Like,
I like it.
Home, baby. And, like, I'll be your wingman if you just want to get laid, but, since I work for tips and all, but if you want to know the real truth, she's already going home with you. She could probably cover half the ride.
This business of having to ask for permission is so bizarre, but these feminazis never cease to amaze me.
They want it in writing. They actually want it as a contract.
Yeah, with all that crap, man. If I mean yes means yes goes through international, man. I'm definitely suing some old ladies in Japan because I'm pretty sure I was drunk off my ass and didn't mean to be in that red light district. Like that just happened. I was raped, and they charged me.
Oh.
You know, one of the things that I did in my latest video about finding the right woman who's not a fucking wacko is I laid down 2 women. If they were watching the video, I laid down the criteria that we'll accept, and they better fucking smarten up or we're all going to walk away from the table. Just that simple.
That's a good call. I mean, some of the shit, I mean, women want to be equal. They need to have an equal right to make stupid goddamn decisions like the rest of us do. I mean, you get hammered, you sleep with the wrong person, crap like that. I can't say that any of the times I've done that I would ever consider it like, oh, I was, just taken advantage of. It was dumb. It was a really fucking dumb idea. And I did all the steps necessary to make a bad goddamn decision and did.
Dude, cross your fingers. They're supposed to be going and starting FDA testing of the male pill here this year. So cross your fingers. They might, if they can go and fast track it, we might have it available by 2017.
Do you want to hear a fucked up story? I got a vasectomy when I was 26. I started dating a girl, and the first words I said to her was like, "Hi, I'm Todd. I don't want to have any kids. Don't ask. By the way, what's your name?" I was always very careful to tell people I don't want kids. So I get dating this girl, and she understands this. And I told her, like, don't get me all attached to you and then tell me I want to have kids. Because reversing a vasectomy it's fucking nightmare. So anyway, 3 years into this relationship, there was a Sunday morning. I'm in the bathroom shaving, and she comes in. I want to have a kid. I fucking lost it. I put my fist right through the wall. I said, "Be glad that wasn't your fucking head."
Yeah.
Because you wasted a lot of my time.
You actually punched a wall?
Oh, I put my fist right through it.
Now that's abuse, right?
I'm sorry?
Now that's abuse, right? My cousin's going through that shit. Like, he got mad one time and, like, busted up shit in his garage on the other side of the house. He's
Dude, yelling is abuse. Over here in Michigan, it is emotional abuse. You can I'm not kidding. You can actually be you can actually go and be required by a Barton to win court to go and take certain courses and join certain groups if you could possibly at any point in time yell or emotionally abuse your partner. It is fucking
she
nuts.
wasted 3 years of my life.
Yeah,
and you know what? That's fine. Let them do that. This whole yes means yes and don't look at me sideways and all this, it just strengthens MGTOW.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes fucking seem like a lot better option.
Yeah, because it also helps that a lot of us go and troll their videos, and when they want to, well, let's debate. I'm going to go and say this, and we go and post the actual law, and they tend to get pissy. There was this one me and this other guy, Shining Light, a Brit. We were going over this video of this lady just calling off and just going nuts on this kid, and this chick is trying to go and defend her. So I go and I post the actual law from the prosecutor's office, right? And just tries to ignore it. And you just gotta call them out on their shit, and you gotta make it. we gotta have it like arguing with the MGTOW is like arguing with a brick wall. All right, you're not gonna win. We are gonna go and base our conclusions on the information and the facts. They try to twist the facts to go and fit their narrative. We just gotta make it so. We just gotta make it so impossible to try and debate us that every time that they start, they fail.
Right.
And it just.
And I agree with that. And he makes a comment here and just fills the courts. The lawyers love this shit. One of the things that I said in my video, right at the very beginning, my last video, was, gentlemen, we have to do risk assessment. And this is the story of MGTOW going forward. We need to tell all the young fellas, it's all about risk assessment now. And if you do that, you wouldn't touch a woman with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, that's what I try to share with all the younger guys I know. Hell, even the older ones that are still blue pill.
Did you ever see the video I made about talking to the young fellas? Did you ever see that video?
I haven't seen it.
About how to talk to them? I used to take these guys, these young fellas, 14, 15 years old, and I would take them out to this flea bag hotel, and I'd park outside. It was called the Lido, and it was just the fucking dirtiest, filthiest, run-down hotel in the city, and I'd say, do you know what the package is? And they'd say no, because they're 14, they don't know what the fuck it is. I said, the package is your kids, your wife, your tools, your cottage, your ATV, your boat. That's your package. You got your life, okay? And I said, do you want to know the difference between having the package and sitting on a dirty mattress up in that hotel, cooking on a fucking hot plate, wondering what the hell happened to my life? It's a woman getting mad once.
Yeah, that was me. And no, it wasn't that she got mad. It was that she got the divorce that she wanted because she was a cheating whore. God, I hate
or whatever. Or like if she just
it doesn't take much. It just
Yeah, that's how my cousin became the violent husband, was because he yelled at his wife, called her out for cheating on him with like 3 different dudes, and now he's abusive for raising his voice to her.
Yeah.
To tell her, dude, that was fucked up.
That's all it takes, man.
Yeah, and men are rational and logical. And this guy here says, I don't know, Hemi says, if this was a business agreement, marriage was a business agreement.
Yeah, it'd be the most unfair agreement. No one would ever sign that. No one.
No one in their right mind would sign that contract. That's why I say get yourself, if you're going to have a woman, she has to be a libertarian, red pill, anarchist for starters. She has to be non-mystical. She has to have traditional values. She has to agree to raise the kids. She has to have deep internal values, meaning she has to know who she is. And if she doesn't fit the criteria, then she doesn't have the privilege of having you in her life.
Still got to be on the lookout for the chameleons, man. You got to fact check all that.
Dude, that's the thing. If you never trust them, you never have to fall for that.
Well, I think that's. I call you
stay.
guys the scorched earth in MGTOWs. I'm not quite that. I'm not a scorched earther, but I listen. It took me 2 years of vetting, Julie, and I made sure. Donald, you made a good point there. I waited for 2 years before I said, okay, it's. And like I said in the video, it's not about a marriage, it's about a mission. And we have a mission in life, and we have things that we want to do. We want to write our books, eat good food, drink good wine, exercise every day.
Nice cab.
And that's like stay in shape, eat good food, be happy. And if she goes off mission, or if I go off mission, we both understand that's the end of the deal.
Yeah, my ex, that worked out well was I had a track record to look at. Like, all right, she's had kids with 2 different dudes, and they're both sole custody, still living at their house, and she's not. Like, I know when she says that, she's at least done it twice now. So I rolled
But
the
they
dice
can.
on that.
It doesn't take much for that to flip, and they can. The point is that they always have that gun to your head.
Yeah, I would
It's always there. It's up to her as to whether or not to go and pull the trigger.
Yeah, I would never bring the government into it again. If I was to, if I was to recommend anybody, I ain't never getting involved with another long-term relationship personally. But I mean, if somebody wants to, I would say don't bring the state into it. Like, try to leave that out. Try to not make it common law. If that means living, like, holding two different houses, do that. Like, just don't bring the gun in the room, because it's not worth it. Laws get worse and worse every day. It's just the deck keeps getting stacked worse and worse all the damn time. And
Well, that explains why you don't want to have. Well, that explains why you don't want anybody but a libertarian with anarchy tendencies.
Yeah, if they default to the position of the government's out of the deal, that's not a bad default right there.
I think that if there is a woman who is just telling you on and on that she's a libertarian and that she hates the government, I think that if she gets put into a certain position, she might just go against her beliefs and go, even though I don't agree with the government, I'm going to use the government as force to leverage resources from the man. Like, I don't think that there's anything that a woman can say that will be foolproof against,
Very, very fucking true. Very true.
You have to make fucking sure of it. You have to take a long time. And that's where you start. I totally agree with you. Hey, life is like that. I mean, you could get a job at a certain place where the guy convinces you that he's totally cool, and then you get working there for a little while and he's an asshole. I mean, we've all been there. Like, we've all been there. We've all had that happen. Somebody betray our trust, and that's why I believe if you're going to marry a unicorn, watch her over a couple of years before you commit. And I moved very, very slowly.
So why do you want to get married? Is it just for like financial benefits or something like that?
Well, you know what? If she would have been a Canadian, I wouldn't have done that. But let me tell you, when we got married, it just sped up the whole fucking process 100 miles an hour. It just went from like snail's pace to immediate, almost. Like, it took a year, but I mean, that was fast. The only people who have quicker connections are military people. If you're over serving in Germany and you marry a German girl, the military people get a very fast track immigration process.
So Todd, you're not anti-marriage, you don't hate marriage, and you don't suggest that all men avoid it at all costs?
No, I'm not what they would call a scorched earth MGTOW, or fuck them all.
That would be me.
That's most MGTOW. But my opinion is, if they meet the criteria that I laid out in my last video, if they do that and they succeed at that, and you feel certain after a few years of vetting them out that that they meet the list. I don't know if you heard me go through the list. If they meet that, and Stefan said something that was similar to what I said, but he wasn't quite as thorough as me. Like, I got into the traditional values, I get into the values themselves, and I was very specific about certain things. My next video, I think I'm going to do a video on our mission, and get into why we define, like, we have this mission that we live by, and we posted.
Yeah, I was trying to. That was kind of what I tried to start off with. If you're trying to go to the very beginning of this podcast, kind of what I started. It was kind of what are our goals as a brotherhood? Because we are not a movement, we're not a political group. We are becoming a brotherhood. So if the only way this really works is that if we have known goals. I mean, are we trying to accumulate knowledge like women nowadays is over on YouTube and putting it there as a video repository? But as Raging Golden Eagle said, we might want to go and have like a Communal cloud account almost to go and upload certain information and stuff, so we don't have to go searching all over the internet each time to go and prove our point. We're evolving into like this brotherhood, and it's dangerous. It can go in a couple of different ways, but I prefer like to do it like the actual brothers do it. We will fight, we will squabble, we will go and punch each other in the face, except when it comes down to it, we're always going to be there to go and back each other up. Oh, and as far as when my divorce was finalized, it was finalized January 29th, 2008.
I say MGTOW's kind of about stepping away, getting as many other guys as you can to step away from the whole system, all of that crap, and let it fall under its own weight. And just be ready for it.
It's to expose the system for as to what it is.
Good call, yes. Go ahead.
To go and expose the system for the monster that it is, and that as Todd has explained in a number of his videos about the Democratic Party is just the political branch of the media party. I mean, in that sense, yeah, he's definitely right on that. Whatever the media decides to go and focus on that week, that is what every Democrat is screaming about. I mean, it's like clockwork. However, if we can start to change the conversation, if we can change the language, then that could give us additional driving force. But that would, in effect, be turning MGTOW into a political group, which it's not. So we have to walk this line now because we're getting bigger, and it sucks.
We need to be careful we don't get co-opted by pop culture.
Exactly. I mean, we got the MRA over here and Paul Elam going and doing all. At this point, I don't give a damn. Just shut the hell up. All we're doing is causing infighting and giving other people crack to try to exploit.
Yeah, and it's complex. I mean, look at me. I mean, the first thing I said in my video is, I'm not any of the alphabet soup. I'm just a guy. I'm doing my job by day, and then I throw in a video or two a week, and I express my opinion. And I happen to think MGTOW is bang on the money. I agree with everything you say. Like, we all get it. And what we need to do as MGTOW is take all the young fellas that we know under our wing and say, stay the fuck away from these bitches. And here's why.
But it's getting the information to them. Most of them are currently, the ones that are coming to it are stumbling upon it. There's got to be a way to try to bring them in without it being able to be co-op. And there has to be certain criteria. Then it's complex, and I think it is needlessly complex, but it is the result of the era we are currently living in. No matter what it is, it'll be forced to become complex.
Here's what I see. There's a danger of becoming what I call the broken record. Everybody in this room and all the MGTOW guys understands the basics of why the risk is too high. We all get it. And so we can take any young fella and take him aside and say, listen, here's the facts. And then get on the Google and Google MGTOW and start watching the videos. Start listening to Sandman and the rest of them, and even people you disagree with. These are all voices that blend together and they create a story. And people should be allowed to make their own decisions about what they're going to do. I think the conversation is raging right now. It's beautiful. We're all talking to each other. The videos are getting out there, the different perspectives. Even Paul. I mean, we're all mad at Paul right now, which is fine. But
I don't want to say I'm mad at him. I'm mad at the way he said it. And after he said it, and after he wrote about it, he was then put in a position where, well, everyone likes to put someone in just to try and just take at them. Okay, you have your argument. We kind of clarified it pretty quick after that. How about we all just shut up about it and move on?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that the mayor of MGTOW came out the other day and he was swinging at him pretty hard. I don't think that was helpful. We need to focus on the young men in our lives, take them aside and tell them the news. So they walk in to their 15th year of life and they know what the fucking story is.
Told our stories. We need more people, different people to come in and tell theirs. It isn't having Sandman go and make 2,000 videos or anyone else going and making hundreds of videos. What we need is thousands of men giving their one story.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all get it. It's not that complicated. Like, we all understand the basic storyline. And we need to speak to the young fellas in our life. I make sure I do. I see a 14-year-old and say, you, me, over here, I'm going to tell you a story.
Yep.
And we lay it on the line.
Except right now, all they can do is just stumble into it. How do we put it in their way for so that they will kind of stumble on?
Oh, well, that's
kind of where I'm going, because we want to be able to go and put it in their way so that we know that they can at least see another viewpoint that they most likely have never seen or thought of before.
Well, I think that we need to keep growing the way we are, make videos, like, share, and if you look at the interest in MGTOW, if you graph it, it's absolutely astounding. It's amazing.
I don't know. I think that many of us have already reached a certain point, and I think that the next step, I guess, would be for different people or different groups of MGTOW going and separating themselves, maybe going and trying to take up an entire cul-de-sac in some suburbia hell. All right. And just try to go and show us what life could be like instead of just all the YouTube videos. We are going to need to start actually showing real life scenarios of what it could be like as more and more people adopt a MGTOW lifestyle.
Right, but I think MGTOW has to step back from the scorched earth policy. What I did in my last video is I said, ladies, here's the terms of surrender. If you want us back in your life, you need these 5 things or fuck off.
But they never take ultimatums seriously. They never do. Well, at least I've never known a woman to take an ultimatum.
If they can't find men to take care of them, they're going to start listening. They'll have no choice.
Feminism is female nature.
It is, except it is female nature that has been given political strength, and
yes,
it's the political will of the hive mind, and that is why you don't really get too many women actually arguing against it. Even as I'm not a feminist because no, all you're doing, and half of these chicks are not ugly. Okay, we are not seeing the pizza face hippos going and coming out and saying this. We are seeing the attractive women going and coming out saying, I am not a feminist. Please go and value my beauty. Give me a chance of a freaking retirement. All right. All the while the hippos are going and screaming, we have to tax you more because we know you're not going to come for us.
Another thing that I mentioned in my video right at the end, and I said this isn't really part of the video, it's just my opinion. We need to go GALT. We need to live minimalist, simple lifestyles, and stop funding.
We need to build Atlantis, damn it.
Well, that ain't going to happen, but I'm just saying stop feeding the beast and tell your story. And it's all these voices coming together that are going to make the difference, and it'll start to get ahead. Well, it's too late. The head of steam is already on MGTOW. And I don't care if you're MGTOW or just a friend of the concepts in some way. Just help the cause. We all know the enemy. The enemy is feminism and the way the world has been going over the last generation. Women have become worthless to us.
I would say let the system fall under its own weight. And honestly, like, feminism hasn't really fucked me that bad personally. I mean, I never had, it wasn't feminism telling me, man up, you need to work harder, you need to work yourself to death. That was a traditional system telling me I'm a man, I need to man up no matter what personal loss I have to suffer, I have to get it done. That was where I went MGTOW. That's how I found MGTOW, was looking up, man up. Like, how can I do it? How can my sick ass take care of my family? How can I do better as a man? And yeah, traditionalism is what fucked me right up my gritty little point.
You are talking about traditional matrimony, not traditional patrimony, where the man is in charge. See, that is a Roman concept, by the way. You got sucked into the whole modern. I have to be a little whiny stress card pulling baby, and I gotta go and beg for forgiveness for being born with the driving force of human evolution being the Y chromosome.
Well, I don't think anybody here has a problem with being responsible and working hard. That's not the problem.
I'm not allowed to earn an honest living. As much as I can. I gotta earn everything that I do off of the books. And I'm still currently able to go and put $1,200 away every month. How the hell are these women not able to go and manage their own finance?
Yeah, to barely get themselves by, let alone anybody else. Certainly ain't gonna fucking help out. That's kind of like, I understand all the feminism stuff, but I mean, it's a shit sandwich. I mean, and it is kind of female nature incarnate, but that shows up in traditionalism too. I mean, you have but you used to do this, therefore you shall do this always. And yeah, that's bullshit too. I mean, both of it's, either way is a bullshit system where dudes get screwed. One overtly, one in the comfort of your own home. Feel better with feminists, at least wear it on their sleeve and say, hey, we're out to screw you men and we hate you not. Oh, we love you. Now
except now it doesn't even take that. Like, if you were dumb, right, and went out and picked up a chick at a bar and you went and took her home, at least over here, if you said, well, I wish you could stay here or something like that, at any point in time while she was there, she could take that as an offer of a relationship and as a lifestyle that moment. And she can actually go after you for palimony. And 80% of the time, they get it.
Yeah.
It's just that dangerous right now.
Yeah, it's bad the old way, it's bad the new way. It's a bad fucking deal right now. It's
Well, there's
best
the
to just
judicial.
stay the hell away.
Yeah, there's the judicial and the legislative. You know, the matrix has you, and you're fucked. If it goes south, you're screwed royally. That's the thing.
Where do you think it's all coming from, this? Where do you think all this fucking power tripping of women and the state and it's fucking worldwide? I mean, yeah, in America alone, divorce is a big business, like you just said. I mean, it's $50 billion industry a year. A year.
Yeah. That's a huge part of it. It's a huge part of it. And not only that, you get these people that are, you know how Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson are these
pricks,
these race whores? Well, you get these big, fat, pizza-faced walruses who couldn't find a man, and they run this industry, and there's money in it for them. So that's how they live. And it just starts to snowball, and they sit around in their offices wondering how they can. And that's where this yes means yes comes from. This is just the ultimate. Like, now they've got men to the point where, like, these big fat women are saying, we can't get fucked. We're gonna make it so nobody can get fucked.
Dude, I saw a video. This kid actually had used his phone and turned on that alibi app and recorded this bitch threatening to call the cops if he didn't fuck her.
I believe it.
Dude, I am not fucking kidding. It was the scariest thing I had seen in a long time.
Oh, I've seen that.
Dude, it was just wrong. This giant fucking wildebeest was screaming, "No, you came up here and now you're gonna fuck me, or I'm calling the cops."
Seen it.
Oh my god, I wanted to call the cops for him. Dude, that was frightening. And just to have the sheer amount of power. I mean, this chick had this giant, like, melanoma mole right on her lip. All right?
Oh.
It was just... And,
That's gross.
Dude, it was Miss Piggy... Miss Piggy introduced to the all-you-can-eat buffet. All right? It was... And she's just sitting there screaming at the guy. And he's going, well, okay, give me a minute. I need to get a condom. And she starts screaming, no, you're not getting a condom.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, why? What the hell? I want to get pregnant.
Oh,
well, I think
man.
Paul
Remember suicide.
No, she was screaming at him that if he did not screw her without a condom, she was going to call the cops on him. He went and used that fucking app to save his fucking ass. He went and sent the feed to a buddy of his, and they went and called the cops for him.
Well, I think what Paul was saying, and this is the point I think Paul and I are agreeing on, it's simple. It's turned into an industry. It's run by these big fat women you wouldn't fuck with, your worst enemies.
A koala stick.
And it's become not only feminism, but the courts. It's politicized. They vote. They're a voter bloc, and the politicians don't want to piss them off. And they voted themselves free contraceptives now. They've got themselves the food stamps, the Section 8, and the whole list. You know the list. It's the way women have reached into men's pockets, and it's an industry. And we're 50 years down the road. If we're going to stop this, MGTOW is the answer.
Yep.
Because like in Atlas Shrugged, when John Galt just said, no. And he walked away. And that's how you answer the problem. You just say no, and you just walk away. And that's the most brutal force you can turn. And this big fat woman that you were just talking about is personifying the frustration women are feeling now, because men, she gets a man in her lair, and it's like, okay, now you're going to make me pregnant. Well, how ridiculous is that? But really, it's almost a caricature of the problem.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's going to get worse and worse and worse. It's going to get to the point where you're going to have to carry a tape recorder on you.
Dude, here it is, right here. I am not kidding. This is the scariest damn video I've seen in a long... This is the power that these little trolls have.
It's really good.
Oh, I'm watching it now.
This is the one. Yeah, that's the one. Women now are the most unhappiest. There was a study, the most unhappiest they've ever been, but yet they've got more material wealth, all stolen, of course, off men.
Right.
And then you've got the really hard-working women.
Because nothing earned. Because if something isn't earned, it doesn't have value, and they don't earn it, so they value nothing.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, in this country, you can get pregnant, you can get a house given to you. There you go. There's a house. There you go. Have a house on us. You know. It's fucking bullshit. And I mean, the way that women talk to men in my country.
Paul, the way you beat the system is you live a minimalist lifestyle, and you stop feeding the beast. You stop funding the feminist major in the universities. You stop funding this group and that group, and they all have their name, and they all have their logos, and there's a gaggle of women. And then they convince legislators to do things, because now we're 50 years down the road. Don't forget, all these women have taken the women's studies courses, and now they're in the government, and they write fucking laws like yes means yes. And this is where we're going.
Yeah.
I saw this coming 20 years ago, Paul, when they said, when the now women in here in the United States, they said all sex is rape, and I thought, this is it. There's going to come a day, like Ayn Rand said, today's bizarre statement is tomorrow's law.
Yeah.
And it's now law. It is law.
Dude, we are getting bitched at if our knees, if there's a difference between our knees being 7 inches apart or 8 inches apart, okay? This is it. What the hell? Dude, if Nostradamus could have seen the future, don't you think he could have warned us about this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's excruciating, isn't it? It really is excruciating what men are going through. I mean, it's 600% suicide rate in Britain. For men.
Good.
Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody.
Well, you know, to answer the question, not sure, that you were saying is what can we do as MGTOW? One of the aspects of this community is we can just be there for each other and say, hey, pal, you are going through what thousands of us have gone through, and you can chat with me online, or you can pick up the phone, or you can just make a video and scream your fucking head off, and we'll all watch it and like it and share it with the young fellas, and that's therapeutic.
It is. It's a cathartic cure. I mean, this is the first time in history I've seen so many men come together and just fucking basically hug each other and just say, fuck me, we're living in a fucking the ninth circle of hell here. You know?
It is.
Oh,
it's
by the way, I just want to
inexplicable.
point out, that's Marley and not Che.
What's that, sorry?
I just realized that if you didn't know what that was, it could have looked like Che Guevara, the dirtbag. But no, that right there is Bob Marley.
Yeah, I think I could have gathered you weren't communists.
I mean, the ultimate basis, what I would love, is for loads of men to come together, go MGTOW, and just fucking toast this thing by not even fucking participating in anything that women want, you know, because they don't know what they want, you know. you do know what I mean. Women's nature is so dark now. You know,
I
I've been
agree.
banging married women. I've been fucking banging. All bets are off. Women have lost the fucking plot. Right? They do not know what they want.
That's a perfect way of putting it.
Fucking wait and get out. Get as many guys as you can out, and let it just on its own. I know one group of people that'll probably be able to adapt and figure it out, work it out, and whatever, wherever the chips may land. And it probably ain't the feminists. I reason to believe they're not going to pull shit together and rebuild society again.
Well, I mean, seriously though, I mean, what about even the concept of a MGTOW though? I mean, just that idea, I like it. I mean, dude, it could even start just as like a freaking caravan or something, as whatever that they go and do over in Britain, where they go and turn their cars into houses.
Bunch of fucking trailers on a plot of dirt.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Here's what you're describing. Okay. What you're witnessing this very moment. We got 6 guys in a room, enjoying each other's company. We're all on the same page. Now, can you imagine if we had a nice little complex with 6 different apartments in it? We'd have an ATV out back, a boat, a truck that we would share amongst each other, and we would just get along, and we'd have a common kitchen, and then there'd be another building with 6 more men. I think this is where the world is going to go to. Men are going to start building these complexes
A series
where
of
they have their,
city-states.
and we're going to live together.
Out every weekend.
And then Paul would want the boat one day, and I'd want it the next day. And then, Not So would want the ATV for the weekend. He would take off, and he would,
I'd go. I'd head out and visit the still.
Yeah, and then the next weekend I might take it. And I think men are going to start to come together, and we're going to have, and there'll be a recreation room with 5 big screen TVs and 5 different football games on them, and there's going to be a pool table, and we're going to play cards, and we're going to hang out, we're going to enjoy each other's company, and we are going to have a great time. This is where the world's going, and this room right now that we're in is just a prototype of where we're going.
Yeah, I mean, they used to have working men's clubs, in Britain, and it was just for working men, and they just sat, chilled, smoked, fucking drank, and that's all gone now. I mean, society is devastated through women's choices. Women's choices are, they're just so self-centered that even the demise of society, you can see it. There's literally, I don't know if you've ever seen that pic where they're on about men deserts in Britain. Men deserts. There's just no male role models. Like in Liverpool, 70% of families have got no male role model.
Good Lord. And you know what? If you go to the south side, Paul, you go to the south side of Chicago or East LA and sections of Atlanta, Jackson, you're looking at 80%. 80%.
And look at the devastation. Look at Chicago. It's fucked. Look at Detroit. It's fucked. It's...
Dude, East Side is gone. East Side of Detroit is gone. And these idiots are over there trying to go and plant a bunch of community gardens without going and cleaning up the soil first. Oh yeah, we're just gonna go and pull all the lead and arsenic and shit out of the soil, and we're gonna go and feed it to the locals.
They're entirely wrong.
Well, hold on a second. Let me address something here. Hemi just said something. No, not a commune. I think what it would be is it would be a place where people can have a common recreation room.
A company. If we go and we build it as a single entity, as a company, and each person there is each person there is an equal shareholder. That would actually allow us to go and dodge some other problems. But
yeah, and Paul sent me that article there. Did you read that article that I just was reading it, where men are paying for prostitutes? That's going to become very common.
As it was said, you never pay a prostitute for sex. You pay her to leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at this website, right? There's about 450,000 women in Britain selling the pussy on that. And some of them say make me pregnant. Some of them are pregnant, right? Adultwork.co.uk. Right?
Oh, cool.
And basically it's an eBay. It's an eBay for whores. And this is what women are like in Britain now. They're
over here it's called Craigslist.
Well, got to haven't we Craigslist on that sort of thing, but yeah. I mean, I feel I really just look at women now and I just think
they're disgusting.
To make life bearable these days, like the big thing, like Paul was saying, the return of the fucking male space. I mean, like the communal idea is a little, it's a little too communal for me. I don't play that nicely with others, but fuck, I would give my left nut to have a place where I could just go hang out with fucking dudes. Like, not have a chick in there, not have everybody acting like idiots because there's women in the room, not have fucking women judging everything I say, where I could throw out what I think, other people could throw out what they think, and we could weigh it on merit and not bullshit.
Not
trying to get pussy or some pussy trying to hedge in and bring in the state, not a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. Just a middle space where men can go be men, disagree like men, fucking get along like men. More
and
good
I think
than bad. That's for sure.
Right. And I think these corporations that are made should be for about 6 to 8 men, and then build another one for another 6 to 8 men, and it's manageable. Everybody would have a bedroom and a living room.
You have each section as its own company, right? And you have other sections, and you actually incorporate the individual sections, so we can all actually operate as a single commercial entity. As long as we have the ability to go and manufacture things, like through the use of 3D printing and other new technologies. We can actually act as a testing ground to go and test a number of new tech for these companies in a real life scenario. We could actually go and offer up the land and rent it out.
I think we could do this right now. It's just a matter of building a little bit of a complex where you have 6 bedrooms with a little living room off each one, so that you can have some privacy, and then a communal kind of area where we watch football and play pool. And then
actually, I've been looking at some equipment that our federal government has been getting rid of at governmentliquidations.com. They actually have buildings, right, that go in. They're about the size of a shipping container, but they fold out to about 1,400 square feet, and they're currently selling them. Right now it's about $120, I believe. Let me see. Let me go and pull it up, and I can.
So you bring your furniture in, and then you have a communal room in the middle. You have a communal kitchen. You share ATV, boat, truck for hunting and fishing and trapping, and you're weekend out to go have some fun.
Yeah, that was kind of how our everything worked when I was deployed and stuff. And they're selling off all of that stuff, like he's talking, like lowest bidder,
Oh yeah. I was able to get 3 tons of copper for $25.
It's pretty not that hard to pull off. The only problem I see with the corporation and everything is like the fucked up EO laws and all that. Like, oh, well, we see your corporation doesn't have any female employees, and you know that bitches are just...
Wait. No, see, that's the thing. As for that, all we have to do is we can go and list it almost as a franchise of a club. We can go and treat it like Curves or like a bike club or something. Because as a result, see, Curves doesn't actually come out flat out say that men can't go and work out there.
No,
but
Don.
except what they do is they go and list it as more of a club, and so as a result of that, they can be they are effectively allowed to exclude people.
No, Don, we'll have female employees. No, Don, we'll have female employees. They'll scrub the toilets and come in, and we'll have the.
Molly made.
We'll have our hooer. We'll have her. Each will have a hooer. But then we kick her ass down the road when, at the end of the day. 4 o'clock in the morning, her shift is done.
I think the only logistical problem I see is getting around the laws with all that bullshit. Because if they don't have a law to already butt their nose into a fucking male space, they will fucking make one. They've done it time and time again. That's the shit part. Otherwise,
the thing is they can only bitch about what they know about. All right, if we have a large enough piece of land, right, we can go and have this set up in a small little area. Let's see, the largest chunk of land that I was actually looking at was 420 acres. I mean, it wasn't huge, but if no one knew about it, I mean, if no one knew about it, no one would care about it.
No, you set these things up like a kit. You make it like a kit. So they're all basically the same. They're utilitarian. You furnish your own little apartments. They all come with a pool table, 5 big screens. You have your area, a beautiful place where all the guys can hang out, play cards, and watch the game. And you have your own private room. And then you have a communal kitchen. And in your own room, you also have a little kitchenette thing. And you know what? You just hire. If somebody wants to come in, you want to hire a woman to come in and clean the place. That's a different thing. It'd be like five or six guys would agree to do this. You would just go in, you set up the kit, boom, you buy a little piece of land, you set up, or you buy an existing apartment building and just move guys in there. One of the floors you gut it out to be the communal fun spot, and then you park you have a garage in the back with all your stuff, your ATV and your boat and your truck, and you share these things. You sign it out on the weekend, and you pay in to be a part of it. You share the costs.
Yeah, if there's something like that, I'd definitely join. I don't know if I'd stay there all the time. Like I said, I don't play that nice with others a lot of times. I like having my own space to do my own thing, but I would definitely be there more often than not.
Well, you would have your own apartment inside the complex. You'd be able to step aside, go into your room. So it would be a combination of bedroom, living room.
Except at the same time, the trick is that the apartment is company owned, except you own an equal share of the company.
Yeah, I think that that is a good fucking way around all the bullshit.
Yes, it is.
A lot of the level
we are this close.
We are
this close away from having like robotic women. This close. They're going to build. Somebody's going to build a woman that does everything we need.
The Japanese are working towards it. That's for damn sure.
Hey, there you go.
If I get my plot of land in northern Wyoming, I know I volunteer for that cause. I don't particularly plan on living there. My home's been in my family for generations, and I kind of plan on bringing up my kids. But I know where I'd be an awful lot of my time, and know I would donate the land to a corporation that was looking to do such good research and development.
We have to solve the problem of how are we going to reproduce children?
Oh, that's actually fairly easy. If we own our own land and anything, we can actually go and do a black op lab. A number of places are actually wanting to go and do it. They're being banned right now from proceeding on research for the artificial uterus. They're limited by a UN agreement. It's a Japanese lab. But they're limited by a UN agreement that it is an embryo becomes a human being at 13 days. Apparently, that's the only treaty we don't actually have to follow.
No, I don't think that's the answer. I think we have to figure out a way to turn. This is a dilemma. We have to figure this out. we could either adopt the children.
They won't let you
You're
adopt.
interested again.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Gay is the way adopt a child. There can't be a single man and adopt a child. You know what I mean? They are infiltrating.
Surrogacy, I mean, that's an option.
Yeah.
Well, think
But
about
we
how
have to
many
think
guys
this through.
through the ringers like myself and not there. You know that if we already come with kids, I mean, I have kids. There's plenty of blue pill people breeding every day, and I've got 5 to 10 damn teenagers washing up on my doorstep that I would gladly refer them if I had the option to say, hey, you guys that aren't sure about where you're going with your life, fucking go up there and hang out for a couple of years, do some shit, learn some shit, go there. I mean, the stupid masses are going to do what they're going to do. We're biologically wired for retarded. You have to get over that.
No, we have to find a way. Here's the problem. We have to find a way to generate red pill children that we raise, that are part of our communities.
The only way to do that is to be outside of general mainstream USA or wherever you are.
Yeah, that shit's never gonna be fucking allowed. Then it's gonna be a
And
cult.
we're gonna have to have our own independent trade routes. We'd have to go and build them close enough to where a small aircraft would be able to go and move in between. That would be one way to help isolate.
I don't think that's the solution. I think we have to come up with some way that we can create an agreement with women that is surrogacy or something where we take the children, the men take the children, and we raise them red pill in our complex, and they have their own room and they have their own life, and we raise them red pill, and they're part of our community, and we got to keep them away from these women.
Look at society. Look at society. Look at all the MTV and all that kind of shit. You've got Miley Cyrus half naked banging a fucking, doing all this kind of shit. You've got like loads of Illuminati symbolism. I don't know if you believe in it or not, but it is actually a fucking thing. You know what I mean? And it's just everywhere. Everywhere.
I blame women for this. I blame women for all of that. And if the children were raised by men, I mean, I would trust my kids with any one of you guys, because you're red pill, and I know you're going to instill the right values. You're not going to let this crap go on in the home. And we need to find a way to have surrogate women bear the children, then we take them and we raise them, because we got to get the kids away from this poison. We got to get them away from the fucking schools.
Well, see, a lot of it actually is a result of the birthing process. As a woman is giving birth, aside from going and attaining orgasm, giving birth, that's when she is releasing the largest amount of oxytocin she ever goes and produces. This is for two reasons. One, because oxytocin helps the human body go and deal with pain. The second reason is to help create that bond between mother and child, and since a lot of that also makes its way through the umbilical cord, that helps create that bond. But if they are never really together after the birthing process, right? If they're never really together from that moment on, that bond is never there. But if that child is given to the father, that child imprints to the father as it typically gone and would have to the mother had it stayed with her.
Hey man, we've tried this business of letting the women raise the kids, and it's been a fucking disaster.
It has. Fucking, you've got feral fucking kids. What is it? 80% of all prisoners in Canada are from single mother households. What does that fucking say to you?
It says they failed.
They're fucking shit.
Except how dare we point it out? If we point it out, it's sexist.
They are children. They are spoilt fucking children. And all I can hear from women is na 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 all the fucking time.
You know, we have to take that job back from them, and we simply have to say, we're raising the kids. You know, if I got to go to work, you know, there's going to be men around here, and we're going to be there for each other, and come home.
No one else is going to go and be there for us.
No, men have to stick together. This is not working. This is a problem. This is what I was saying earlier. We have to figure out a way to solve this one particular problem. Us guys getting together, forming these little units, like these kits, I'll call them a kit. You just go in, boom. Yeah, well, in a perfect world, Hemi, but the problem is we have a world where the old model, where both parents could be together, doesn't function anymore. That's the problem.
That doesn't mean you can't have red pill kids. I mean, mine are half the time with me, half the time with their mom, and they know the game. They know the deal. I mean, well, probably not the 7-year-old, 2-year-old. They're just doing their thing. But the 10-year-old's getting a good idea that by the time he comes into manhood, he's already going to know the game is rigged. I mean, there's plenty of blue kill kids that wash up on my doorstep, man. I work with them with that. Like, hey, here's the deal. Like, you don't have kids yet, like, don't right now. You need to know the plan. You need to know what you're looking for with any kind of dealing with women. You need to know the truth before you set out there into that work. Like, don't just think that, you know, okay, as soon as I get my wife and kids and my job, life is good and gravy. It's not. I mean, these are the dudes I would love to send someplace like that. And by the time we hit a point where these things have reached where, you know, we're like, oh shit, we need to find a way to reproduce. We're, you know, we got more people here than they have out in the blue pill world outside of our borders. We've already fucking won at that point. I mean, we can go out there and it's a brave new world. We'll be debating how we go about it at that point. I mean, it's a long ways down the road. I mean, it's just getting guys together and getting them away from society right now. That's a long ways out before we have to deal with, you know, how are we going to make a population? Look at how many men are coming to MGTOW and finding the red pill right now that the world, I mean, you guys can all see that it ain't like that. It's not like this information is readily available. And look how many men
we are able to go and use our federal government. I just posted right over here. Check it out, man. There's a freaking LCAC there for sale for $25.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Oh, it's fucking amazing.
We can go and build this off a scrap off our government and spend less than $1,000, and we can live in paradise.
Amazing.
That's amazing. I don't think the physical building is that big a problem.
Men are going to find their way there.
I like what Hemi said there, that there could be a woman involved, just not living with, and so the kid could be, you know, close to the parent, but living with the men. I really feel strongly that the women have to be stripped of the job of raising the kids. They have really royally fucked up, and you know what? I think men would do a better job.
Of course they would. Of course men would do a better job. I mean, even our language skills. We talk to children, and we use massive words to women. A child learns more about language from the actual father at the age of 1.5 onwards, right? Now you look at all the kids in a single parent family. I mean, over here, it's like any potluck, that's about the fucking language we've got. It's just unbelievable. They just grunt at each other. Women are just too busy being a materialistic. I mean, matter means mother in Latin. Yeah? Materialism. I mean, it means a number of things, doesn't it? But matter, even the fucking Greek fucking women were materialistic.
I think one of the problems that I would say to Hemi, that the kids need both parents. Yes, in a perfect world, but we don't live in a perfect world. I mean, MGTOW is addressing the main problem, and we all know what it is. So I'm kind of in a dilemma. How do we... Well, I suppose you could just have two worlds. You could have the world where women are raising their kids under the government dime, and then we would raise our red pill kids.
Yeah, and the places we make, I mean, think where all of those boys are going to go when they get, old enough to realize, hey, this is bullshit. I mean, there's going to be an influx of people to it. I mean, the guys raised by single moms are going to know where they'd rather be. And, yeah, as far as men doing a better job raising kids, yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if you find an honest woman, they'll let you know right out that guys do a better job with kids than women do. I mean, early years, yeah, I can't breastfeed or anything. But, yeah, I mean, my kids, I had a pretty... decent deal with my ex, and we were pretty honest about everything, and I am primarily in charge of all that. Mm-hmm. Not that I'm like some raving genius or anything, but I do a far better job with actually raising the kids, teaching them things than she could ever fathom doing.
And the beauty of it is, if you had 6 to 10 men living in a complex, hell, you just hire a professional tutor to come in and help you with the business of homeschooling, and you hire a cleaner, and you know what I'm saying? So you could have women influence in that sense, but they would be there in a professional capacity. But this business of like today's women, I don't want them anywhere near the kids either.
Oh, fuck. No, I would personally never let any of these blue pill, modern day government daddy women ever influence my. That's why my kids aren't in public school. That was the bullshit they were getting fed by their teachers, shit, doing their pledge to Obama and crap like that. They were yanked out of there faster than they could even see it. That's why I let my first grader just go batshit crazy in the school. I saw what they were doing there. I sat with them in class. I was there every other day in school with my kid just to hang out and watch and saw what was going on. And then before I pulled them out, I was like, all right, dude, just terrorize the place. Fuck it, whatever. It's bullshit. Well, like you are being taught bullshit.
Look at what the fucking teaching in America now. Common Core 2 and 2 equals fucking 5. Get to fuck.
Just before that horse shit, man, that was fucked up.
Yeah, it's gone Mad Max. The schools are fucked up beyond all recognition.
There's no way I would send a kid to that bullshit. And look at single moms, like that's fucking babysitter for them. My life is so hard. I gotta take them there in the morning and have daycare get them in the evening. And
they're taking over the whole of the fucking family society, aren't they? They're doing it in Britain, and like you can get to a before school club, and then you can go to an after school club.
Oh, yeah, you never have to raise your own kids now if you don't want to.
Fucking.
Well, that's part of the industry, Paul, that we were talking about earlier.
It is.
I mean, for Baron, who just joined us, basically what we're talking about is forming corporations where about 6 men would live in a complex where you'd have a common kitchen and a rec room and a classroom for the kids. Each man would have his own apartment inside this complex. We'd have shared use of toys, so we'd have our ATV, boat, and truck, and we'd have a fun, wonderful, woman-free life. And then we would have our children through surrogate. And the women have proven that they have fucked up beyond all recognition. The raising of children. We don't have any faith in it. And we would do a better job of raising red pill, sensible, hardworking children.
Todd, basically, the whole fucking business model, it's in America, it's in Britain, it's in Canada, it's in Spain, it's everywhere.
Dude, I can go and spec out an entire like machine shop for $300 right now. damn, they are selling everything off.
And you know, here's another idea. Every one of these corporations could have a special wing where maybe one is the machine shop and the one down the road would be the woodworking shop, and the one down the road would be the classroom, and then another one would be the where we teach people how to cook and so on.
Oh, we got office supplies here. We have a pallet of 2,000 laptops that's going for $25 right now with hard drives. Yeah.
You looking at the Dermo page? DRMO?
Wait, give me a second. I'll go and send you the link to the main to the front page.
Cool. Yeah, I have some business cards and stuff from the Hawaii one. When I was in the military, I started getting a bunch of surplus stuff off from straight out of Dermo. They auctioned it off. It's even cheaper than when it hits those pages. Like you can get it from the government. Like they're just gonna throw the shit away if it doesn't go. So they do like a fire sale with all their bullshit. I got a lot of really cool shit. Like all of my, pretty much my coolest shit around the house came from those guys, or junk that was straight getting thrown out from the Navy. Well, like my buddy does show trucks, and he's got brass ship gauges for all of his airlines and everything, because they were just going to trash that shit. Consider this boat.
To go and give you an idea, this one is listed. This one is listed by weight. All right. This one is in Maryland. This is 1,000 pounds, right? 1,000 pounds of laptops.
Yep.
For $25 right now.
Yeah, that sounds like
we go and spec out our own damn labs. They have lathes, they have metalworking, they have entire sawmills for sale right now. Everything listed for the low price of $25.
Yep.
I think that could be utilized, but if we had a simple kit, you basically come up, you get the 6 guys together, this kit just snaps together. Have you ever seen how the Chinese build skyscrapers now? 58 days they build a gigantic skyscraper. It's a kit.
Modular.
They bring it in and snap it together.
Yeah,
That's the answer.
Yeah, it's like fucking playing Legos.
It's like playing Lego. And we could just come in, clear the land, build the basement, snap it together. It would be a perfect kit. We'd design it. 6 guys would move in. Well, I'm not saying, Hemi, that we would get the Chinese to do it. We would build the concept ourselves, and we would just build these kits, and then just tell the women to go pound sand.
Yeah, the empire's getting wasteful, man. Not only is all the laws and everything being corrupted by the women getting pretty much to make whatever retarded shit they want, but they're throwing everything away. It's gone sideways, man. We might as well benefit from it instead of just being along for the ride and going down the toilet with them. Might as well capitalize on that shit.
Dude, there's an infant scale for a birthing center. $25.
Yeah. When Rome is falling, you might as well become the feudal lord instead of just fucking
we got lab equipment, man. Dude, that would kick ass. Oh yeah.
Isn't it strange that the world is becoming less productive? We've got more shit made by China, but our women and our men in our countries collectively are not producing anything other than between each other. You know?
No, just using it and fucking it away.
Just fucking it away, yeah. That's, you know.
I mean, come on, wait. We sold an aircraft carrier for a penny.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, I built my whole home, what's around me, everything I got and everything is pretty much from scrap from other people. I didn't have to pay a dime for any fucking thing in my house. It was all shipped. The shit's gone sideways, man. People are just throwing stuff away like it's their job. And I got the couch that I'm sitting on, everything in this place. Like this house burned down 10 years ago. My mom was living here. I had to pay to get it back up again. It was all like leftover shit that the contractors had laying around. The stove that's keeping me warm, all the crap around here, it was all just, it was somebody's trash, man. And I've got a nice ass place from it.
Sorry, Paul. I was wrong. We paid a penny for them to take it.
Oh dear. Oh, come on.
One of the things
Yeah.
during the Depression and during these tough times, and these are tough times in spite of what Obama's telling us, during tough times, people that have a little bit of money get a lot of deals because poor people are in tough shape and they're selling off their assets, be it their couch or whatever.
Blood.
So if you have a little bit of money, you can buy things for cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, you might as well. I mean, like him does my stuff, I could have bought new stuff. I could have gone consumer culture style, or I could troll the free section of Craigslist and get everything I fucking need without spending a dime on it. And get nicer shit than I probably could have bought new. I mean, I'd have got some made in China, crap. If I'd have gone and tried to, spend money on the shit. Otherwise, people are away perfectly good stuff, mostly because a lot of my shit, I could say my whole living room came entirely from dudes that were like, oh man, I really love that couch. It was a really cool couch, but my wife wants something different.
Yeah. We've got something called Gumtree, and people will just post a fucking washing machine on there and say, take it, have it for free. You know?
Was it hot? No. All that was scrubbed. The reactor and everything was removed years ago. It was effectively a giant iron shell.
Oh,
Back to this idea.
Away. We were trying to make people just take them. I was on E3s that are getting phased out. They bought a new plane that does more shit faster. But those ones, we were going around, like half of my last deployment with the regular squadron was going to India, going to Pakistan, and just, hey, look what our crappy old planes could do. You want them? We'll sell them to you for fucking which was wet, because it's the crewman. I was like, dude, I want one. Like, I could buy this plane for what they're selling for. They're like, oh, no, because it's illegal. We can't sell it in America for that because of Clinton put it out there. Same reason you can't buy an H-1 was the military equipment can't be sold to civilians anymore. But we can go sell it to third world countries for a dime, because otherwise we got to pay to try to fucking dispose of it. It's got hazmat on it. It's going to cost us a butt ton, so we'll just give it away. Fuck it.
Back to this idea of the commune. It's not really an original idea. If you study anthropology and you go back to pre-civilization and you look at the way people used to live prior to civilization, the men lived around the outside of this community. The women were in the middle, raising the children. And once the boys turned, 8 to 10 years old, they'd start to live with the men. And the men lived very much like I described. They would have these communal spaces. They didn't live with the women. They would go in to the middle if the woman asked them to come in. They'd get laid. They'd fix their hut. But the old ladies and the aunts and the women and the sisters lived in the middle, protected by the men. And around, in a circular form, the men lived around protecting, and then they would go hunting, and they'd come back, and then once young people turned 15, 16, they'd find each other. So a boy would meet girl, and they'd have a little hut 100 yards off to the side where they would go and fuck for a couple of weeks, and then she'd get pregnant, and everybody would leave them alone. They'd feed them and everything, because that's how honeymoons are. Couples get together, you're hot for each other for a couple of weeks. That chemical, they call it the blush. They would live in this little hut for a little while, and then they would go back to their respective areas.
Yeah, from everything I've read, like through all of ancient history, that's how kind of civilization came about and worked, was exactly that way, where the men and the women would get together in some kind of common space. They'd go until it fizzled out. The women had the kids through the infant years, and then as soon as that kid could pretty much walk and talk on its own, it went to the men to go learn how to be a fucking real person. If it was a boy. If it was a girl,
the boys would go and live with the men. Yeah, the boys would go live with the men to learn how to hunt.
Yeah, they would go learn how to either hunt, provide, protect, whatever the order of the day was, of course. If it was warring tribes, they learned how to fight wars. If it was just hunting and gathering, they learned how to fucking hunt and gather food. They, learned what they needed to learn from the men because, well, we're considerably more adaptable than women probably will ever be.
The problem with that model is women are fucked up. So we can't trust them to be in the middle of the camp and look after the children. We literally have to sequester ourselves away from them until they wake the fuck up. And the problem is right now in our society, the laws and the courts are part of this matrix that screws men. So what do? You literally have to step away, live a minimalist lifestyle, and get the hell away from it. Have nothing to do with them. And if you want to have children, you pay a woman to surrogate it. You pay another woman to pump her breast milk to feed the kid for the first year, whatever you got to do. But we have seen what women do when they raise kids, and it is not pretty.
Yeah, the best bet now, and the word I put out to every guy I meet, and the number of young dudes that have washed up on my doorstep, and I'm particularly antisocial, and they just kind of show up here, is just step away. Like, just don't fucking do it. Like, right now is just a bad time to even dig with it. Walk away. Human civilization will be fine. There'll be plenty of babies made. Don't worry. There's plenty of idiots that are going to get duped into it. Step away. Don't feed the beast.
Well, there won't be any babies if we stop having sex with women and we step aside.
Yeah, but the odds of getting everybody to do it are pretty fucking slim. I mean, I know plenty of dudes that have had the red pill, they know the shit, and they still willingly, they just gotta fucking have their fix, man. There's enough addicts out there that, it's not like the human population's gonna disappear. Somebody's gonna be dumb enough to do that shit. It's just trying to get your mittens on the kids that come out of it soon enough to teach them, like, hey, just if your dad did that shit does not make it a good idea.
You know what? When I was a kid, there was families had 4 to 8 kids. Now they have 1 or 2. So there has been a turn of the wheel. People are having smaller families.
Well, a lot of that, I think has a lot to do with people moving into the city. All right, I got family out in the country. I got family in the city. The family out in the country have almost always at least twice the number of children. And this isn't exactly so much for that they have more sex or anything like that. And it's not exactly for farms either. That's not exactly their whole reason. As honestly, I think they're food. They're not being slowly poisoned, and as a result, they're more fertile. Because a lot of the people up here, over here where I'm at, they try going and saying that there is a safe level of lead. There's an acceptable level of lead. Last time I checked, there is no such thing as a safe level of lead. 1 atom is too much. And over here, they're trying to go and say, well, no, there's a safe level. There's an acceptable level. If you have more than like 10 parts per million, it's considered slightly elevated. Except 7 is just fine.
I think Paul wanted to say something.
We're actually not replacing. It's only because of immigration that Britain is actually getting children. Because most white British people, they're fucking each other, they're fucking each other's neighbour, and then some, but they're not having children. And it's only because of immigration that this country is actually stabilising, you know?
But why is that?
Because women are fucking horrible.
No, there has to be some underlying issue though. They're having that issue in Japan. Why? Because the men do not want to deal with these shrieking banshees that they're stuck with. So what is the government doing? They're going to its embassy in Brazil. Why? Because about 80 years ago, a whole bunch of people from Japan went to Brazil to go and look for work. So there's a whole bunch of Japanese living over there, and they're trying to get these Japanese people from over here in South America back over to Japan for two reasons. One, they need more people, and two, Brazilians are known for fucking. They are hoping that the Brazilians will come up and try and bring that sexuality back.
You know what? I think there's another factor. If you look at what's happened, and it's been a century, this has been a slow trip to hell, and it's been 100 years. When women started to vote, they started to vote for socialism. And what's happened at the end of this road is the government has taken the place of the man. So, what do? Here we are. We have, to answer Paul's question, I mean, to put a finer point on it, they're not having kids because women are like, well, I don't need you. I'll have a kid, and my real daddy is the government. They're going to give me a home. They're going to give me everything I need.
Below replacement value and like extinction are two totally different things. I mean, if we come up below replacement value for a while, that could mean a lot of problems economically, but like I said before, fuck it, there's one group that's going to be all right economically. I mean, we're going to figure out a way to get by. MGTOW can get by minimalist. You can do that whether the economy's good, bad, fucking sideways, whatever. But that doesn't mean we're going to go extinct. Somebody's still going to fuck. I mean, it's kind of in our DNA. We want to procreate. Or we can go through all emotions and make that happen.
Well, Donald, that's why I said right after we build our little communal blocks and build lots of them. So there's lots of these places around so men can get away from women and live in a secure, fun, exciting, stimulating thing. The next thing is we want to have children. We want to have kids. So what I'm saying is, how do we solve that dilemma? We surrogate it out, or we figure out some way to make an arrangement. But we don't want them crazy bitches raising our kids.
The other guys from the blue pillar, bringing in more people from the status quo, get them in there and then work on that. Like, that's definitely a serious. I would say bring in the blue pillar guys. Get them in there and teach them the right way. Bring in more.
What was that?
Instead of be sitting around now, bring in some fresh meat. Let them mull over that idea with us. There's plenty of people to go around. We're not running out anytime soon.
I've got to make a video about this.
About what?
I have to make a video about these communes, children, and how men should be living going into the future. That
I'd love to see it. I would love to.
Get that idea out there.
It's like a matriarchy, isn't it? We're living in a matriarchy. It's like basically like elephant matriarchy, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, fuck, Paul, you got it right there in the head, man, motherfucker. It's right true.
And it's really sad.
Because it's not just a matriarchy, Paul. It's not just a matriarchy. It's a fucking retarded matriarchy.
Oh, yeah.
Evil, bad, spoiled, just rotten women.
Yeah. I mean, just look at that. It says it all, that adult work. There's so many fucking women whoring themselves. And they don't want us anymore. They're protected by the government.
Dude, they are whoring themselves out now. They're going to this site.
Fucking sugar baby ones.
Yeah,
whatever it is. Yeah.
Oh my God! I saw it. They're whoring themselves out. Here, I'll do whatever if you go and pay for my college. I'm just sitting here going, what the? Well, at least they're being honest about it.
I guess so, but they don't give a fuck.
The chick doesn't realize she can get it for free anyway. Big daddy government's there for free.
This one chick is actually actively looking for only men that are over the age of 67 because it was creepy.
What's that site called?
Oh Jesus!
Oh, give me it.
Unbelievable.
Sugar Daddy?
No, Sugar Baby. Where is it? Seeking Arrangement. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Here it is. This is the one. Here we go. Paste. That one right there.
Who was the blonde? Who was the blonde who died at age 38? I forget her name. No,
Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Fuck artists.
Fuckers might as well build a shrine around her and pray to her, you know, like fucking Kali or something. Shit.
Oh, women, you just fucking scum, man. You know what I mean?
Okay, I want someone to. Okay, I just went to that website. I want somebody to explain to me what basically is happening here.
Okay,
website?
women go and they post up photos and stuff like that. Some of them are more upfront than others. Some say, well, I'm looking for companionship and I'm looking for they actually come out and say that they are looking for like financial support. They're looking for gifts. They're looking for someone to help pay for their college. And you go there and offer to go and pay it for them, and they come over and suck you off for as long as you're paying.
Relationships on your terms. Well, that's nice. Why can't I fucking sign up and say, hey, you know, the fuck, you know?
Okay. I got Melissa here. Melissa lives in New Haven.
Just call me Sue. How the fuck do you do?
Melissa says, take care of me, and I'll take care of you.
Yeah, I mean, these are chicks like 18, 19. I guess the site came under some heat like 6 months ago or so, because they found out like some chick was on there who was like 16.
Oh yeah, I mean, notice how the fuck can you enforce this shit? Fuck, man, you got some old dudes with some fucking money and clout, like throwing it out to these sugar babies. I mean, come on. God
So
damn it.
this is the evil of women just put
Shut
on a
this shit
website.
down.
That is their true nature, just put on display for all to see.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Yeah. Well, listen to this. Listen to this. It happened in
I love the face palm, dude.
it happened in Sparta, right? This is where Spartan comes from, right? The men got so pissed off with women because they fucking owned everything in Sparta, right? That the men just gave up. And that 300, that film, only 300 went to fight because they couldn't be fucking arsed fighting anymore. And it happened in Rome. The fall of Rome, right, was all the women started whoring themselves, got more rights than the men, and the men just gave the fuck up.
Yeah, better to die with honor that way than otherwise. I mean, what the fuck, you know?
You know? Fuck them. Fuck them. Fucking pieces of shit. Sugar babies. Fucking whores, the lot of you. That's what you are.
Tada, are you okay? I'm looking at your facial expressions there.
Unbelievable.
This is their true nature, my.
We're free to fall. It's 50-50.
I'm looking for someone to take me out. I want to go to all of these fancy restaurants. And I'll be the companion you remember forever.
Oh yeah, right. You're still on that fucking site. Let's see. I still can't deal with the relationships on your terms. What the fuck is that? Geriatric, he's in a fucking nursing home, 90 years old. Oh, on your terms. Okay, there you go.
As long as you're near death, willing to leave me an inheritance.
Somebody's got their speaker on and it's creating an echo. That's why I'm using an earbud. See, I'm using an earbud.
Am I fucking it up?
Oh, Paul, you son of a bitch. Where's your headphones?
I don't think it's me.
No, I think when Baron came on, it started.
I did it.
I don't think I was fucking done. So I haven't tested it. You guys are like laptop users in the living room.
Yeah, I have
Here,
to.
let's
listen
do
to
this.
you.
Let me take the mic. I'll take my mic off and just do a test to see if it's better. I got my headphones on and all that shit, but who knows? This mic might be screwed up. Anyway, dropping it.
No, I'm pretty sure it's not sure that's doing it.
No, I think it's me. Let me adjust something here.
Am I coming across okay, by the way, while we're bullshitting? Because I've never really used this.
Are you picking anything up now on that?
No, Donald's fine. I hear Donald fine.
Yeah, I just figured I'd check, because it's like a laptop speaker clear across the room, so.
Yeah, it's good now. Not sure. There's
Alright.
no info.
I'm gangster.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry.
No worries.
So, I don't know, boys. I don't know what we're going to do with women apart from fucking... If I had the choice, I'd get a fucking spaceship and fuck off from these fucking cunts because they get on my tip.
Well, in that sense, you had better pray that Elon Musk goes and figures out how to go and reuse all of his rockets real soon. Because if we can get the price down to $50,000 a launch, that might actually be a possibility.
Yeah, that would actually become a real viable fucking option right there.
Shit, man. Throw out a lottery? Hell yeah.
Dude,
So right now, I think best bet is just...
oh yes, I had actually gone and put in my name for Mars One, dude.
Nice.
We need a solution that actually lets us live in the city, live a normal life, have some, like a normal social life, have our children, and
a MGTOW apartment building.
I just don't
Buy an
fucking
apartment
get
building.
all status quo and don't bring the fucking state into your deal.
MGTOW gated communities.
Yeah, men only.
As long as there's no homeowners association.
Fuck, they
no,
could
that would not be so
put the
bad.
pizza on parade right at that point, right down in the middle of the fucking street and see who wants the best. They can make bets and fucking like call out shots for the dibs. That'd be great. Put out an auction every time. Hell, you put that on that fucking website.
Right?
Damn. Huh.
And we would just use prostitutes.
No, there you go.
Yeah, man. Whores are clear and even, you know?
Yeah, they're trying to go and legalize it anyways, right? We can go and set up buildings, kind of like four floors of whores.
Fuck yeah, man. 4 floors of whores. I love that. I'm going to put a fucking billboard on top.
No.
Yeah.
No, let's
Come
be
and
clear
get
about
yours.
something.
The 4 floors of
No.
whores.
5 different countries.
No, we don't let them in the building except to do their business, and then they get the fuck out.
The building of business is outside of the wall.
Yeah, but this is it, you see. That you've got women using sex as a weapon and using it for a money game.
Hell
And
yeah.
it's just failing. It's failing. I mean, they've done it through... I mean, the amount of whores... I mean, I live in a small fucking... It's almost a village.
Yeah, man, that's whole, Gloria Steinem, right? The whole, like, grandmama of fucking feminism and all that.
And you've got about 8 fucking whores just in this small fucking piss pot town.
That's all?
Yeah.
Only eight whores in the whole town, huh?
So
Well-
even prostitution on a philosophical level is kind of women taking advantage of men because they should be paying us as much as we should be paying them.
That's
But we
right.
want-
Work.
In the grand scheme of reality, that's a better option than what the fuck we got now.
Yeah.
Like Scott was saying, dude, you don't pay them to show up, you pay them to fucking leave.
That's
And-
right.
You know, Hemi just made a good point.
It's worth it more for me to do it that way than it is for, dealing with all bullshit.
Hemi just made a great point that women are already doing it. They have these government houses, and I just agreed with him. What we do is we control it. We build these like we buy an apartment building and we make our beautiful little recreation room with the 5 big screen TVs and the pool tables and all the stuff, the foosball, and then we'll have another floor for the education center for our children. We each have our own apartment, and then we have a communal kitchen if we want it, or we can have a little kitchenette, and it's perfect living. It's, I think, about 6 people would be just perfect. We have our toys out back, and we share our toys, and we bring in our hookers. And
that sounds fun, man. We gotta share those fucking cunts around and make sure everyone's disease free, and we fucking have our fun.
We have our own doctor that looks over. Like we have. That's right. We have a contract.
You know, like Thailand, they all have the war card. They have their war card. It's less than 3 days old. They're good to go.
No, it's all going to be robots.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. The sex bot.
Hey,
The Japanese are going to make it so realistic, it's unbelievable.
If you need it. If you don't, then...
Well, if anyone is going to do it, it's going to be the Japanese.
Well, the Japs will definitely do that. You know, it's like the whole fucking movie about that had Anthony Banderas, that fucking goddamn sci-fi movie.
Automaton.
Automaton, thank you. Yeah. I mean, that was a whole fucking weird shit about the whole deal about humanity and what is a soul and who is alive and who is not. You know, you take that another level on the whole deal about this. It's like, shit, you know, it's like, call it in. It's just like pizza time. You know, you got those fucking sugar babies, man. You got a whole fucking thousands of them out there. Yeah. Shit, fly them in or whatever you want to do, man.
Oh no! Now they're trying to go and bury the whole thing with like the Crown Prince or whatever, because guess what? It turns out who else was in that book? Good old Bill. It had also used that specific service.
Nice.
So Hillary just started freaking the hell out. This was like a week and a half ago or so.
Well, you know, it's so Bill, though. Bill can work his way around it. He'll say, well, what is the definition of consort? You know, and what does that mean? To con and then to sort. He'll break it down, man. He's a lawyer, man. He can sneak that shit out easily.
So, tell me, what is the definition of the word is?
Exactly. Man, every fucking second. Let's separate everything, yeah.
For MGTOW right there, speaking of the automatrons and stuff like that, MGTOW would be, to take the lead in that kind of field would be a really, really good goal for MGTOW. Because who do you think is the most ethical solution for these kind of things? Like, who has a soul? What's alive? What's not alive? I mean, we're going to trust, like, feminized fucking scientists that have been through all the ringers and buying all the bullshit? Or would you rather have men going their own way? Thinking about what are we going to make for this technology? What is ethical? What's not ethical?
Hell of a thought right now. And I just got something on Paul Wilson about the Humans Need Not Apply, a documentary I watched too, man. It's like all about that. It's like, what is really the value of humanity right now? What can you do beyond customer service? And you want to have a human link with one or another over the phone or over video links or whatever the fuck it is, but that's it. Beyond that, there's nothing in the future, in the very near future, that robots and computers and all that automated shit can't do for you so much more efficiently than what we can.
Well, what they're doing now, they're thinking of, like, you'll have a big pile of shit, right? And with nanobots, you can chuck nanobots at this big pile of shit and it can make anything, right?
By going and pulling it apart atom by atom.
Yeah, that's correct. They've got computer programs now that actually build computer programs. They've got computer programs that can act like a fucking doctor.
Right, except the actual tech you're talking about as far as like nanotech, that's like 50 years out, I think. At least 50 years out.
Really? You think so? I'm just saying because, you know, it's like we're talking about it now, and it's like they've released a fucking documentary about these things. You know, they're talking about...
I understand, except what that is, that we're talking like nanotech that is not it isn't programmed. It isn't a living machine. It's effectively passive in its application. Is what he's talking about. He's talking about little machines going in and actively repairing cells and proteins and DNA.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah.
That is. I have to say that I no sooner than like 50 years out for me.
Let me just show you something, boys. This is the fucking technology that they've got. This is a TR3B, right? TR3B.
Is it a quantum pussy that regenerates itself after vigorous fucking?
Have a look at that. Have a look at that. That is actually real.
That was descriptive and graphic.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And those not sure motherfucker with the goddamn zombie and the turtle. I love it. I like turtles. Yeah, pull that up here.
I mean, you could make houses out of straw bales, and I mean, straw is a throwaway thing, you know.
Yeah.
You can build a community, but they won't allow it. In Britain, to take a shit, you need about 70 fucking pieces of paper.
We're looking at UFOs.
That's what I got. That's not a
Triangle
straw
UFO
house.
Paris, France possible. TR3B Project Francois, July 23, 2008. Hey man, I saw those triangles.
I've seen one. I've seen one. They exist.
Hey, look at that. You can actually see wings. There are freaking control surfaces.
Yeah, I
right?
see the ailerons on there. They're just hovering. Some fucking experimental, probably some fucking grad students fucking around with some shit. Love it. Oh, right there. Look at the fins, man. It's like the fucking Millennium Falcon. That's cool. Oh, big bright light. Nice.
And then it disappears into the space-time continuum. They've got technology coming out their arses.
Well, you know, shit happens, and that is frequently. Cool.
Hey, Universal's here.
Good video.
Hi guys, how you doing?
How's it?
Good.
Doing well.
It's good to hear, man. I was just trying to gather what you guys are speaking about before I say anything, really.
I don't even know who the hell you are. I'm checking you out now, man. Though Universal.
Well, we were
Studios
talking
13.
about setting up MGTOW kind of communes where you get about 6 guys living in a building. They'd have their own private apartment. They'd have a common area where they would have big screen TVs, pool tables, fun, and they would have a common kitchen, place where we would educate our children. Each one of these little compounds would have a specialty. One might be a machine shop, one might be woodworking, one might be, you know, kitchens or where we keep our hooers or whatever. And then we would job out the birth of the kids, and we would raise them because the women have completely fucked up the job of raising the kids.
Sounds pretty good. Sounds like a MGTOW mansion sort of thing. I've got three
MGTOW
guys
mansion, yeah.
that live in this property over here. I mean, I'm one of the 3. We have a common kitchen, and strictly no females allowed into this house.
Exactly.
And I had police come over about 2 weeks ago. They had a female. I said, look guys, the only reason, I didn't want to start any problems, but I said, look, females aren't allowed in this house. The only reason why I'm going to allow that to happen right now is just the fact that she's a police officer. Otherwise, this is a strictly male residence.
How
I
did the
see
cops?
that video
how-
with all the police
Yeah.
kept coming and coming and coming and coming.
You know, that would drive me nuts.
Yeah, me too.
What, like seeing the fucking women in the goddamn Marine Corps
No,
marching band?
No, the cops kept going and showing up at the house.
Oh yeah, like 5 times or so because of that one deal. Yeah.
It does cause stress. I mean, maybe in the long term, if I just keep my cool in court, maybe I don't know how the police function and operate, how they put their reports together. They said that they're gonna put a report in there stating that she's some crazy freak. But if you know how to deal with the police, just keep a calm head. Especially if they're males, you can try and I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to, I choose to give them some information about men going their own way. And a lot of them, maybe not all of them, but some of them actually do appreciate at least some of the basic fundamentals about some of the things we discuss, such as hypergamy and Brotherhood's law. They are things that most men don't even consider.
We need a MGTOW a brochure or something. I mean, as funny as it is, that's kind of what you are describing.
Well, what we need is a set of maybe 3 videos that are well produced. That would be the orientation videos. So someone would come in and say, okay, you go watch the orientation videos, and you'll be up to speed. You'll understand the ABCs of all this, and then you start watching the videos and coming to places like this, and
Good
bring up to
idea.
speed fairly quickly. It's not rocket science.
Good idea.
I'd love to be able to just refer them to, like, here's this. Otherwise, I have to explain it to them and then send them into, oh, you guys. It'd be nice if there was some place where it's just like, hey, check out this. Leave cards laying around with that shit on them. Leave the address on there. That way people can just go check it out.
And if we wanted to freak out the women, we would send them to every university so they could make it a module in the women's studies.
Or mandate that they create a universal aspect of it, like a manifesto.
Men's health clubs in town, outside of campuses.
That sounds good.
We were thinking universal, that we would make these things like a kit, so they're all the same, and we would basically snap together quickly, cheaply. So it'd be like a prefab building where 6 men could live, have their toys out back. They'd have the ATV, the boat, the truck. We could all share, and then a place for our kids to come and stay, and we would raise them because the women have completely fucking failed. We would raise the kids.
It sounds like a fabulous idea. It would be fantastic if we could materialize such a thing, and it would be beneficial not only for men but also for the children. For now, what I'm trying to do things over here in Sydney is just trying to bring people into MGTOW, or at least giving them the option. Look, guys, there's this other thing that's out there that can pretty much save your life. I want to get a poster put up in my local police station, start from there and work out, and it will state something along the lines of end domestic violence, become MGTOW now. Something along the lines of that, and at the bottom just YouTube MGTOW, or just something that makes things very clear and easy to follow through with. For now, in the immediate time, something like what you guys are discussing is phenomenal.
I'm going to make a video about it. And you know what? If you guys want to write the outline of the presentations, I could make these orientation videos. We'll get a URL, a website, and then everybody in the world will have business cards, and we'll leave them every fucking where. everywhere we go. We'll be dropping the cards with a little spiel on them in the website. The women will be shitting.
Up where you get to just send these young guys to go see it. No proof.
Did I miss something there?
I didn't catch that.
So I think I'll probably cut out, but yeah, that would be great if we had something like that where we could just send people for like MGTOW 101. Be able to send people to a website or to a YouTube video and say, this is how we can help you.
Yeah.
Like this 101.
Yeah, do you know how to drive traffic? Just say, has a woman fucked you over? Go to this website.
Has a woman fucked you over? Wow, that's one really kind of broad.
The fucking server would crash. Fucking, because everybody's been fucked over by a woman.
Oh, I so have to go to bed now. I'm just exhausted.
Are you unsure as to where you are going in life? Are you unsure as to how you are feeling? Come here and find out. And now I sound like some
look into my eyes, like yeah, like.
Yeah. And just give them the basics, and then they can become part of all the great videos that are already out there. Just whet their appetite with an orientation, and then set them loose.
Yeah, I've got to wonder, does anybody think that there might be some women who are genetically inclined from DNA perspectives? They might be ugly as fuck, of course, since I've seen from personal experience, but if they're more inclined for raising children, not necessarily birthing them, but like being the surrogates, being the wet nurses, being the et cetera, et cetera.
So, like going and using the beta female, like
yeah, man, just like rats do,
male.
man. Yeah, like rats, fucking like female rats share their little kids and their fucking little baby rats and shit in fucking cages. I mean, I think humans, why can't they do that? I think they do in a communal setting. They probably, do very well at that. You get those butt ugly fucking cunts out there with the big giant titties nobody wants to suck on except for the babies because they don't know anything better. I mean, why not? Because they're fresh, they're clean, and they have a lot of good health on them.
As long as you give them a free house and a free car, they'll probably be down for it.
Yes. Yes, I agree. That's the answer. You buy them.
Yeah, the chicks will do pretty much anything if they have something to gain from it. I mean, you don't even have to pick the butt up.
Okay, so how do we package it to where true equality is something for that gains for them?
Go to India. I don't know. I got offered like 3 babies while I was there.
What?
Yeah.
Like straight up running up to you on the street with a baby, like, oh, that's my baby. Get my baby back to America.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Damn,
Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, that shit. Chicks will sell out their kids the same as they'll sell anything else.
A commodity, man. Somebody's gonna buy something for that. I mean, the adopt agency, it's like they don't want to wait on their waiting list.
Why do they want to take them in every divorce? Why do they want them for, to have them single? It's because it's worth something. If it wasn't worth something, they don't want their fucking kids.
That's right.
Well, it's a big, it's good value.
The mom is the one who gets the kids. The mom is also the one that gets to, whack the kid before it's born. It's all about whatever's best for her. She's not pre-programmed to look out for the kid's best interest, just her own. So as long as you can meet the mark of, I'll hook you up better than whatever you can get elsewhere. I just want the kid. You'll get the kid.
Yeah, speaking of that, we need another Big Red. She became our greatest ally for almost all of last year.
Love Big Red. Bring her back.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Big Red, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, seriously?
Yeah, Jesus.
The feminist with the red hair going off at the guys from the men's rights activists. Yeah. Some gangster.
It was just a myriad of shut the fuck up.
It just all reminded me of the Boondock Saints at the slaughterhouse entry scene of the movie. Man, that was like perfect shit. Man, she's the biggest one you've seen yet. Yup.
Yeah. It's a rule of thumb.
Exactly. Yeah. Do I look like I'm Irish?
Perhaps it should have been rule of
From Gardeners sound like I'm Irish to you. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Guess what? This isn't going to end funny or well.
Well, they sure as fuck did.
Yet it did, yes.
Any men's movement ever could.
Dude, I was watching this video earlier of this raving banshee over in Australia. This blonde twat was hitting people on this train, spitting on them.
Princess Foster's, you know.
Yeah, oh man. And then at the end, she has the nerve after assaulting trying to yell to the cops, "They assaulted me!" Yes!
And you know, off camera, I bet some white knight was gonna like fucking gump on her like all fucking night and fucking hold her head up over the toilet if she hadn't been fucking canned out anyway in the fucking you know, a white knight was like been seeing that from a corner, like going, "Oh, here's my great opportunity. Oh, Dudley Do Right, I'll save you, Nell."
And speaking of white knights, I've been looking over a number of these comments that are supposed to be a bunch of white knights. You know, I don't read it as a white knight. I read it as a bitchy chick. They actually read like bitchy chicks. There's this one. That I think it was Neo, who this guy Ed Weiss or whatever. You read that? That is not a man. That is a bitch.
I don't know who you're talking about. You know, sorry, but that's okay. I understand. Seen that enough every day.
We are garnering enough trolls, and they are so blatant. They are so blatantly obvious as to their intention and as to who they are. I mean, if they're actually packing a pair of testicles, they've got to be on someone's mantle or like dangling around someone's neck.
Oh man,
there's just no call for any of that. And when you read it, it's a chick.
What?
It always reads as a chick.
Yeah.
I was talking about, it doesn't matter if it's fair or if it's rigged against you.
Jesus.
A real man just mans up and takes it. And I'm sitting there going, you are not a man.
Unreal.
And it just reads like a chick. It's Neo Unplugged. I mean, we have been getting trolled on Facebook and just everywhere by like supposedly guys like him. But if you read the comments, they're not guys.
Yeah, they throw it out there like a false face, and that's sad. That's fucking sad. I mean, who the fuck couldn't fucking sustain themselves under under a sustained attack like that? Fucking debate yourselves and find out. Oh, guess what? It wouldn't take more than 3 or 4 questions before somebody could know.
Right, except the thing is that the MGTOW method of debate is very simple. We go and troll a page and we get them to attack us.
Right.
And then we go and bitch slap them with actual facts from the National Institute of Health, the
objective,
CDC.
mathematics.
We give them facts that's in the law, verbatim. We link them to law. We highlight the section. We don't argue. We don't debate. we just smash their head into the concrete. That is the MGTOW method of debate.
Well, that's the only way to do it, you know, because that's how you go. It's the facts, Jack, man. That's all it is.
And
I
they don't like
can't believe I fucking said Jack. It's the facts, Jack. Jesus Christ. The fuck is that?
Seriously, they don't like it. Every time I do it, they do whatever they can to ignore whatever you go in and put down, and it just pisses them off that the information is there.
Yeah.
Because they are the ones who opened up the attack, so that way your response is now fully justified in the halls of social justice.
There you go, right there. So social justice, right?
We can use their methods against them. Why? We're smarter than they are. We absorb and learn the same information. We just have to go and apply the appropriate countermeasures.
One of the problems that we find ourselves in is the women have co-opted the government and the legislature. The judicial, the courts. They have the power to tax us and then apply that money to their contraceptives, to their
tax Bitcoin.
Yeah, stand by for the bachelor tax.
Oh Jesus! Shit hits the fan right now.
So we have to
the
figure
bachelor
out.
tax is already in effect in Jersey.
So the way you beat that is you live a minimalist lifestyle.
Right. Exactly. You don't show any real property. You don't show any fucking. I mean, I'm working fucking a part-time goddamn job, living with my dad because I cannot afford to fucking, hang out with the idea that my money is going to be shoved into the mouths of my ex-wife and any of the other fucking whores who want to fucking, take on any kind of legislative action on me without any goddamn statute of, limitation at all for any reason whatsoever.
Exactly. I mean, just take one aspect of this. For example, single mothers. How much money from the average guy's paycheck gets siphoned through the government and goes directly to single mothers, to daycare? You don't even have any kids. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Not to mention our tax dollars going into the contributions of the Women in Crisis federal programs in the United States, and God knows what other fucking social programs are out there in the rest of the world. Honestly though, guys, I'm very fucking proud to be able to be here at home and offering some home health care to my dad, who's getting up in the years and he's less than mobile, and I'm very pleased to be able to be here for him, because where's my fucking ex-wife to help him do that, to think about that home health and family thing, till death do us part, and what's the whole aspect of the family unit to be able to take care of people. It's like, I'm here for my dad, it's like, I'm very glad that I'm there for that, just like I'm here for my brothers too, it's like I see this shit happening with guys who've got families. I don't have kids. I'm kind of glad I don't, honestly. I mean, I wish I did, honestly, but I'm also glad that I don't, because I've seen all the fucking hell on earth that's been incurred because of it, because of the shit that everyone has gone through. Fucking horrible shit. Everywhere. Across the board. It doesn't matter what fucking country you're from. It doesn't matter what fucking conditions you're in. It's the same fucking universal problem that happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What's the point of having kids if you're not going to be able to see your kids? There's a lot of men out there. I mean, honestly, if I was to add all the hours up that I have seen my kids in the last 2 years, it would probably add up to about 40 hours. I mean, that's a question I've raised in the past. Are they really our kids?
At that point, no. They are. We are a figurehead to be kept at a distance, to become the embodiment of whatever the imagination may create.
Yeah.
And that's effectively is what we've had been turned into.
And that's why we, in our plan, where we make these communes, we must raise the children, and they are ours. We have to literally get them from China or pay to have them born, but we own them. Like they're our family.
Well, actually, if we can get enough MGTOW lab techs, and I mean, there have got to be enough MGTOW scientists and engineers. All right, we can go and effectively go and select our own genome.
Well, that's on the horizon, perhaps.
No, I mean, we can do that right now. What we do is we go and we separate the X sperm from the Y sperm, which is easy enough. We've been able to do that for 30 years. All right, and then we go and fertilize eggs. After they go and incubate for like a week or so, we go and extract a couple cells, and we go in and run a genome test on. We go and, hey, I want that one. That one is going to have a higher chance of having higher IQ. This one is going to have a much lower chance of heart disease. I mean, we could actually go and select of what is already in our genes. We don't have to go and try and play with any genetic code. We can just go and select the best out of a bunch.
Yeah, designer babies.
Now for all the guys being uncle, dad, you know, like the one weekend every other month or whatever crap they give you these days is still disappear, expatriate, go fucking hide out, hang out on the beach in Costa Rica.
Uruguay.
That's Uruguay. Write a letter every week to your kids, just keep it, and then squirrel away all the money you would pay in child support, and then when they're 18, you track them down, give them your story, give them a rundown on the way it is, give them all the letters, but you loved them, you actually missed them, that you didn't ditch out on them, you ditched out on a system that was sending you to be a slave or in jail. And lead by example. Show your kids, like, you know what, I wasn't going to be a slave, you don't be a slave. That's not the way to live your life. You're a fucking human being. You deserve better than that. We all do. That's just my personal...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I've got my own video, my own channel where I, once a fortnight will make a video speaking to my kids, put them on the side, and hopefully when they grow up they'll watch these videos. But in saying all of that, maybe it is time for a man like myself, maybe it's time for men out there in the world that are in the same predicament to start realizing that these kids aren't our kids. Now, there's a reason why I say this. It's not, I mean, I know they're kids, they're innocent, they have done no wrong. But I know that the governments around the world, they use our children as carrots on a stick. Now, if we say to the governments, okay, no problem, you know what, they're not our kids, fuck you, you can have these kids. I understand they're my biological kids, you can take them, you can look after them. I mean, in Romania, back in the early 1900s, when men were targeted for child support, because this is not a new thing, this has been happening over centuries, men that were targeted for child support escaped and fled to the mountains, and these women weren't able to provide for themselves anymore. Hundreds and thousands of females, hundreds of thousands of these females did die, the children's all suffered, but eventually, I mean, on a macro scale, the men won. Here, what I notice is men in today's society, I mean, now we're starting to take action with this MGTOW thing, and it's moving forward. There's a lot of great progress. But maybe it's time for us to make governments feel the pinch.
Well, they would if you go minimalist.
Well,
we wouldn't have to be truly minimalist as long as we had control of our own ability to go in manufacture. We can go and manufacture anything and sell it. We wouldn't actually have to go without for anything.
Fuck yeah, hell yeah.
They'd figure out a way. They would tax you when you bought the raw material. The governments would somehow get
not if we are on our own land and we're able to go and create it with the mineral rights from the land. If you want silicon, great. We can go and create a solar furnace that can hit 2,700 freaking degrees. It'll go and melt ceramics. Great. We can do
That's
it.
the kick of the mineral rights, that the fucking reason why so many people didn't want them to be released is because you draw stuff from the earth, it's yours, no tax, it's from the earth. You already paid for that with that fucking license or whatever the goddamn clause was added upon the real estate value of your property.
Whatever you do, the government's going to find a way to get their pound of flesh from you. The only way to really circumvent it is to say, there is no flesh, there's no pound.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. The fuck out of it. Stop feeding the beast is a big deal. I mean, it's for the young guys that don't have kids, don't have any of that. Stepping away could save their fucking lives. For guys that do have kids that have lost them, whatever, it makes a huge difference for us because that makes the machine that much less powerful. They can't come down and ruin your fucking life to take care of kids you'll never see. I mean, just getting as many men as possible away from this bullshit. Kind of where it's at.
That's some hard fucking reality there, you know, to think that these kids, man, these, you know, they will eventually, and not very far from now, grow into adulthood. I mean, what, 18 years minus, say, what, 10 years old, 8 years? That's not much. They got to go through fucking middle school, junior high, high school, whatever. That's nothing for them. That's a blink in the eye. And without a fucking family unit, without a parent that is a cohesive unit, like mom and dad and whatever the fuck it is, you got the majority of our fucking population is like that, breeding it out. And what the fuck, you know? Because the dudes who want to be the most important presence and who could very well be probably the most influential in making those critical decisions, they have that stripped away from them. That capability, that reach, that link is fucking completely severed because of some arbitrary fucking cunt in court who says, oh, so-and-so didn't care for me so much because I felt neglected. Well, okay, well, be all fucking...
Or I'm not happy.
Yeah, well, I'm not happy. That's the whole fucking justification for your goddamn existence to give the reason, and the courts accept it. That's the... Oh... Don't even go. Don't get me started there. I know plenty.
I have a right to be happy.
Well, let me tell you a quick story, if I could.
Damn. Please do.
Let me tell you just a quick story because you were mentioning the timeline. I mean, my kids are 30 years old now, and I was denied access. But when my son, because she was just flipping out. I lived in Canada. She moved down the States, and she just basically told me, because I'm an atheist and she's religious, she was like, I don't want you around the kids. And I won in court, but she just said, I'll do whatever it takes to stop you. And I'm like, and she's fucking wacko. So anyway, when my son turned 18, I told him the true story. And my son's gone red pill. He's totally logical. You know, he's red Ayn Rand.
Good.
He gets it.
Well, fucking hell yeah, that's good.
My daughter, she's bitter because she's like her mother, so she doesn't have that going on. You know, so
you try to say it so eloquently. Shit, man. We know, man. Come on.
Well, I see today when my daughter is old.
Holy fuck.
You know, my daughter has scars from the whole divorce and everything.
Yeah.
But here's the way I handle it. I just, every time I talk to my daughter, even though she's 31 years old, I tell her, I love you and wish you'd call more, but she's got this lingering bitterness, and it's because her mother put that in her. But my son, he thought his way through it, and she didn't.
Yep. Thought process, man, logic, mathematics, black and white. I mean, you can have your level of intuition, you can have your, levels of, oh, I feel this or that, which is fine. I mean, dudes are entitled to having their sense of fucking intuition. That's no trouble there, but my God almighty, if you fucking can't distinguish the difference between night and day, then might as well just jump off a fucking cliff.
You can't let feelings outweigh facts.
Yep.
Oh no, or being told facts are relative.
Sure, right? It's only a fact if I feel good about it.
Oh my God!
Thank you, Todd. Thank you for telling us that, Todd. That was really cool.
By such surprise. At first I didn't even think I heard what I heard. It was disturbing, and then I had someone ask me, did you hear that? She said facts were relative. What the hell? And I'm going, wait. So wait, I did hear that.
What, like the seas had parted or something, or Jesus?
Like, dude, wow.
Yeah,
And she's in grad school, and this is a grad school woman studies course, and she's a counselor at a school right now.
Oh.
Unreal.
What the hell?
Well, here's the sound of the seas parting for you now, just to enlighten everyone. There you go.
I'm going to take the floor here for one last time. I just want to say one more thing. Coming up, this is the first time, by the way, I've ever done a hangout.
Really?
Yeah, coming up on the...
Jesus, 15th, Todd, that's awesome, man. I was like, thank you for being here.
It's been great.
Motherfucker, crazy fucking hair. You got to get some fucking, got a wig on next time or something.
Coming up, I'm going to make a couple of things. I'm going to make a video about the MGTOW commune. I'm going to talk about that. That's essential. We have to do that. And I'm going to do a hangout, 7 hangouts in a row, the week of the 15th of February, because everybody who subscribes to my channel has been given my books. I hope they read them. And then I want to talk to the readers about them so they can spend an hour with me asking me questions about the book, making comments, or they could discuss the future publications that I'm writing right now. So that's what I'm up to, and I'm going to publish that heavily to the folks that subscribe to my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And so that's where I'm at, and that's what I'm going to be doing in the next month.
Hey, and, I can put your shit on to my stores and stuff in that virtual Second Life world too. So, throw out a couple of your posters out there. I'll be happy to help you, man.
Cool. I appreciate that. So I hope you all subscribe to my YouTube channel, and if you do, you'll be inside the loop. And this MGTOW commune thing, that is something I'm going to develop as an idea. And
oh, Jesus. Sorry. Hold on. I gotta fucking stop this shit. Good Lord almighty. God damn. I was going to try to subscribe. I didn't. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
What's going on here? Are you not all subscribers to my channel?
Well, I am now.
Wow, that looks bright, dude.
I'm a subscriber. I'm a subscriber. So
I am.
Well, hell sure yeah. Fucking.
There's many guys that never heard of myself, many guys that haven't heard of us here, but I'm sure once we start networking, as we are right now, this idea is going to go. It's going to go good. I mean, it really sounds good. I'm happy to be a part of it as well.
I mean, seriously, we have just finally are beginning to go and move away from the whole just random people going and posting things on YouTube to actually becoming a community.
Well, that's the community element that's very important. Hell yeah. Honestly, everyone here, I had my reservations about what the whole fucking MGTOW was once I heard about it, like about a month or so ago. I didn't even know what the fuck anything of that was all about. I was thinking I was on my own about this. And I thought, what? Other dudes are like, what the fuck I've been going through? I mean, you fucking know. Yeah, not sure. You and I had that conversation where like, before I blacked out and fucking totally passed out on your ass. Sorry about that, by the way. But nevertheless, though, yeah, man, shit fucking happens. And that's the thing. It's not going to be a fucking sky's the falling kind of incident. It's like, hey, man, that's what it is. Anyway, regardless, yeah. I went to that MGTOW website. I fucking signed on like yesterday or the day or before or whatever the hell it was. It's like, dude, I read the whole fucking glossary. I was like going, check, yes, that's me. Check, yes, holy fuck, what the hell? It's like a fucking goddamn mirror image of my goddamn life. It's like I'm thinking, why the hell not, man? This is like a way to be fucking some kind of like cohesion, you know? We gotta like have some unification for as a form of a community in order to, you know, build up a fucking wavelength for the rest of the goddamn world to understand. Fuck, why the hell not?
Yeah, I've been fucked. I don't want to get fucked.
I am glad to hear you are fully on board, man.
Thank you, buddy. You're not entirely to blame about that, but you're mostly.
No. I'm sure about that.
You're a motherfucker.
I'm just saying.
You were there, man. Yeah. Whatever.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're on board.
You know, the whole fucking element of the whole matter, man. We got to talk about each other for the rest of our fucking lives to try to say, hey, how are we going to set the shit straight, you know? We got to, I don't even know if we can, honestly, but what we can do is, like, you know, we can look toward each other and we can see what we can do to better the future. And I think that's one of the best things we can think about.
All right, look at it this way. Our current present is the result of conversations exactly like this 50 fucking years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so...
Before Gloria Steinem and all else fucking hairless cunts fucking ran the goddamn run.
Yeah, I mean, that was 50 years ago. They were using commie tactics, alright?
No shit.
Okay, well, we know what those tactics are, but more than that, we have studied them and we know why they work. All right, so let's employ that knowledge.
Very important to do. One thing I have to say. Oh, yeah.
In the life raft.
I'm listening, Donald.
We can't save the ship. At least we can all be in good company when we're chilling in the life raft together.
Yeah.
Feminists have already put it in the ground.
I mean, that right there is something also that's really important. That I always laugh at a lot of these people. Well, if there's a collapse coming, I want to go and grab up all of the toilet papers. and I'm laughing because the first place I'm going is the fucking library.
The fuck can take all the toilet paper, motherfuckers. I'm taking it all. I'm gonna sell it to you, fucking poor bastards who have to fucking got the shits and hey man, you got $5 for a roll. There you go.
Because the Empire's collapse doesn't mean we gotta go to the Dark Ages.
Hey man, you gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, you got the fucking sugar babies, man. We're selling toilet paper. I mean, what's the fucking big deal?
Hey, shit, probably buy you 3 wives, man.
Oh my god. Wow.
Fucker, spit my beer out. Oh shit, that's fucking hell yeah.
Yeah.
3 wives, shit. Oh, Yemen paper.
I got water, you know what you're drinking first? Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, all right, does anyone else here agree that the doctor over in Japan is effectively a hero?
Which one?
The guy going on the women cars.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
All right, this guy is... here, you go ahead. I'm a stuttering fool at the moment.
The guy, Raising Golden Eagle, was discussing this specific doctor that in Japan said, you know what, I know this states that this is only a women's only train, but I'm going on board of this train. And he did go on board, and he filmed how the females on board of that train reacted. One of these females was just screaming her head off, and for me, I put a comment up on that video sounding like the Wicked Witch of the West. But Yeah, maybe he was a hero. I mean, it's good what he's done. He's exposing some of the toxicity of Japan's females, I suppose.
Hey, he's going and putting on display the reason to go herbivore.
Yeah, yeah.
I like sushi, but Jesus Christ, there are limits.
Yeah, I'm all for that. There can't be a male space, there can't be a female space.
Except, dude, I am not kidding. It sounded as though someone was skinning a cat alive.
What, in Japan, is that an unusual sound to hear? Jesus Christ. See all those fuckers tromping around in fucking Tokyo downtown.
Dude, you have... Give me a second. I'm gonna go and pull it up. You've got to listen to this, dude.
Okay, I'll try to stay sober enough to observe it. Go for it.
Alright, here we go. Paste.
It's weird. You know, I have, fucking,
too much fun.
Fucking not sure, and we had a one-on-one, like when I first met him, I was fucking drunk off my ass even more than now, and I'm moving myself toward that direction anyway, nevertheless. I told him, that the empathic element of a male in the world of a woman is very fucking goddamn, they regard that shit as being extremely hostile. They take offense of that, because you can tell as a man the things that they're thinking about, or the anticipations that they're going to do in order to manipulate a man, in order to take hold or control a situation. And if you're empathic, you fucking see that shit a fucking mile away, 2 looks away. And you look at them and like go, oh no, that's not going to work. Well, guess how long a relationship, quote unquote, a relationship like that is going to last. Yeah. Good for that shit. But I'm thinking, still, maybe there's something to being an empath or having that intuitive sense. Got that link. I'm going to check it out now. Maybe there's something to that where you can take the woman's fucking moxie and all that shit that they think they've built up over the years and say, okay, let's see where that goes. Let's see how far that stretches. And we'll put that to the fucking test. Because chances are likely they couldn't fucking hold water for shit. Oh, Raging Golden Eagle! Yes! Okay.
Dude, listen to this woman.
I'm fucking muting this shit so I can watch the fucking vid first.
No, dude, no. Listen to it. Come on.
No? Is everyone gonna hear it or what? Okay, fine. Hold on. Okay. Hold on, sorry about that. I just fucked shit up.
I just want to hear his response.
No, Jesus. Oh, hell no. You have to turn the sound down? Why the hell not? Prison.
You hadn't seen that yet. Wow.
Just got piss out a window.
Have you gotten past the shrieking yet?
Nah, almost here. We got it. 2:23. Okay, here we go. It's like a roller coaster. Come on. Click, 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 click. Fuck yeah, I just subscribed to this son of a bitch.
He has a whole bunch of videos of him going onto a bunch of these different trains.
Yeah.
So tell me,
Fuck yeah. Where's
the
this
doctor there? Is he a hero?
I'm going up there. I'm gonna say, oh yeah, I just saw you fucking share it. I'm gonna share this shit too.
Hey man, this is and they wonder why their men don't want anything to do with them. I mean, really?
Yeah, they were saying like some, 1.1 fertility rate. They're losing. Like 20 years from now, 30 years, they're going to be down a third or a quarter of their population.
Yeah.
Japs are done for. I mean, they've already dropped below that fucking population line, so they're done.
Not quite. If they can convince all of the Japanese descendants over in South America to come back, that brings back a lot of horny Japs, dude.
Well, how many fuckers how many went to Brazil? Was that like you're talking like millions or what?
I think it was like 3.5 million, dude.
What? No. Holy
Yeah, it
Jesus.
was.
I was like
Oh yeah.
30 or 40 dudes went out there and like, hey,
No.
go to Brazil. No. What? Wow. Okay.
No. What happened was that the economy just tanked, and there was work as farmhands in South America, so they.
I don't think that's going to help out their population, though, because could you go from banging a different Brazilian whore every night to shacking up with a cunt from your own culture?
See, that's the thing, though. What I think that they're wanting to do is they're just wanting to go and bring back that raw raw sexual energy to try and infuse that back into the culture. I don't know if they're
right. That's a Jap culture, man. They want to fucking exist. They want to have a taste of. Yeah, they do. They bring it back and they try to think that they can collect a reflection based on their own experiences with their fucking Shinto shit, their vibrations and energy patterns and magical crystals and stuff. It's like, okay, good luck with that and your special magic rice.
Right, except right now Korea is freaked the hell out. In case no one else has noticed, Korea is right now trying to over-sexualize all of their females in an attempt to try and prevent the men from going the way of the Japanese.
Well, Koreans are over. You think the Japanese are overworked? Fucking the Koreans, South Koreans, my God Almighty. You think they don't fucking work 18 hours a day and let's go Sansei, let's go fucking roll in the bed. Kimchi in your mouth. It's like, I don't think so. I'm gonna fucking pass out for 3.5 hours before I have to go run another 18-hour shift in order to fucking pay for your goddamn makeup and your goddamn whatever, who maybe child support or maybe not, or whatever, or your ancient grandma or your second aunt half removed from the Third Empire of goddamn whatever the fuck it is.
Nice rant, man.
Sorry, buddy. I was trying to get
No,
more.
no, seriously, good job.
All right, thanks, man.
I go and look at at Southeast Asia. All right,
Yeah.
their economy is slowly getting better, and as it's getting better, guess what? They're having more kids, and the same
Yes.
thing is happening in Africa right now. I mean, Kenya is becoming the tech capital of the entire continent.
Africa,
It's
yeah.
freaking wicked. And South America, especially anyone with any large association with Brazil in South America is going to be boom time for like the next 50, 60 years.
Oh, exactly.
So, man, so we can actually go and look at this. We can go and use with the options we have available. We can go and get a pilot's license by going and signing up with the Civil Air Patrol, and they pay for it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can go and use these things to gain all the skills that we can have to go and set up our own network. Go and turn it into our own version of the first foundation. Isaac Asimov, or am I the only one who reads Isaac Asimov?
Foundation and Empire, yes. The whole goddamn sequence of it all is like totally playing itself out right now. I mean,
Yes,
anybody
it is.
yeah, it is. I mean, you know that.
And
I mean,
right now it's the beginning of psychohistory.
Well, it's like, shit, man, we're fucking ground goddamn zero. Asimov would be like going, holy fuck, really? I wrote this shit fucking, I was just screwing around. You guys fucking took this shit seriously? Goddamn quantum computers and shit. Fuck you. Asimov would not be happy. I don't think so.
Dude.
Asimov wrote that shit to be a fucking warning against becoming those things that we are.
Except now we have to go and set up
Head on.
the foundation to carry on tech and knowledge development and to further culture.
Yeah.
That is the first foundation, and the second foundation is to guide them along their way to a more unified and peaceful galaxy.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, now talk about a rant. Jesus Christ, that was beautiful. You know, okay. Beyond that, you know, I was talking about the Beartooth Foundation, which I fucking set up. I'm thinking, man, people are taking that shit seriously. People are like asking me serious questions. I'm thinking, dude, it's a fucking parody. It's goddamn sarcasm. It's a fucking sardonic interplay against the fucking collapsing structure of our popular society. And people are like going, oh, does that mean it's, you know, is it important for people to understand? Well, yeah, it's important for you to understand, but not on quite the fucking level that you think it is. God, stupid fucking people. And these are Americans. I'm sorry, but I haven't even broached. I mean, I've got like a few Russians, a few Chinese, a few Japanese who've like looked at it, and they've asked, and they're like, "What is this all about?" And I'm thinking, it's a fucking illusion, man. It's a goddamn Maya. It's a goddamn fucking travesty of fucking the existence of what we have here and there. And what it is merely a reflection of the fucking comic relief that we hope to present you with, because that's all there is. It's either comedy or there's tragedy. What would you want to do? You want to laugh or do you want to cry? You got a yes or no. It's black and white.
I'd rather get drunk.
Hell yeah. And you can do the both at the same time if you get really drunk.
I mean, come on. See, we can go and set up our own breweries. We can go and make our own whiskeys. I mean, hell, we could actually go and legally go and get licensed to brew and make moonshine.
That sounds good.
I mean, as our own separate communal entity, as our own corporation, as our own company,
Yes.
We can go and generate as much profit as we can. We can go and benefit, but guess what? That is the company property. I don't actually own shit.
Right. It's the property of the estate. Individuals don't own that.
Yeah, and as long as we go and donate enough product and material, we can actually go and be classified as a nonprofit. So. What? If we go and we're able to go and donate enough tech to go and start up another company, just another unit like we have, that is donating. But that's donating to an entirely new company, an entirely new project. We just become incorporated at a later date. What?
I have to draw you out some silence because I gotta check out these fucking texts. I do apologize, but it looks like there's a bunch of discourse going on here. I gotta figure out what's going on. It's like Donald's upset about something. I gotta figure out what's up with him.
I'm not upset.
You okay?
There's a lot going on in the chat room, but yeah, I can't really read it from here. It's all on my living room TV. I'm too blind for that shit.
That's right. You can still hear, right? So you can understand halfway what's going on with the discourse. But have you seen the text?
Yeah, on the video feed, I just don't. I just can't read the text.
Oh, the text is a long string of stuff, man. That's what I'm thinking about because I got conversation between who's Mr. Hemi 4-Speed. I gotta figure that out because I don't know who that dude. Mr. Hemi, you are a prolific fucking texter. Okay, I'm gonna follow your ass because it's worthwhile regardless. And so there you go.
Not pretty alright in text, man. I don't think I can hang with that.
That's the thing, man. Some people write some people think at the speed of thought. Other people figure it out along the way in bumps and grinds. And god damn it, I wish I still fucking text all the time. I hate fucking talking.
I never had really never really had gotten into the whole text thing. I didn't really see much of a point of it when it was still new, so I never bothered. And now I look at everything. I'm going, wow, I feel like a damn grandpa.
People just take it for granted because they don't know the momentum, they don't know the angle. I mean, it all takes on a whole different feel,
Yeah, I'm too slow for any of that. I don't know. I'm brain damaged, so I'm a little bit slower when it comes to
No, you talk about brain damage, motherfucker. I got a fucking head wound. You tell me about yours, and you show me yours, I'll show you mine.
Yeah, that could be kind of fun. Yeah, I got chemical poisoning.
Yeah, penetration.
Everything that's older than 3 days ago or newer than 2007 is just kind of missing. I mean, it got kind of shitty when I was thinking about it with my kids, man. I couldn't, if somebody was to take me in a time capsule or time machine, take me back a year and tell me to go pick up my son from school, I wouldn't be able to tell you which one it was.
Wow, that's fucking serious shit, man. Much more than mine. I do apologize for any disrespect I might have thrown at you, man.
You're all good, man. I had to relearn how to use my legs and all kinds of fun stuff, but I'm good with it now. It is what it is.
And I imagine those goddamn neurologists were like going, oh, you're a miracle. Oh, you're wondrously to be alive. And, oh, aren't you so gracious? Shouldn't you be so fucking blessed to... Shouldn't you feel blessed to be alive? It's like,
We're completely hands off. Since it was government, we don't want to admit we did this to you thing. You're crazy. If you sign that you're crazy and it's all in your head, we give you compensation. If you want to treatment, fuck. So I was like, yeah, nuts, dude.
Put the X on.
Went with it, and then paid my own neurologist on the outside to figure out what the fuck was really going on.
Yeah, I got you, man. You're a fucking X86, and If I got fucking not ghosted, I would have probably been the same.
Yeah,
So-
the military, that was kind of my two offers there. Was like, we can either treat you or we can compensate. I was like, yeah, I got like 3 kids, dude, and I kind of need to keep the insurance, so I'll take the retired. You can
There you
retire
go. Well, that's the thing. You know, they put you in that fucking corral and they say, hey, guess what? We're going to fucking hold you by the string, you know? And I've
Yeah.
seen that happen so many times. Holy fuck.
up Shit Creek and to get help from neurology, or yeah, I could just take the money and run, which worked out better because my private paid neurologist was way better than the army idiots that were doing it.
Envy us.
Yeah, man. Donald, man, you are not fucking alone. I've been through some shit too, and I would love to speak with you more about some shit in detail about that, because honestly, I have not run into folks who, like, with fucking head wounds and shit. Just take a look at my goddamn picture, my fucking profile. You'll see my fucking little gash, man. It's like a fucking goozer. Little goddamn fuckers, man. I fucking pulled a goddamn shank out of my fucking head like that, man. It was like fucking great because it was a shard of a fucking axe that I broke off from some motherfucker who we weren't even fucking in combat. We were fucking throwing some goddamn axe fucking deal. Anyway, yeah, long story short, we were being stupid. Yeah. I broke the fucker off because it was so goddamn cold and like it stayed in there. It's like, goddamn, man. It's like, but of course, you know, still the same.
Yeah, most of my therapy and stuff I went through was like TBI and stuff. It was who they kind of grouped me in with the military side. And I ended up just working on my own with neurology after that. But while I was in, and they admitted that it was neurological problems, I was doing like all the stuff with the TBI guys and learning how to use my leg and all kinds of cool stuff. And then, yeah, all of a sudden they came in, they were like, oh no, you're out of here, you're referred to psych. I was like, whatever, dude.
Really? Okay.
Right?
Oh, man.
Yeah, when they were like, you're getting fully retired, you get all your benefits, I was like, all right, you guys could send me to proctology, I don't give a fuck. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, little did I realize, little did I know, I was like fucking down on it. You know, I was like, I was done. And then my buddy fucking threw it at me. It's like, okay, he was still on it. That was good.
Yeah, that shit sucks, man. Brain injuries are not fun at all. Not even a little bit. It's like all the worst parts of like fucking being a druggie minus all the fun parts.
Well, you know, instantly get processed. Like you're in a fucking goddamn cannery or something, and they throw you through the machine. Doesn't matter if it's an automated system or not. It's like they like paperwork and the red tape. They wrap you up and they say, "Oh, this and that and that and this and this and this and this." It's like, no, that's not exactly what occurred. I try to explain everything to them, but they, oh no, because apparently the locals could obtain and acquire the maximum profits for the exchange. They thought, hey, it's a market deal. Let's do this. And it's done deal.
Yeah, they tell you exactly what your deal is and how it's going to
you
work.
have no control over it. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
So, you know, oh, we've seen it before, we've done it before. It's like, oh, really? You've seen a broken fucking tip of a fucking fire axe head embedded in the fucking side of a fucking dude's head. Okay, explain to me exactly how many times you've seen that occur in anyone's life. Yeah, and anyone's, you know, come on.
Yeah, it's like they see it all the time. Like, yeah,
and they say, oh, you're being, you know, then they'll say, oh, you're being, you know, resistant or and shit like that. And they fucking throw out the tasers and all that shit because you don't like to be fucking handcuffed. Because especially when you like to fucking rip out the fucking whatever. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's normal, and you should behave accordingly to what you're supposed to.
Exactly, and I exactly did as I was trained. So, therefore, they can go fuck themselves, and if they need to fucking understand how to retrain themselves, then, well, that's not my problem.
Yeah, being in the military, when I started getting weirded out, when the brain damage was kicking in and everything, and I was, you know, pure fucking nerves and everything, yeah, at least it was nice, because that was at the point with, like, Walter Reed, like, realizing that they fucked a whole bunch of us up and everything, so they're much more understanding than they could have been to the whole thing. Like, I'm just being exactly what you made me.
Yeah.
Like, the last shit I remember is your training to me. And so if I start acting fucked up or something, like, it's kind of on you. You made this. Like, I didn't make this happen. I didn't pick any part of it.
Wasn't
It's
your
not the shit
choice.
I signed up for. But yeah, the system is kind of whack, man. I don't know. I got a decent deal out of it. And yeah, I kind of took the offer they gave and was like, yeah, I'll take that. But I ain't gonna fight you guys on it because, you know, I'm already set up to lose. I can either take something or get nothing.
The only thing I got out of it was a fucking ghostwrite, which means that all I have to do is to say that I'm just looking after my dad, a Korean veteran, Korean War veteran, and just doing some in-home care health for him. And in the meantime, I have to stay away from the bars because the fucking local cops don't know who the fuck I am because I don't go there. And every time I do, I usually get tased or whatever, and that doesn't work well because I wind up removing their fucking, dislocating their limbs from their fucking whatever, you know. So, and they're like, what the fuck? It's like, hey, I'm sorry. It's just what I do, you know, you're gonna do something to me. And so
Right.
I just got that fucking protocol. It's amazing how many times I have been tased and or maced in my hometown without being arrested. How about that?
Yeah, avoid public settings just for that. 'Cause
Yes,
I know,
avoid
like,
public settings, indeed.
and it's not going to end well for this guy in the grand scheme of things, so I just kind of try to stay away. I know that they're not going to listen to, yeah, I got problems, like, just chill out for a second, I'll be cool, everything will be fine. No. That ain't the way it's set up to work. The fucking white knights with their badges are going to flip out because they're just looking for somebody to tool up. And I don't really want to be that dude.
No, man, you don't need to be, and nobody does. Nobody does.
Like, yeah, I'm shaking like a crackhead because that's what I do. That's the only, if I've been standing for more than 30 minutes, that's what happens. Then, yeah, you guys come fuck with me, and I'll be combative because I've been trained to combat anybody that attacks me.
Exactly. And Donald, how can you explain that to anybody who doesn't know what the fuck that means? I mean, you can't even begin to fucking spell it out to them and say, hey, guess what? Step A through step Z within 5 minutes or less. It's like, what? Oh, good luck. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
My best bet's just to stay the fuck away from social settings, and pretty much anybody who wants to deal with me comes to my house and does it. And usually that's because they know somebody I know and they gave them the rundown, like, yeah, this dude's got this going on. And don't trigger him or he'll choke you. Like, that's just going to happen. And I get on better that way. I mean, I'm kind of an introvert anyway, so it works pretty all right that way.
Yeah, that works well enough, I suppose. I'm avoiding myself and stuff. But you know what, though? You know, thanks a lot for showing up here. You know, it's like I wouldn't have known you. I wouldn't have met you until otherwise. And I'm really glad I knew you because, you know, it's like it makes me feel less like I'm alone out in the world because I've known some dude who's got some fucking head trauma like me, you know? It's like, Jesus, how the fucking can you... what the fuck are the odds of that, you know?
Right? I know that shit, it makes life weird. I can't say it's just terrible because of it, but it's definitely a lot fucking different. You gotta
Yeah, weird is the fucking key with the capital W. Fuck up.
Yeah, I gotta say, shit in your day-to-day life is just not normal. Things that should be easy aren't always easy. Something you did yesterday that worked, like you try it the next day and it might not. Like you just don't get shit sometimes. But
Yeah.
It's better than not fucking air, I guess. But
Well,
but
man,
yeah,
you're not alone. I'm glad that you're here because it's like I don't feel less alone now too, or I feel less alone now because that's good.
I'm glad I got my shit signed on here and figured out how to work this Google Plus crap on my TV. And yeah, anytime anybody ever wants to hit me up, they're more than welcome to.
Good, thanks.
It's Donald A. Bolin at Gmail or Punktack at Gmail. That's my business name. So any of those ones always work, and hopefully I'll be putting out some content here.
Sounds good. Thank you.
been slowly working my way into it. Been doing some writing for John the Other Canadian Cock and stuff, and hopefully I can get to where I can start busting out some YouTube videos too.
That's good. You know, I've got a place out there in the Second World Life, you know, a gallery and a fucking place for people just like you, man. Throw your shit on the wall, man, anonymously. I'm talking about like placards and fucking framed out and all sorts of fucking glorious shit for people to see. You know, we were talking about like the statements and the perspectives and the visions of people who've actually been there. Most people who are fucking laybys, you know, they don't know a goddamn thing. What the fuck do they know? I mean, just throw it up there in the walls, man. It's like, I throw that stuff out there for my buds. Listen, I support Wounded Warrior Project, Doctors Without Borders, all that bullshit. But mainly, like, because I love to help people. And that's the thing what it is. It's like, especially Wounded Warriors, man. Fucking, unless, honestly, those fuckers who are fucking crushed, the fuckers who are debilitated, who have like a 30-40% mental capacity, it's like they understand that. They can see, they can understand that it's not about just them. It's about their family. It's about their fucking wives who are dedicated to them. They're the ones who fucking like leave, and if they do, those are the fucking cunts I fucking hunt like a goddamn wolf.
Yeah, I mean that shit it's terrible. I mean that kind of led to the end of my marriage was I couldn't provide like I did when I was, you know, ranking in the Navy. You know, I got out and got the disability, everything was cut in fucking half, and yeah, like you need to man up and get more. That's how I came across MGTOW. Was like looking it up, like how the fuck can I man up? Like I could barely fucking function. And came across those and was like, holy shit. Like hold on, I've been getting fucked and snowed all along here. Like I shouldn't have to do shit except to sit there and be me.
Yeah.
I don't have to do all this shit. And luckily, like my ex was, you know, she was turning kind of MRA at that point and stuff, and
oh man,
thought it was like, yeah, I kind of see, like, you know, every argument would be like, you need to man up, be sheer emotion, like you need to man up, you need to do better, and then like today,
oh, that's
I'm sorry to act that way, and holy shit, I was like,
oh man, oh fuck that, man.
Yeah, maybe we could bust out like the sympathy divorce and everything. She was like, yeah, we probably need to split up. Like, we probably don't need to be doing this. I was like, I got to keep my house. All my income's mine. I don't have to. The most I pay is travel expenses to get the kids back and forth because I get paid for them as dependents. I was like, yeah, I can. They're what I get for dependent pay. More than that, I will get back and forth, and we will part ways merrily and not fucking choke each other.
Yeah, no kidding. God damn it, man.
So, I mean, I got kind of a lucky break in the whole breakup that I got, you know, Vince Wright's chick that was like, yeah, dudes have been getting screwed all along, and there's no way I'm going to take your kids away from you because they're your kids as much as they're mine. So I kind of got the lucky break on that one, and yeah, it's, you know, it's worked out. It's all good. Now I've got plenty of, you know, copious amounts of time to hang out in the Manosphere and fuck off and try to figure out who's been drinking all my whiskey.
And who has been drinking all of your whiskey, sir, after your Sherlock investigations have revealed a full road process?
Last time I checked, there's some fucking bald guy with a funny goatee and a handlebar mustache sticking in my house every night.
No, it couldn't possibly be anybody we know of. No. A complete stranger, obviously a transient who has drifted across the wayside, yes.
Yeah, some bastard's been sneaking in here stealing that stuff. Looks a lot like...
Yeah, motherfucker. Happens to everyone, man.
Now I'm just kind of...
For example, I don't understand why I'm drinking from two fists or from two hands right now, but I am, and I have no explanation, and I cannot understand why somebody would have inserted another cannon to my offhand. But there you go.
It is Saturday morning on a MGTOW podcast.
Absolutely, and that's the way it goes because that is the way it should be.
I don't know what the left one's doing. It just does that. down my throat. The right one's the only one that's doing it intentionally.
That's
I have no
right.
control of the left side anymore.
Look at who the hell is passed out and who's not right now. It's like all's done, and I'm looking at whoever Menden is. He's like just a giant green M, and like Mr. Emmy is like a giant generic sign too. So yeah, we're all here though.
No, Mind is still up. He just turned his mic back on.
Yeah, I've been
Oh,
listening.
EQ is great. Oh, I see that right there. Oh man, I'm bad with that text fucking references. Sorry
Yeah.
about that. Horrible.
So Paul is passed out. This tends to happen usually about twice a day.
Twice. Like what? Like between now and what? Like at 3 or 4 p.m. or so? Or?
He is British who drinks so much he became a Scot.
It's his tea time. So the Scots go through their whole different version of a siesta. Understandable.
I'm guessing Universal checked out, and that sucks. I kind of wanted to say hey to that guy and let him know that, my cousin and other dudes I know with kids that are going through divorces or been through them, I actually refer them to a lot of Universal stuff. Let my cousin know that, like, his daughter's not with him, his son was with him full time. Because, his ex went to the fucking DV shelter because, he yelled at her for cheating on him.
Oh.
And yeah, they embraced the 13-year-old girl like it was their fucking J.O.B.
Oh, absolutely they would. You're damn right they would.
He got thrown out to the wolves, so he moved back in with his old man. And I was like, dude, if you want to talk to your daughter, like, make the videos. And I took it all straight from, Universal, the way he was showing, I make videos, put them aside. If they see them, they see them. If they don't, then they can get to them later. They're there. And I've been referring him to a lot of that stuff. Like, hey, here's how you deal with this shit, man. Like anything but, like, eating the barrel of a gun. Like, just fucking you work it out and come out on the back half all right. Maybe not fully all right, but fucking better than you are now. Try to help him out. I don't know. Try to help out any dude I can see that's in that situation.
No, shit, man, that sounds good. I don't, honestly, I don't apply to that. I was just writing about a fucking text message. I wouldn't know what to do with a vaporizer if I saw one. And
vaporizer, don't put the vaporizer in the grill.
I don't know, man. I have the philosophy of what it means and what it does, but
all it does is heat it up. You go, you have different types of vaporizers actually.
But it heats up the oils. He heats up the oil and it fucking produces a fucking like a steam ejaculation for the vapor. But it fucking
actually, as what is the heat goes and cracks the outer casing of this little tower of hardened resin, and inside of it is the oils. And what happens that first it cracks that open, and then it heats up and it boils it off, all the chemicals that were inside, and then you inhale all of that.
Yeah.
And it's actually burning, combusting the material, which still allows certain carcinogens to be produced. Although
oh my god, like a certain carcinogen.
Oh, is that like the vape kit, the oil vapes, like the cigarette vaporizers? I was thinking weed vaporizers, man. I had like the full one that you could put buds into and do it that way, like the vape pins. But I was thinking like the big bud vaporizer. I fucking hated that thing because like I kind of like the whole smoking experience. I grow my own in the garden, so I felt like last year I got a pound and a half to last me until next harvest. So I kind of, and I was like, fuck, man, there's like, why would you want it to taste like plastic instead of, I mean, you get more for your money, but it tastes terrible, man. I could, I've got copious amounts. I could smoke 4 bowls instead and get just as high.
Not that I know anything about the hash oil or anything, but I do know that hash itself, the intensity of it in itself is a blinding fucking intensity compared to a regular fucking good bud. Like you're talking
Well,
about.
I don't know about that,
fucking-
man.
I'm talking about
growing. I was growing my own strain of G13 White Widow.
Oh,
I
White
got
Widow, nice. Yes, I know White. I know the Widow. I
got
know
the
the Widow.
strain. I got the strain from if you're interested, I got the strain off of Mr. Nice Seed. They're based out of Amsterdam. Really good. It actually won the Cannabis Cup. I actually had it tested over in Ann Arbor. I had 30% THC in that thing, and I was
can DNA test that shit. It's proven too.
Indica? That is sativa.
My landlord,
dude, it's a hybrid. It
is. It's wicked.
Wait. Except it's actually heavy on the sativa because it gives you energy. You actually have the energy. You have this high, and as you're walking around, like you're floating, dude.
Yeah, mine's pure Durban.
It is
got that right. It's true. Very true.
And I'm kind of thinking about going to an indica next year instead of doing like this one is a free plant. Like my buddy had a mother plant give it to me. He does professionally here for the dispensaries. So he gave me a mother plant, and I did pure fucking sativa, which is not nearly couch locked enough for my liking. I like to get the full sink into my couch surroundings, and mine I harvest it early, so it's like straight fucking THC. Good heady high, but I kind of like to pass the fuck out on it too.
Man, that's good because the natural is like really where it's at in so many ways, especially when you want to balance it out. You got your goddamn fucking Widow. Oh, Jesus Christ. My landlord fucking in Alaska, he had been a hash bartender for 5.5 years. He knew his seeds. He knew his strains. He educated me on so many goddamn levels that I didn't even know what the fuck to think about. And, yeah, he talked about that shit. And the idea that if you stick that shit into a sun-enriched...
Holy shit, dude. They don't sell my strain any. I have the last seed.
That's awesome.
I have the last seed.
I'm talking about like 20 years ago, man. I'm talking like 20, 25 years almost. Yeah, you got the last seed. If you got it recently, it's done. It's fucking capped off. And they do that for a purpose so they can crossbreed and find a more intense and more powerful strain. You know that, of course. You got the last one. Good for fucking you.
I think because because the issue was that this strain is almost impossible to grow.
Yeah.
Everyone else who had tried to grow it, it always dies at around the third week because it is very, very touchy.
Yeah, 12, and you do the fucking high nitro at first for the first 6 weeks, and then
except you have to be careful. You have to rinse it off for twice a day. It is very touchy to salt.
This is hydro fucking goddamn clones.
That's why my poison works.
This is from seed. This is from seed. This is how touchy it is. But as soon as you get it past that time period, as soon as you get it to like 5 weeks or so, it can't die.
Yeah.
That is the trick. You actually have to get it to that point. And then in order to go and kick it up that extra bit, right? You go over to the pet shop and you get some freaking lizard lights. Why? Because it generates UVB radiation. Those little resin towers, right, are the plant's natural defense from UVB radiation. And those little towers is what actually holds all the THC. So the more towers you have, the more THC you have.
Yep. Nice. Done your research, buddy. That's good.
That's awesome. Yeah, my boy I got mine from, that's why he gave me the Durban plant, was he knew I wasn't like really trying to do an indoor grow room and everything like he did in aquaponics and stuff. Mine got thrown out between the potatoes and the tomatoes in the garden. and got water and made 1.5 pounds of buds. And it seemed to be all right. I had to cut off all the dudes I was giving it away to because they were selling it. So I was like, dude, you guys are kind of cutting into my stash. And like, I was hooking you up for shit to smoke, not shit to sell. Right? Like, it's legal here. If people want to buy it, they can go buy it from the dispensary. It is kind of nice being legal. That way I can have a big bud plant growing in my garden and nobody says anything. Even like my grandma stopped and by. It's like, oh, that's such a pretty plant. Like, yeah, it's marijuana. She was like, oh, that's awesome. It's very pretty. I've never seen a marijuana plant.
Yeah, except the thing is that for me, I need it to be medical, not legal. All right.
Yeah.
For me, that is where I need it to be in order to be able to go and proceed with certain parts of my plan.
Well, it's funny too because that is totally taken the shape in Colorado and Washington State and any other state where there's a medical aspect involved with the cultivation and the refinement of the enhancement, as they say.
Right, because it's listed as medical, that already gives it that additional incentive to be more potent.
Well, exactly. And the medical. Oh my God! Have you ever had those blueberry bombers from fucking Los Angeles? Those fucking downtowners from the fucking script. Those bombers are. Oh, I don't know.
That's the reason why I was happy it was legal here and I could grow my own, because like I use it for medical reasons. Like mine is a terrible strain for it. I need an indica with the brain damage. But yeah, I got out of the Navy with brain damage and was thinking weed was what it was 12 years ago when I went in the Navy. Got back, and since it was all legal here and everybody like mastered it and got it potent as fuck, man, I remember coming up from my office like looking at my kids like, whose fucking kids are these? What house am I in? Where the fuck am I at? It turns out, yeah, it's got a little more potent than my brain damage ass can handle.
Yeah.
Right, except, see, for me...
I to be able to grow my own and be able to throttle it back a little bit.
See, I need it to be medical. I am about 2.5 months away from going and picking up another apartment, right? Specifically for growing. And I figured out a way to actually fit about 200 plants in here.
Holy shit.
Well, that's possible. Man, you go vertical and shit. You can stick anything you want up those goddamn verticals. Caves, man. The giant painting behind you could hold like fucking 20 plants.
The vertical grow systems are pretty fucking cool.
They are, except they are also limited in certain things. One of them is that as they're growing, right? They're kind of cockeyed, so as they grow up, the outside going in shading. In order to fix that, okay, you go and get T12 fluorescent tubes. Why?
Yeah.
Because these do not actually get hot enough to burn the plants. The CFLs will burn the plant, but the tubes do not get hot enough. So it can be right on there. This isn't your
Jesus,
primary
man, that's like the Southwest shit, man. That's good.
What?
No, you do that in the Southwest, that's good. Like, because the climates where they fucking the burn of the midday, fucking hit that fucking wave out there in the fucking air in about 3 p.m. in the fucking Arizona heat. Oh man, nothing lives.
Dude, T5 still get too hot and will burn the plant, dude. Yeah. I agree as far as the T5 as a possible source as a primary, but honestly, I prefer LEDs because I can dial that in
man,
as precisely as I want.
I was waiting for that because LED is it. I got the red and the blue ready to go, man.
Dude,
I've got
starters. I'm telling you, dude, starters. Build your own. Those are not dialed in. those are not dialed in. You can actually go online and go and buy packets of the right right LEDs in the right spectrum, and you can go and find this by going and ripping apart the core bill. There are charts online right now.
Fuck, man, not sure I'm gonna talk about it. Okay, I'm gonna build my own. You know, I'm gonna fucking figure it out with you too. Okay, if that's all right. I'm gonna I mean, I've got a constrained fucking area in which to deploy the fucking light source, and I've got to have a fucking specific range, and yeah, that'll work good.
It's something that's like actually doable. It's not ridiculous hard to build your own LED.
Oh no, it is not. The only thing you need is a drill, maybe a rivet gun. You don't even need that. Some epoxy at the very minimum. Some wires. The LEDs themselves you get off of eBay, dude.
Yeah, man. Get the fucking eBay shit off of fucking some goddamn chink shop out of fucking China, and you fucking have a fucking pile of it headed your way for
you can go to like Home Depot, you pick up a little piece of sheet metal, right? and that thing is beautiful. Why? That is also your heat sink.
Exactly. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a lot of this for my my greenhouse come winter time. Like summertime, the biggest thing I did it for was actually dialing it back. Because being in land of no fucking atmosphere, I had a problem with my plants getting scorched outside. So I was thinking, you know, the greenhouse is going to be kind of nice for being able to throttle back the amount of UV, and if need be, I can always put lights in and up it. But it's real hard to cut it down.
Donald, what kind of climate are you in?
LEDs and no penetration. Yes, they do. Except instead of going and getting the fucking one. All right, dude, you just bought a whole giant panel of 1 watt LED. As to what you want are 10 watt LEDs. These things can actually go and penetrate up to 2 millimeters of flesh.
Wow.
Some powerful shit.
I'm in Denver, and I'm just outside of Denver, so I'm like kind of high altitude. It's dry as fuck, and I have a big problem with like garden outdoors. Plants just getting cooked in it. Like it's either if I put them in the shade, it's too little fucking sunlight. If I put them out in the daytime heat from like the third 110 degree day in a row, that shit's just dead. It's trying to shade everything and keep it cut back. So I was thinking the greenhouse is kind of a nice addition to my yard out there. That kind of keeps everything right. And put on like go with the panels I was looking at are like 70% UV panels. They're kind of the cheapies at Home Depot and shit. Do those so light can get through, and if it's not enough, I can always up it by pumping more in. Do like a light system in there, either high pressure sodium or LEDs or something like that. And if it's too much, I could always throttle it the fuck back. Sort of like an indoor grow, but without having to spend near as much on a power bill.
Sounds good. I was just reading Forest Speeds, man. His comment on the whole deal about the fucking cold weather and the T5s being the most useful, which is very important.
He is right. The T5s will go and generate heat. You can also get these massive 300 watt CFLs for flowering.
To incinerate them completely if you know what you're doing.
No. You go and you hold it off of at least about 18 inches, as long as you go and line the entire area like tightly with Mylar. Mylar is one of the few things that actually will reflect UV light. Yeah. So you can actually get much more coverage with Mylar.
Yeah, it's better than the foil walls. Foil in the closet, everybody grows in high school. Hopes that they're plant buds.
Jesus Christ, there's so much to learn. It's like, good Lord, I just want to put the shit in the fucking ground and fucking like pray to the fuckers and make sure they fucking live.
Like I had
to fucking include any kind of goddamn special fucking specimens or incentives or whatever.
Dude, a weed factory could actually go and fund a MGTOW in a year.
No shit. God Lord Almighty. You fucking market that shit and break
Here,
it out to a Colorado connection where it's legal.
If I describe something to you, could you give me your honest opinion on it?
There you go. Fucking bring your fucking screen up in your fuzzy fucking blurry fucking screen with a scruffy fucking resemblance of a beard. Yeah. And a hat. We're in a hat. We're in a hat.
All right. Okay.
Something the red in the background.
Bob Marley.
Oh, dude, man. I would have thought that was like the first special, man.
No, dude, that's Marley, dude.
No, okay. It's Che, Tommy.
Che.
All right. Anyway. All right. We go to like the industrial complex, you know, where they all have storefronts up front and there are warehouses in the back, right? Then the warehouses are all interconnected with doors, right? Well, some of them. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Since there's a limit as to how many plants can actually reside in one property, these are 3 separate properties. Okay?
Within that particular area, yes.
Yeah. Now, in order to go and do this, there has to be a production line. Literally, it has to move on a track. All right? In order to create a weed factory, all you have to do is move it down this track at a specific speed in order to go and produce throughout its entire life cycle smoothly. This is easily attained just through, a laptop. Perhaps one of 1,000 pounds worth.
There's a lot of the dispensaries here actually work about like that.
Yeah.
A lot of the ones now, because they're required to grow like 80% of their own crop.
Yeah. And except by going and running this, we can actually go and harvest a minimum of 100 pounds a day because it would be continuous production. It wouldn't be moving shit around. It would be we go and put it on the track, and then we go and take it off the track.
And don't think about the bricking machinery usually used to include the newspaper fucking dimensions. You have to recalibrate them. Oh, mechanical processing, no trouble. What size and weight and length, width, height? How big do you want your bricks, sir? Yeah, hell yeah. It's just a fucking god. You're talking about every goddamn what used to be the fucking every goddamn newspaper in the goddamn country rolling out their fucking 2.5 ton rolls of pulp to every fucking community in the goddamn nation. Oh, what? USA Today? Did they take that over? Oh, I guess so. Darn it. What do they have that we don't?
Currently, they're allowed to speak out without the fear of getting droned.
Droned it out? Well, I'm already droned, man. Give me a break. Fucking spend the rest of my fucking life in fucking prison. It'd be like a goddamn vacation.
No. That right there is Gitmo, all right? Gitmo. You are describing the land of big screen TVs and Hollywood movies. And
don't make me laugh,
all right?
I'm gonna fucking choke again. Shit. Okay, gotcha. I hear you, man. It is. It's like the fairy princess paradise of the fucking Aussie world, It's like, god damn, really?
In the Caribbean, too.
Oh, in the Caribbean, no doubt. Oh, wonderful climate. You have good air, and you have good sun all year round. No doubt. 23 hours a day? What? Sunburn? How unfortunate for you.
My ass off at Michigan.
Oh, by the way, we will unleash 20 pounds of ice cubes upon you today and make you sit within them until they melt. How long do you think that will take? It's only
About
90 degrees
30
today.
minutes.
30 minutes, yeah. 30 minutes is like Chinese water torture. Hello.
Oh, come on. No, it ain't.
Oh, come on. You drop a fucking ice cube on a fucking dude on their head.
You know
Ice
damn
cube.
well
Ice
that
cube.
all of those Muslim nut jobs are sitting over there going and nipping themselves to high heaven.
They got nothing better to do. What do you think they do? Hell, if I was fucking... Oh, yeah. Yo, somebody's going to give me something? Someone's going to stimulate my fucking existence? Oh, yeah, hell yeah. I'm thinking
Come on. Oh, what the hell? They have more freedoms in Gitmo than any of us have. They can actually go speak out and protest against what is being done to them, and the guards there have to take it. If over here they go and do that in New York, and
good luck with that.
As a common courtesy, you go and pepper spray them a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
The prisoner, if it was somebody that they knew was taken or somebody they didn't. I mean, if it was somebody that like got noted that they were in there, they get to pull that shit off. If they don't,
I gotta go. Fucking drain a vein. I'll be right back.
But yeah, the dudes that if anybody knew they were actually in Gitmo, yeah, dude, they probably got more rights than any of us do sitting here right now bullshit. If they were one of the dudes that got raided in the middle of the night by the stick off dudes with the black hoods over their heads and have no idea where they're at, not so much.
And what is it? Like half of the people that have been gone and let go, we have found. Wait, a couple of them were found sneaking into the country at our southern border.
Yeah, dude, we are making fucking bad guys faster than we can fight them. It's all horse shit, man. That's why I got out and went full fucking anarchist, man. That shit is...
After all this, go and look up Dearborn, Michigan. Okay? Look up Dearborn, Michigan. That is like right over the hill.
Yeah, the fucking Saudi Arabia up there.
Dude, they actually have freaking Sharia courts in there, dude. I've seen them.
Devoid of actual police, like American fucking fascist police, we got, they pretty much get to do whatever the fuck they want. They pick the right spot.
Oh, it's not gonna be pretty. It really isn't, because to give you an idea as to what it's like around the area of Detroit, if you're north and northwest and northeast, you're just north, all right? You're generally liberal as hell, meaning none of them own guns.
Good idea in Detroit.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. Everyone south, well, we generally have 15 weapons per household.
Right? Because you're not fucking retarded.
No, well, and the reason being is that a lot of us here are descended from people from Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, Alabama. And we still just have a lot of those weapons, and we collect more, and it just builds up.
Wonder which side's going to fare better with all the collapse going on.
Well, let's see. I can generate my own power. I can create a fridge out of a couple clay pots and some sand. And it's not perfect, but it does go and keep it down to about 43 Fahrenheit.
That's not bad.
But yeah, it's actually an old Indian design from about 1,700 years ago. But yeah, I know how to go and build generators. I build solar panels. I build wind turbines out of 2-liter bottles.
Very cool.
A union or was a union electrician and electrical engineer. I can no longer do that as a result of my divorce and ensuing enslavement. I miss my old job.
Right.
But when you're told that you have to pay out 65% of your income just in child support, and then there's alimony, and then palimony, and then taxes, you got to pay out about 120 to 130% of your income.
What about tax exempt fucking shit like, you know, fucking charitable community fucking efforts where you don't have to report the income as though it was profit because it's not profit to you?
Well, see, that is where the corporation comes in. All right? And this is where the weed factory comes in.
Oh,
now,
God.
you want to go and talk about maintenance and all that. Yes, I understand those are concerns. But I have already built this damn thing.
Yeah.
All right? That's the thing. I have already built it.
Well, so you know how to build it, and they contain the property rights for the knowledge of you to replicate it.
That is what I'm doing right now. I am currently in the process of saving $1,200 a month in the interest of acquiring an actual facility that I control.
Ah, good. Fuck yeah, man, that's good.
And in order to go and do this, right, there needs to be a total of 5 people. Okay, you have 3 core people because you have 3 properties. You get how that works?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you have 2 people that come in as apprentices every year. All right, they come in, we go and train them, and then we go and pay for them to go and be set up with their own shop and their own warehouse and factory, right? In exchange of a percentage of their profits for the next 5 to 10 years. We franchise.
It's a 10-year franchise, subcontracted. Everybody's like fucking off the gump and you're done. Wow.
But it works. We stay within the law. We go and train people. We go and set them up. We're not stealing anything from them.
True.
Everyone benefits. This is a way to go and run business where nobody gets screwed over.
Wouldn't it be good if the fucking industry of America these days could have adapted early enough to accommodate such as yours?
Well, they might have, but then we let women vote.
I was waiting for that one.
Except these are the concepts and the realities we can build.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm also in the process of building a number of other accounts hooked up to other fuck off emails and whatever else, and specifically designed to go and generate income.
Good. Do they
right.
Do they sell
I'm using Vodlock or Gorilla Vid, a number of others, and going and setting up some other YouTube accounts that I honestly set up specifically because I don't see them lasting more than a week for copyright issues.
Ah.
Let's get that passive income for a week.
You
get that passive income for a week.
Yeah, and that is exactly it. Because I have a reservoir of approximately 400 gigabytes worth of movies. And every time it gets shut down, I just go and set up another one, and boom, they're right back up there, and it's monetized once again. Not being allowed to earn a normal living has encouraged me to become creative.
Well, that's very well said.
Thank you, government.
Oh yeah. Except, as you can see, the fact that I'm explaining to you how it works should say I've pretty much figured out how easy it is to actually collapse the entire system as a whole. Because if I can abuse it as such without technically breaking any laws, and actually finding the actual laws and rulings to go and back up my claims and to make my case within a court of law, I can generate this income without interference. And because I never really allow it to stay in a fiat currency in any account, they really can't go and declare it as income.
That's only income if it's there for the whole year.
Mm-hmm. The thing is that I can go and transfer it, and I go and switch it over after a couple other runs to a virtual currency. I use that to go and purchase precious metals at spot, and I get that in the mail. Once I get that, I go and take it over to little Saudi Arabia, the land of 1 million jewelry stores, and I sell it at spot, and that is just straight cash. And from the time of the initial transfer to one of the PayPal accounts, it disappears.
Yup.
It goes to no bank. It just gone. That is the reality of income generation. And we can do this on a mass scale and fund our own labs. We can go and set up grow sites and fund other ventures. We can go and set up organic farming avenues and become a wholesale supplier to Whole Foods. We can go and embark on any business opportunity we can imagine because it is private company land.
All right then. So, how do we calculate? Because honestly, strategically, I'm a fucking goddamn moron. I don't know the fucking A to B fucking chess pieces that you obviously are, you inhale as though it was the very breath you fucking seek in the goddamn morning light. However, when pressed, it's like somebody like me, tactically, whenever the fucking, essence is required, yeah, I can call the fucking action. So fucking throw me out as a ground crew. That's all I'm saying, because I totally understand what you're saying. I completely believe and see, and I suppose in probably 5 to 10 years' time I could absolutely comprehend the inner workings of your advanced mathematical mindset, you son of a bitch. But otherwise than that, it's like, hey, you want to play chess? Honestly, if you and I played chess right now, I bet I would still beat you.
Probably. I make no claims to my chess playing abilities.
No, chess playing strategy-wise, your strategy is set. That's the reason why, because, I'm sure that you have observed the long-term implications of, looking at the projections, looking at the extensions of what the fucking, look at the fucking death of the fucking goddamn Saudi lifeline and the Yemen fucking goddamn heartbeat with the whole deal with, you know, all that. You're gonna...
Dude, it's more than that. Eventually, after I go and move down to South America, right? They're,
yeah.
They're going to be auctioning off huge chunks of what? Patagonia in about 10 years from now. You have any idea how many rare earth metals are in there?
Oh, all of them, pretty much.
Oh. And how do I know this? Old USGS archives, man. They are your friends.
That's public knowledge too. Remember that old offshore rig out of I don't remember where it was exactly, but that collapsed off the Venezuela coast. It was an OPEC endeavor.
Yeah, no one really had paid any attention to it.
Right, but it was one of the most. It was one of the. Yeah, at the time though, it was one of the largest offshore rigs ever built. And you
only heard about it in passing for about 2 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Times, you know. That's why I believe in you, and I believe that, you know, whatever weird cohesion creatures like you and I can obtain between is very viable.
I mean, we can go and generate thousands of new lines of revenue and not have to worry once about the IRS. Why? Because technically none of the structures on site are going to be permanent buildings.
Yes.
There is not a damn thing they can do about it. And
I would not be really in the least concerned about whatever the IRS at this point in time would want to, you know, crunch us with, because it's like their credibility is like crap.
No, it isn't that. It's because that's the land with all of these mineral rights. You're gonna love it. Guess that's what the taxes are on it a year.
What?
$7.
Shit, I was thinking it's 200. Yeah.
Thank God for the moron bureaucrats that deal with land management.
Don't pay you double. Just leave me alone.
Fucking mighty. Oh, hell yeah. All right. So therefore,
there are limestone mines over in Tennessee and over in Missouri. And do you know why I mention this? These mines are 15 feet high and open at both ends. There's small enough to be inconspicuous and can house up to 50 people with workshops, schools, and their own cantina.
So you're saying like, four sky cranes and fucking rudimentary crew could fucking tap it out.
Yeah.
Nice.
Buildings like that don't count as a permanent structure. The coastal defense system, they offer those ones. It's like a 200-year lease for a few $1,000s.
Yeah.
And those ones are all dug out for the big-ass coastal defense system.
Oh, yeah. And the best thing is that as long as your trailer or whatever is hooked up to the vehicle, it is what is called boondocking. All right, and as a result, because you are technically on BLM land, even if you bought it or not, it's not a permanent structure. You're camping. It's public land. They can't say shit.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as you don't lay a foundation, you're good to go.
Yep.
And if, looking at the coastal defense ones, those ones were awesome. I knew some people in Hawaii that had one of those. They converted it like it was a mushroom farm until they made enough money to start their winery, and then they went to, data storage for all the big fucking ISP guys. And
Oh
we're
yeah,
like, well, shit.
that right there is actually something else I want to do at a MGTOW. I want to go and build a supercomputer and go and rent it out to labs, paid in Bitcoin.
Fun to have some servers up there. Have a free internet option people can go to. Like, hey, tired of getting censored on Facebook and Google? Sign up for this shit. Get this site. Come through our server. You can say whatever the fuck.
Oh, come on. If we get enough, as long as Elon Musk keeps going and advancing at the rate he is, he should be completely. He should be going and uses rockets at least 3 to 4 times in about 18 months. All right. I'm not going to say that on the next one is going to be a success, but they are going to get there. That's a given. They have to, and the best part is he actually knows it, and so it's going to come down. That means we could actually spend the money to go and build our own satellite system. We can generate enough money. We can go and set up each of these satellites to go up there. Currently, I mean, right now is $50,000. How cheap are they going to be once the cost of getting them up there drops?
Right.
And we can go and set up our own internet. We can go and set up our own network. And if you are really interested, we can go and send these things up with a number of parabolic lenses and try our first attempt to make a giant Dyson sphere. And it just skips. Yes, I have dreams, okay? I have dreams.
That sounds good. So, I will support you as much as I can. Which isn't much, but it is all that I can do. They say the hummingbird and the fucking firestorm, makes a difference. The flapping of a butterfly's wings affects the wind patterns thousands of miles away.
Man, we are on the cusp of individual power generation. Okay, once that happens, once energy is essentially free, the cost of manufacturing disappears.
Well, still, the whole aspect, the whole fucking dependence on oil, when one can easily understand the aspects, the principles, the basic nuts and bolts of 0-point energy, Tesla, the fucking throw that coil up, fucking create your goddamn rig, and shove it up there and see what it does.
Do you want to hear something scary?
Go for it.
Okay, we only have one shot. This isn't, you know how people like to go and say, well, if it collapsed, we go back to the 1800s, and we have to go and do this all over again. The thing is,
one shot is like.
The thing is, we can't. Why? Because oil is a transitional energy source. It's not it's not a permanent energy source. It is a transitional energy source. If we have to start over it, we don't have enough to get us back to this point.
Right.
We have to find another method, and we have to find another method fast, because we're going to lose the ability to pump it out of the ground. That is the reality. This is our one shot. There is not enough easy oil to go and do this again. We have to make that transition. And if MGTOWs end up becoming the model of future cities, which they very well could be, because we could do whatever we wanted. We could experiment and redesign and redesign and redesign over and over again on a scale that actually makes sense.
It makes it harder for the citizens to bring down the hammer on a place like that when they're the model for how to get energy.
We could make our own lifter reactors. We could we can go and use bladeless wind turbines.
I'm a big sucker for geothermal too. I like geothermal.
Hell yes, I love geothermal.
What about
being a fucking hole, man? You don't have to be in a place that gets sunlight all the time. You don't have to be in a place that has flowing water or anything. You don't have to, make toxic waste. It's just dig a fucking hole deep enough, and you'll hit hot. Hot makes it.
Oh yeah. And the thing is that if you have a bunker or something underground, the one weakness everyone has is the air system.
Yeah.
You can go and swap that out for 6.6 kilos of blue algae. All right, gone and put into a solution of a minimum of 24 gallons of water. That is actually enough to go and keep you going and give you enough air to exercise, go and PT just to go and keep up your strength. Otherwise, you need 500 broadleaf plants just to keep you alive.
Wow, blue algae. Shit, yeah.
That's kind of what I was looking at, learning aquaponics and stuff. Maybe setting up an aquaponics rig in my greenhouse to practice with. Something like that, like just fucking air generation for the sake of it.
Oh, yeah,
that was one of the things I had to
You have to, because even on a sub, they have to go and scrub it. Well, guess what? If that equipment breaks down, you're screwed. You need a passive way to go and clean it.
Yeah.
The thing is that the key is that it has to be passive. Because if you have to go and pump energy into it, where's that energy coming from, dude?
Yeah.
Everything
this was like one of the things I had to unteach my kid out of school was he got the whole fucking like Al Gore speech like CO2 is gonna kill all the trees, man. I was like, dude, I hate to break it to you, but if greenhouse and pumped it completely full of CO2, that's the last thing we have.
Gonna kill the trees.
Fucking crazy, man. They love the shit. They live off the shit. Like they would, like that's like when I worked in the grocery warehouse, man. That was how we took a bunch of green frozen nubs of bananas and we turned them into fucking edible, go on the shelf bananas. Was we cranked that shit full of CO2. Plants love it. Like, dude, kill them shit, dude. You would make the happiest plants in the world by feeding them nothing but that.
No.
Yeah, that was the horse shit at the indoctrination center was like, oh man, our CO2 is killing us.
Actually, yeah, I use shrooms to help supplement CO2 for my plants.
Nice. Nice. The Amanitas or perhaps the others? Oh, never known them. I've known Amanita formosas and the others of the like. Formosas are not friendly.
I like Cubensi.
Cubente. Ooh, I would like to see them. I would love to know them.
Space Coast, buddy.
Nice.
And yeah. See, what it was that there's a special strain of Cubensi that only grows around the area of Cape Canaveral. And that is because that this hallucinogenic mushroom mutated to be able to feed off the toxic waste from exploded rockets and rocket fuel
my God.
and contaminated soil.
That is completely understandable.
Here, where I am at, this used to be a nuclear missile base.
Yes, and the residual.
I know where the contaminated soil is.
Oh God! So you picked out mushrooms from. You picked out nuked out mushrooms from the fucking waste sites. Nice. Good job. Good job. Well, I would have done the same thing if I had known where they were. Honestly, it's like that would be the first thing. I was like, hey, let's get those fucking shrooms, man. Those are gonna be
it
fucking
turned out.
killer.
It turned out after I saw them and I compared them, I had seen these things my entire life. They were in the woods, behind my mom's house.
Well, what did they look anything different than say what?
Penis envy. Oh yeah, these things were long and skinny. They were white with this tiny cap. It's give me a second. It's not specifically a cubensis. That's the scary part.
Well, there's so many different species that are out there.
No. See, what it is it's about 4 times stronger.
Then what? Say the Mascarenas?
Give me a second. It's a fucked up name. I was never able to pronounce it. I had my own blog on it over on Shroomery.
Nice. They got that shroom site out there. The whole business on the West Coast. Where you can go, buy your own stumps and everything.
Panelius.
Yeah.
Science. Panelius Science. That's my blog. Thank you. Give me a second. I want to copy it down so that way you can go and look up the type of strains yourself. These are far stronger than your typical cubensis. Far stronger.
How many cubensis?
These are your pancyans, dude. Check them out. These things are vicious.
They're talking about how they compare versus the psilocybins, and like they are wicked.
Dude, I was walking around with the stiffy for 4 hours.
Head to head. Well, that's my fucking thought about the whole deal. Is like, in context, you really want to go to church after drinking or not eating. You really want to go to church after eating a fucking 2 fucking goddamn pounds of the fucking Mascarenas. Heads, caps.
Actually, no. I was eating a bag of them that I started looking at our existence as being in fluidic space.
Oh yeah, see, that's the thing, because I did the same thing. Except I did not do these here. The Panelius Cyan Blue.
And cyans, man.
Oh goddamn, you fucking blue mushrooms. What did anybody ever tell you not to fucking taste the blue mushrooms? Oh my god. Okay, here we are. Yep. Never done these. Oh my goodness.
Dude, I told you, man. I know my shit.
Wow. Nope. Just the Mascarenas, the Formosas for me. That's it. And peyote, of course, mescaline in the fucking refined red goddamn devil beads. But this, I like the organics. I do enjoy those. Yes.
That's kind of always kicked my ass with the peyote is the shits that come with peyote.
You gotta fucking taste the goddamn goat turds in between. It's all between it. It's like, eat them raw or not. They'll make a tea out of it. You can either eat them straight, which is the mescalero way, but it's not recommended unless you've already known them before. Usually the first shot is like tea.
Just eat the buttons, and I mean, we got to the point where we were like, fucking, we're gonna go down to my buddy's property out in the middle of nowhere and just fucking wear a loincloth and shit all over ourselves there. But yeah, like the serious shitting yourself with the peyote turned into kind of a problem.
Well, is the experience that you're going into is it serious enough that you want to approach it like respectfully, like you want to fucking go like through the holy routes. I mean, the fucking like the old fucking shaman used to fucking cover their goddamn whole bodies with the fucking innards of the sheep they fucking killed before they ate before they ate the fucking peyote raw. I mean, it was like fucking like getting to know you. You know, I mean, that's like a whole different meaning right there. I mean, you can also make a tea out of it too.
You know, I got a question. Why do we have to pretend that all cultures are equal?
Fuck no, they're not.
Because I want to point this out.
Who pretends that they are?
Dude, if all cultures are equal, okay, let me describe to you the birth of the Aztec.
Aztec,
right?
Okay.
Yes. The Aztec. A wandering tribe that had gotten into a couple squabbles with a local ruling tribe. They decided to, let's just let bygones be bygones, right? Let's have a wedding. Well, they had the ceremony. And when the prince and the princess walked into their hut with great adoration, the shaman was in there waiting.
Yeah.
They proceeded to skin her alive.
Yeah, that's Aztec.
And cut out her heart.
Why the hell not?
Well,
because
wait. Well, in order to seal the marriage, the groom wore the blushing bride to her father's dinner table.
Wow.
The chieftain chased them to the lake, where they eventually set up their capital city. There was a tiny little island marshland that they ran and hid to because it was the only safe place they could hide.
Right, which turned into Mexico City and the whole fucking shit fire that ensued after that.
But this is the history and the birth of the Aztec tribe.
The birth of the Aztec, yeah.
And we are told that we are to honor and cherish and exalt that culture.
And where Cortez had fucking experienced the fucking glories of Mexico City, and he saw a fucking pyramid mound of over 30,000 skulls, 50,000 skulls, or God knows how many. And it's like, what do you think he was gonna think? And it's like,
the freakiest scene of any movie I have ever watched is the sacrifice scene in the movie Apocalypto.
I've seen it. Yeah, Apocalypto. Yeah, I've saw it. Yeah.
That scene right there, you can place yourself into that man's position as he's standing there like this, and just watching that come down.
I know.
And you know it's coming, and you know there's no escape. No, you just watch your fate in front of you.
I think that from one's perspective, who's studied earlier civilizations before them, what little there is to study. Fucking scrunched in fucking stone.
The Olmecs, or what's
the Mayans,
left
yeah, exactly. The Mayans and the Olmecs. I mean, there was more to it than that, but yeah, I mean, you look at the degeneration of what had occurred.
Well, no, dude. I mean, keep in mind, the Mayans had a different god for every day of the year,
and they believed 20 of them.
Right, and they believe. No, I'm not kidding. A god for every day of the year, and they believe that in order to appease these gods, it was human blood sacrifice. So every day of the year, they were sacrificing people. They were going on raids. Yes, they were great mathematicians. I mean, come on, they were brilliant. But dear God, they were
like Germans,
sociopaths.
man. They were with the precision of the Germans, but they fucking shoved those goddamn fucking bone spikes through their tongues and fucking allowed their fucking blood life to fucking drip into these bowls that fucking people would
Oh
fucking
my gosh.
drink in the oratorios. They were like, hey, you know, it's like, we know this shit. Here's the proof. It's like,
Not
whoa.
all cultures are equal.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! And you wonder why the fucking mines faded out and disappeared. It's like, they say, oh, it was famine. It was an environmental effect. It's like, no. I
They
think
were
some
hated.
yeah, I think some people figured it out and they were like, no.
No, seriously, no, they were hated. If you actually
Yeah.
read in the annals of Cortez, local tribal leaders would actually go and help them and direct them to the great Aztec and Mayan cities. They wanted them to wipe them out. They joined them, actually.
Well, those locals, like you mentioned, those Aztecas, man, they were fearful. I mean, you're talking like multi-generational terror, like these absolute fucking horror of these sites and these places that they didn't even know about. They never ventured into, but they only knew about. They thought, oh, that general proximity was where they fucking were. And it's like Cortez was like, okay, let's go kill everything that's in sight. And they did. Oh, they did it very well, too. Wow.
It's just... Well, keep in mind, Cortez didn't actually have to do all that much because he wasn't the first one to arrive over on the shores. About 80% of them had already died as a result of plagues that we brought by accident.
Oops.
Except the thing is that wasn't anything new. In the 1300s, in the 1100s, the Japanese had brought a plague over here from Japan, and most people don't actually go and realize that. The traces of that virus are still down over in Chile to this day.
Yep. You wonder about the Asian bird flu and the influences they have.
The thing is that many groups have actually gone and immigrated to the Americas many times. For example, if you go and look at the Cherokee grave sites, right?
Yep.
From 1800 years ago, right? 1800 years ago, it's a European bloodline.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Go and look it up. Chief White Cloud, right, is actually proving that they are actually of Hebrew origin right now.
Well, there was many testimonies among the early Cherokee, even in the fucking Georgia area, that talked about the Northerners, those from the north who were the fair-haired ones, versus the dark-haired ones. It was in their literature. It was in their language that they wrote about.
Right.
And then we're talking about Georgia. We're talking about the far east coast of Miami, who have, or unfortunately, until they fucking planted some goddamn car parks on top of it, a bunch of archaeological sites that had implanted within them some very curiously positioned holes that, if you had positioned poles within them, could have aligned themselves within the direction of the sun, within the direction of the moon and Mars and all that shit.
Right. So what that proves, though, is that proves there wasn't one migration.
It proved
there wasn't
yes.
one.
It proved yes.
And as a result of not having too many animals to go and domesticate here in the Americas, what happened? It became savage.
Sure.
Truly savage. I mean, seriously. I think the last intelligent people were the Inca. I mean, they named the Andes. Andes is actually old language for the cultivated land. All right.
Even if you had a few, residual and resolute, civilizations. I'm thinking about the Mayans, specifically across the Yucatan, across Guatemala and Belize and all that, and in the southern part of Mexico, with their temples and all that shit. I mean, that shit, like some of the sizes of those fucking temples surpassed the size of the Temple of Giza in Egypt.
But
I mean, you're
each
talking about
stone was like 10 deaths, dude. Compared to them, the Egyptians were the Egyptians were going and running a day spa.
Well, if you're talking about the fucking ratio of life per capita, related to the fucking weight of the stone that was employed, then good lord, could you imagine how many people died by the creation of simply one of those Mayan temples?
Dude,
I mean,
I'm not kidding.
just to put it out there.
Dude.
I mean, good lord, fucking yeah. I mean, at least it would appear that the Egyptians, when they built the fucking pyramids or any of theirs, that they understood a premise of sustaining
meat,
their fucking
bread, housing. Oh. They were paid well, actually.
Well, they would imagine the fucking. It would have taken like 10 years to build a pyramid.
20.
Well, yeah, at least a 10-year cycle. But I mean, within that, you're looking at a split between the elder generation and the younger. So yeah, you're right, 20, which essentially almost equates to a 30-year cycle. But anyway, I mean that's beyond that. But you look at the fucking goddamn Mayans and the Aztecs and all that shit. Yeah, I mean, details that we'll never know because, of course, our beloved Catholic priests burned all the fucking library manuals and the doctrines and the whole goddamn thing. Anyway, no big deal.
Oh no. See, I think we actually have the technology right now. We just don't have the will. All right, we have the technology to go and facilitate 20 megawatts per person per hour freely. We have the technology to go and do this. We just don't have the will to actually do it.
You're talking about Tesla energy and the fucking coils.
Oh, man, no. I'm not talking anything that fantastic. I'm actually talking a couple solar collectors and directed X-rays.
Yeah.
We can do this right now. Like, right now. We can go and build lifter reactors and once again have modern nuclear medicine once again, and not go and run the risk of a meltdown ever again. We can go and recycle 70,000 tons of nuclear waste into pure clean energy that has a half-life of like 50 years. We can do this right now.
And why do we not do that? That's the fucking harsh.
The lifter reactor has a record of 50,000 hours of operation. Not one problem. Ever. The Chinese are actually building 2 of them right the fuck now. And the trans-wave reactor that alone could get us enough power for the next 3,000 years. Just using our current stocks of waste.
Do they process the waste in the form of an oscillating
on the lifter reactor, all I gotta do is just dump it in. That's it. Just dump it in. It's a molten salt reactor, so it gets mixed up anyway.
Okay.
Just dump it in. It's a liquid fluoride thorium reactor, LFTR.
It's amazing what little we think about those things right now, because that makes all the difference in the world.
And if we had our own, because it doesn't generate any type of radioactive hazardous waste, we don't exactly fall under the nuclear regulatory commission. We're just using thorium. It's everywhere.
Well, that's exactly why China gets away with it with their MSRs, and they're like fucking enjoying the fucking limelight at our expense because what would think?
We actually developed the technology in
Yeah.
the 60s.
And yeah, exactly. And what would happen if we would attempt to create one, or for say coast to coast, north, south, east, west, to disperse and oh God knows, number 5 maybe in the Midwest, in order to disperse and contain
Clean energy.
to
All
be
you
it
need
now.
is raw. I mean, dude, you can go and feed this thing raw uranium ore, which any child can go and play with, and it'll go and burn that for a month as fuel.
Yeah.
Alright, fellas, I'm about to log out. I gotta crash out.
Here, let me go and show and send you a link on that reactor, dude. It's freaking wicked. Here we go. There you go. I've used this one a few times to go and show people what's up. But because it is in a molten state, if there's ever a breach of containment, right? Because it's under pressure and in a molten state, there is a sudden drop in pressure, which causes it to freeze solid.
Yeah, freezes solid. Yeah, well, that makes sense. But how quickly does it freeze? I suppose from a kinetic liquid version, which is unstable to its own, it wouldn't take much to swap it out to a frozen state immediately.
You can read all the data right there, dude. This isn't exactly popular mechanics.
Well, most likely also because I'm completely blind, drunk, and I'm only looking at every third letter.
I'm telling you, this was our future 50 years ago.
50 years ago, yeah, but who is using it now, and who is using it against us?
No one is using it now. The Chinese will be going and using it in about 2 years.
I wouldn't doubt if they're using it now.
No, they're not. They're building it right now, actually. That's how I know it's not operational yet, because it's big. It's been big news. It's been news for a while now.
Okay.
Let me go and pull up the Chinese lifter reactor. China. Oh, there we go. First option. Here we go. We got the telegraph, and then we got. All right, here. Let's go and use this one. Energy from thorium. Copy. Here's this one. Paste, and then the other one, which honestly I think the other one would probably be better. That one is from the telegraph. So yeah, actually, yeah, I'd use this next one instead. There we go. But yeah, they're building it. This isn't fiction. This isn't fantasy. This is known. This is old tech. This is 50 freaking years ago.
The old tech is the most dangerous tech right now. Because
that right there, that right there can put a reactor on every block and it would be safe.
Yeah. Undetectable, relatively.
As far as physical,
man, that's scary shit, man.
How is that scary? That is beautiful.
What, to provide everybody with unlimited power?
Yeah.
Well, shit, man, it's like a Tesla energy, man. They fucking put up a coil, wrap it up, fucking hit the electrodes and the diodes just right.
See, Tesla went and tapped into a quantum fluctuation, actually, if you want to know what it did. It was by accident, really. As far as zero-point energy, we also know this as the Casimir effect.
Yes.
Now, in order to get power from the Casimir effect, we're going to have to learn a bit more about the Higgs.
Well, you know, from what they understood and from what Tesla figured out, is that there was a lot of random fluctuation. It was almost impossible, as he could obviously tell, to regulate.
Well, so what it is that you get two plates, right? So close that no particle can fit in between, all right? And the pressure will then force the plates together. That is the 0-point energy. There's zero. There's nothing. Just you have space. You have the Higgs field pushing on you. Yeah. Now, if you can focus that energy, because it is in the very fabric of space and time, it's limitless.
Well, yeah, but how can you focus it and control it, or control it at the very least?
See, that I think is where we have recently made a number of discoveries, and I think we are going to eventually figure out that these discoveries have opened a magical door of sorts onto new technologies. For example, as we learn more about the Higgs, as we turn on the Large Hadron Collider, right? There's an experiment that a group is trying to get posted on the board, and what it is that this has to do to study the effect that somehow our sense of smell is directly tied into quantum mechanics. Without quantum mechanics, our sense of smell could not exist. All right? And what that is, that somehow we have the capability of picking up the vibrations of the quantum particles. That vibration, that frequency, could prove string theory by going and focusing in on that.
Yes.
And by doing that, we can then go and take the measurements from the Higgs and the Higgs field, which we can extrapolate by more experiments on the particle itself. Now that we know where it's at.
Yeah, right? Finally. You know,
well, it was never the God particle. That was because of a editing error. It was originally called the goddamn particle because no one could find it.
It was an assumption, you know. It's like just exactly. You know, look at any
it was called the goddamn particle, and they cleared it out for editing purposes, and then the God particle was born.
Yeah, just like White Horse in the Northwest Territory of Canada was never ever mentioned as having been the home of the White Whore. Yeah.
But no, I mean it's just messed up. I mean, we got so much stuff that we've held back. I mean, we are still building light water reactors that fail and have failed in the past and will fail again.
Light water reactors are, you know, whatever, because you know they had a purpose, but regardless, though.
No, the purpose was that in the process they produced uranium, or they produced weapons grade plutonium as a byproduct.
The light water reactors.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And everyone is trying to build light water reactors.
Well, you don't
want to. I want I want to build thorium reactors, which the laws of physics dictate can never go boom.
Well, the thorium reactors require
And a induction current in order to keep the reaction going. Without that, it just shuts down.
But the induction current must be constant or fluctuating according to the gravitational field of the area.
The issue is that the induction current is so minimal, and its power supply, it generates like 5,000 times that amount in the process of actually running the reactor itself.
Precisely.
So it powers itself.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's ideal.
The only thing that you have to do to shut it off is flip the switch, and it's done.
Yeah.
Or better yet, you go and let the pressure build. You go and let seriously, you go and you let the pressure build. You let it go and break containment, and what happens instantly? It freezes solid.
Well, the frozen solid aspect isn't so bad, thankfully. Otherwise, guess what?
And it's cool. Once it cools off, it's non-reactive. 30 minutes. Ooh, okay, fine. Let's go back in. Let's seal it up. Let's get her going again.
But how reactive is it when it's in a solid state for the thorium?
Oh, solid state.
Yeah.
I don't know how reactive is concrete.
No, none. Fine. Yeah.
No, because it's in concrete.
Well, if it's in concrete.
No, it is.
What? So you're saying that? Oh, you fucker!
Did you just see that? This thing will be terminated in 1 hour.
Got that son of a bitch. Yeah, I got it. All right, thorium, not exposed to concrete, is reactive to what? Atmospheric conditions.
You notice we're talking about thorium and stuff, and all of a sudden we're told we have to be off the air.
Oh, bullshit. Thorium could be talked about like Masters of the Universe and the goddamn giant fucking monster that is gonna kick everybody's ass. The Thoris or whatever the hell he is. Whatever the hell his name is.
Oh man, this is just...
I know. It's pathetic. I apologize.
But no, I mean, just with the options we have for power generation right now.
I'm still thinking about the fucking Tesla, fucking coils and the output capabilities.
Do you know what that looks like when it's operating? Do you know what it looks like?
I saw some fucking fields out there when I was running dogs at the high pass when it was still operational. I remember when they fired up those goddamn generators and within a 2-mile radius.
Plasma arcs going across the sky.
Oh, goddamn! I had the fucking dudes, man. Those fucking scientists were like, going, "Hey, man, you want to watch this fire up the fucking plasma torch?" It's like, okay. When they activated the generators, it would knock out the fucking trees. It would knock out the snow off the trees for 2 miles in a radius around the facility. And the sound, the sonic vibrations themselves would be so immense that it would remove the trail sign of my dogs behind me for half a mile. It was like as though it was like a blizzard had passed, even though it was like a still air out there. Unmeasurable energy that was dispersed among the amidst the atmosphere. And yeah, I mean, I was able to kind of. I had the privilege to see what that fucking plasma fucking goddamn well, they called it the fucking coil, but it was actually a plasma fucking generator. Shot out a fucking beam of fucking plasma about a pencil thin size or so.
Yeah.
Straight
And you see it being a viable option to go and putting these around big cities.
And with that amount of energy required to generate that perfectly oscillating mercury fucking mirror about 50 feet in diameter, spinning at an ungodly rate to the effect that if I were to have jumped into it, I would have fucking become obliterated. Yeah, no, not even. It's oscillating about
I'm
30,000 revolutions per second.
I'm thinking I want to be able to incorporate passive means of power generation. All right.
Passive generation means would be much more effective, in my opinion, from what I've seen, uneducated wise, from the standard Tesla coil that he fucking generated. You know, fuck goddamn medicine. I mean, he created those.
All right, let me go into that. If we want to go and generate electricity and we're not using it right at that moment, right? We need to store it, right?
Oh, to store energy as well at the same time, not just use it as a latent.
Is a methanol fuel cell.
Okay.
Methanol as a fluid, which is easily produced, and it boils off at 157 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
Just so we know that we're getting what we want to get. And we can produce this ourselves. And in case someone ever drinks it, and yes, you can go blind and you can die. The cure for it, though, the antidote is ethanol, otherwise known as whiskey or tequila or rum, because the two types of alcohol actually bond in the bloodstream.
And I did not know that, and I'm glad that I found out, because that would have explained why there were several mysterious deaths in my lifetime.
People drinking toner?
Oh, thinking that they were brilliant, fucking bright-eyed, fucking forthcoming physicists, and saying, "Hey, guess what? Guess what I made?" Right, exactly.
And they drank the alcohol that boiled off first.
Well, sure, because they thought
ethanol goes and boils off at 176.
Yeah, that's it. Nope. You gotta fucking pay attention to those fucking mescaleros, man. Those old fucking dogs know what the hell it is. See what happens after a day or two if that stuff sticks around in the sun, in the hot desert, dry sun.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I want to make towns with our own airports, our own distribution center, our own networks.
Really?
I'm not kidding. I want to see it. I want to be able to go and maybe go and set up a seastead in international waters in order to advance medical research. But in order for that, we got to have a much more stable shipping design. So I mean, I'm thinking of one of the candidate designs for the new carriers. It was a tri-hull. So I was looking at that. I mean, you're talking a build cost of like $3 billion on that alone.
Yeah. Now, if only now, and all apologies again because I'm so fucking slow and retarded that picked up your fucking web address to pick up that shit about the details.
I think of it this way: if we can go and, for example, if you had, let's say, 1,000 people all going and making daily videos that were 2 minutes long, okay?
Okay.
But each one of these videos was loaded with a bunch of YouTube ads.
Right.
You can run a bot through a virtual box, and one computer can go and visit the same site simultaneously about 1,000 times a minute.
Exactly.
That is a means of passive generation. And as long as you have programs that go and randomize your IP per VirtualBox operating system, you don't really have to worry about too much.
Well, if the monetary aspect for yourself is, their priority, and hell yeah, it would be very beneficial to anyone who would want to do that. But
Right,
for the others,
but these are means of wealth generation that we should see as options in order to advance the MGTOW Brotherhood.
options. I agree.
I don't think anything should be off the table. I do agree we should not cross the legal lines, but I believe that we are intelligent enough to find the cracks.
Well, the cracks are there in order for us to see, and I'm sure that the fucking, powers who are, unfortunately, I don't give them as much credit as everybody would say, oh, we are the government, trust us. Yeah, right. It's like we're the ones who fucking find those faults. They'll take the credit for it once
Right,
the
except
fucking damage
we
is done.
can. One of the biggest and blazing faults is the one I mentioned earlier. You can use a virtual currency, purchase a precious metal, and then cash that in for a spot at a jewelry shop.
Right.
Like that.
Yep.
And who's gonna know? Nobody.
Yeah.
There is no record of the generation of that wealth. At least nothing that is tied to you. And we can use that. We can go and trade in other precious metals. We go and accumulate land and set up another MGTOW over there, and exploit the easy to get surface minerals, which we can then go and purify and sell directly to groups like SpaceX or planetary explorations.
Or anybody else who would find it profitable, except for those of an agenda against, our own principles of freedom and fucking righteousness, man.
See, the issue that a lot of people have with metals like palladium is that they're really hard to purify, because palladium has a melting temperature, I think, of about 1,800 degrees.
Yeah, it's intense. It's like right up there with aluminum and molybdenum and a bunch of other shit.
But here's a trick. A ultra clear Fresnel lens, like the $50 one you can buy on eBay.
Okay.
That now becomes a solar furnace.
Okay. Put that fucker in it. Not only pours, but it filters, right?
Yeah.
Shit. That's funny.
See, we can then go and melt it down and go and separate and purify, then extract chemically. And it's always pure.
Well, especially at a high temperature, you can easily break it down into a liquefied form, and there's nothing it can do whatsoever until it enters your body and metabolizes. God forbid it doesn't happen within a fucking point range of, I imagine, 3 or 4, because otherwise, or 0.3 or 0.4, or maybe it's 0.3.
Because the point is, we can go and generate an entire background economy. We already have the will, the drive, the incentive. And we can go and offer wealth and opportunity to all. And when I say all, I mean all. We can advance. We can go and invent new products and go and patent them and then license them to the company, and then go and market it through that. We can go and effectively design and control the future we can create the future that we desire.
I hear that, and I know that. I feel that. I feel that that is what it needs to be, but good Lord Almighty. Consequences of resistance simply by default of people's ignorance and the bloodshed created by it would be goddamn near fucking unbearable. You're talking about a fucking civil war on a scale that most people could never even possibly comprehend.
Oh, I know. The thing is that to go and minimize the issues. See, that's why I think it'd be better for a quick collapse. A slow collapse, we would just grind down to a funk. If we collapse quickly, it'd be a strong enough shock to the system to go and get us to kick our ass in gear again.
Right, yeah. That's
But if it's a slow collapse, we are fucked.
No, a quick collapse is more statistically more feasible simply by default of the increased ratios of solar flare activities and the increased ratio of the fucking those goddamn earthquakes, subterranean ones, who fucking hit everything, like 2004. Fucking look at Tokyo. I mean, statistically, yeah, we're in line fucking for getting doozy, which is probably going to wipe everything out. And when that happens, guess what? It's time to rebuild it. But who's going to be around to survive to that effect? Who's going to have...
That's the thing. That's why the moment of the collapse, the intelligent will go to the libraries. Because the libraries have our collected knowledge. We can use our libraries and whatever knowledge we can go and save off of the internet and store. That becomes the foundations of a new society. One that will have to be, which will have to be logical in nature, because the effect of the rulers will be logic driven.
Yeah. Logic credit.
I mean, there's actually many frightening aspects to that. And I mean, in honesty, if it's straight logic, then
no, don't even go there with me. I don't want to hear.
That could also get very messy too.
Yeah, it's true.
It can get very messy. At that moment in time, you have HAL from 2001.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like the program was perfect. Well, you tell that to the dude who's fucking suffering from it. It's like there's nothing wrong with the program. Hey, how is operating perfectly? What the fuck is your problem? Well, yeah, because I'm dying over here and all my other colleagues fucking got expired too. It's like, no, just normal. Whatever, yeah. Hell, 2000 shit, man, that's a good fucking perspective. Like, look at that in terms of how it transpired to affect others too. I mean, you can take it as far as you want to go, really. I mean, perspectively, I think that culturally, the impact that it had upon how the transition of Mad Max occurred, too.
See, I don't know if it'll actually get to that point, because what I want to do is I want to eventually be able to set up enough corporations and have them all incorporated, right? And to be able to generate enough wealth to where we can actually make a MGTOW space station. I know that sounds funny, but I mean, if you think about it, if we end up owning as a collective, let's say 10,000 patents for new tech, and we will go and license them out across the world. not exactly going to take forever to go and generate the funds necessary per trip up there, especially if the costs could go and come down as much as Elon is trying to get them to come down.
Makes sense.
So we're going to be able to go in and send people up effectively weekly. That wouldn't be the difficult part. The difficult part is what are we going to send them up to? For that, it almost makes sense that first be a lunar station built of Bigelow space stations, because we can go and power those with solar panels.
Bigelows?
Yeah.
Okay, those are cool because they are totally modular, right? You can really expand them everywhere.
And they expand to like 9 times their packed size.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh yeah, and why on the moon? Well, we can bury it, so we are completely protected from all forms of radiation. And why also on the moon? Well, we go to the far side of the moon. It's a science station. It is the quietest place in the entire solar system.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's on the far side of us without any interference. Everywhere else in the solar system is just cluttered with all of our noise. But right there, it's nice and quiet.
Get away from the fucking, dark noise and all that stuff, yeah.
No, I mean, no, seriously, I'm thinking of it as a science station. We can go and rent out time on our own private
a condo, man. It's like an astro condo.
Yeah, we can go and rent out time to labs and observatories, and I mean, that alone, people at these labs grew up with the dream of going into space. And
yes.
if it costs like $50,000 to go to the far side of the moon, aren't you going to go and burrow right up any of your boss's asses just for a chance at that?
Oh, how cool that would be! Anyone's got a fucking market in it. Hell yeah, I'm sure they would. Why not?
Except here's the sick part. In order to get it to work, you have to build 2 stations. You have to build one on the moon, and then you have to build one in a Lagrange point, also on the far side of the moon. As a result of the gravitational pull of the Earth and the moon, at that point, it requires 0 thrust or energy to remain at that point. Gravity does all the work for you. All right. So, bonus. Now, you have to be on the space station 60% of the time, because on the space station you can generate 1.5, or even up to 2 Gs in order to go and strengthen up your muscles and your bones. Because the microgravity on the moon, you will waste away, and you won't even notice that you're wasting away. So you have to go into space to go and preserve your bones, but you go down to the gravity well and you lose them. It's just kind of backwards there for the moon. I thought it was funny going and realizing that in order to have a lunar base, you have to have a way station in orbit or above the lunar surface that is able to go and generate 1 G of gravity through a centrifugal force. But you actually need the pair. It can't just be a lunar base. Their bodies will just waste away. Yeah, right there, Baron. I think he fell asleep. Oh, oh, hey, oh, hey. Oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey. I guess so. Wow. So how long has this been actually been going on? Uh, wow. So is that really? Let's see here.
I'm not sure how's it going.
Hey
Can
man.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can warn you though, this isn't going to be on very long. We're getting booted off of Google Plus here in a little bit. In
Oh,
like
okay.
30 minutes.
Okay. I presume it's like really late. I'm guessing it's really late over there.
Well, it's 5:30 in the morning over here right now.
And you guys been chatting all night.
Yep.
So Baron, I think Baron just passed out. He was drinking. You just mentioned.
Yeah,
So,
it seems to be a thing, I guess.
poor Paul. It's like probably early. It's like morning over there. It's like 10 o'clock over there, I suppose. It's 9 o'clock, I suppose.
Over for Paul, yeah.
In the UK.
Where I'm at, it's not even 6 yet.
Awesome. So how's your week been so far? What are you guys talking about all of a sudden in space and everything?
Oh, just whatever. Earlier we were talking about how I was pissed off that China is building lifter reactors to generate power, and we're still stuck using all of these bullshit
Sorry?
water reactors.
Water reactors, okay.
Lifter reactor is liquid fluoride thorium reactor. It's a molten salt nuclear reactor. The laws of physics dictate it can't melt down. They can't go boom. It just generates power. That's about it.
Okay. So this
And
is
China,
safe then.
yeah, very, very safe. And China's building them, and we originally designed them in the 60s. But because we couldn't make any nuclear bombs with the waste like you can with a water reactor, we never built them over here because we just had to have more bombs. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense.
That's what I hate about India as well, yeah. And now in India, Obama's coming over, so it's like
I
they're
am
wasting
so
so
sorry,
much of
dude.
money. Yeah, I know they're wasting so much of money on just the welcome visit. They're giving them tons of oxygen. They're like scrubbing the roads clean, and they're paying so much money, like such unnecessary wastage of money, I guess.
Here, I have a link for you on the lifter reactor. There you go.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just look it up in a second. I'm just downloading Banshee. That's what I'm gonna like. Evo
Well,
Banshee now.
I enjoy spreading this information because I believe people should go and know that these are actually real options that actually exist right now today. We have options that most people don't actually realize, and instead of going and building up the world using the best and most modern tech, we go and tell people to go and build it using mud brick. And every time I read stories like that, blood just squirts out of my eyes. It's just, I don't get it. I don't get it. We can build a paradise. We know how.
Yeah, we do. There's just a lot of hypocrisy, right?
It's not even hypocrisy at this point. It's just pure stupidity.
True.
I mean,
Anyway, yeah, sorry, what?
I was going to say, I mean, the concept of consumerism as their basis of the economy is doing nothing more than being nothing more than an animal ruled by its emotion. We need to become a society and a culture of the mind. All right.
Yeah, we need
And
to
I
be more
just see us
organized
failing
and
on all fronts on that one.
so you want to change the subject? I generally don't. I just stay away from, too much of drama, like
Oh no!
like too
See,
much
for
of
me, it's not
violence and
drama.
everything. Yeah.
I like to envision what the world could be like if we were to go and move using logic and intellect and the pursuit of knowledge.
True.
I like to envision that, and I like to try and come up with concepts in ways to attain that. Uh,
Anyway, I just hope there's this party in India. It's like this local party, and it's like if it gets power, it's like the simple man party, then things will like really improve. Like things are such a mess right now in India. It's just everything is based on corporate this thing partnerships. It's like ridiculous.
Hey, it's not even just that it's based on comfort. You guys are being held ransom by all the people in the north. Here, pay us our handout, or we blow up a city.
Sorry, what? We
Uh,
how are we held ransom by people in the north?
oh, the Muslims in the north. They're all like subsidized by the Indian government, aren't they?
I'm just chatting with my friend here. Sorry, could you repeat that? The
I was
Muslims
saying
were?
that from my understanding, the Indian government effectively has to go and pay out a bunch of money to all the Muslims in the north, or otherwise they start like rioting and shit.
Do they? I really doubt that actually. No, that's not true. I don't think that's true. There's nothing in the news of that. Really, I don't see what. Where did you get this information from?
Give me a minute. Let's see. This was like years ago. What was it? Hey, no, not that one. Wait, what was that the one? No, those were in '86. Okay, no.
Okay.
No, I'm going over because there's a report that actually looks like the one I came across, but it was on the riots in '86.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's not the one I had read a little while ago. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I get the right one.
Because we are predominantly, the
Hindi.
Hindus, so
Oh
we,
yeah.
we are no, we're
Oh yeah.
Hindus, yeah,
Yeah.
in India.
But
So we
except
will not really stand for Muslim
isn't
guys.
Kashmir in the Muslim area?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, Kashmir is dominated with a lot of Muslims.
And they want to go and charge. I think someone said they want to go
Yeah,
and charge a
I think
tax.
the Pakistanis want Kashmir. It's like really beautiful and everything, and a lot of popular things over there. A lot of cool things over there. But yeah, I mean it's okay, I suppose. They're not likely to get it from us. I think now we're gonna team up with Obama and like probably kick their asses. So I don't know.
Dude, the only thing Obama knows how to do is send a drone.
Yeah. True.
I am not a fan of his methods. I don't like his diplomacy. I don't like his rules of engagement. Um, he gets a lot of people hurt needlessly.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't like it. I don't like Bush. I don't like Clinton. I don't like Bush Senior. I don't like Obama. All right, you get a lot of people hurt needlessly. I don't like it. It's just that simple.
True. But it's just imperative that we take like a lot of action, like write newspapers and like put it out, get
We
news channels
can't
involved
do that
basically.
over here.
Yeah, I know it's all covered up, right?
No, it's not
I
only
think they
that.
call it like
If you go in and you write something on a blog or something that someone doesn't like, the FCC comes in and shuts you down.
hmm,
I'm not kidding. It's just scary over here. I mean, I was watching this thing earlier about this guy who survived the Holocaust, and he was describing Paris under the Nazis. And I realized something. The French under the Nazis had more freedom than we do here in the U.S. right now.
hmm.
I couldn't freaking believe it.
So I don't know. Even
It blew my mind.
I've actually got into a lot of yeah, I just got an email. Okay, no, I can't believe it. I mean, so like I just think it's best to like go under the system and like we need to respect our lives. I just think I got into a lot of trouble in my life. Actually, even in a lot of places, I've just like been ostracized from. I get angry very fast. That's who I am. So it's like anyway. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm just getting an email. Okay. Okay.
See, right now, I'm having trouble finding because Google actually. I don't know if you've noticed, but if you're trying to look for something, depending on what it is, Google will actually go and like fuck with you to try and keep you from finding it. For example, if you try to go and look up this article titled "How to Turn a Republic into a Monarchy," right? If you try and type that in, Google will actually try and stop you from looking for it. It's really kind of scary.
Yeah, I know. So like you guys, you call it the man, right? When you have something in the mouth. So it's like, you just got to respect the man. They wear the pants in the house. You can't really mess with that. That's like the all powerful here. So
I'll be honest. I think
you just
people
gotta respect.
should be respected in this in whatever capacity based on their actions. I don't think it should have anything to do with any intrinsic thing about them. It should involve specifically only their actions and their deeds. It
Okay.
I have a very merit based view
What
of
based view?
social structure.
Mm, yeah. That's how it is. That's how the world works. I think it's best we just, forgive them. It's like Nelson, like I was telling you last time, it's like Nelson. I don't know if I told you this last time, but like, we're like kind of in a jail right now. And what Nelson Mandela learned was very imperative. He does is forgive these people for troubling because every day he was like subjugated with a lot of oppression. But then, once you like forgive them for what they do, then you can like just have that peace of mind and you can like do your daily work like you need to do it,
Right,
and
but
it's like
except that involves turning away and ignoring the realities of what is going on, and
so
I
what
can't do
it's
that.
like No,
And
it's like
no,
you're living.
you are trying to go and promote the whole thing of, well, just man up and suck it up. But that isn't the end all and be all, dude. I have daughters and sons. All right, I don't want my son to go and grow up in a world where he can be expected to go sit there bitched at, spat on, and smacked and berated and be told to just sit there and take it. No, I would rather go and see him go and bounce the asshole's head off a pole. I don't give a damn if it's male or female.
Yeah, so
And
it's
the
like
same thing for either of my daughters.
I know that. It is
I have the same expectations and standards for all of them. And I'm not going to insult any of them by going and giving anyone else a different set of standards. That is just not going to happen.
no, but is it safe when you're doing this? Because there is chances of being persecuted, ostracized, and
No.
it's like can I mean scary, right? Look at them. Just think of their mental health. They need to have good physical health, mental health. They need to, survive in a company which will by default make them work a lot. And
No, okay,
this kind of
so wait. Once again, you're trying to go and make additional excuses for women. Well, it's stress. They can't handle it. Well, no, they want to be in that environment. Well, damn it, you better handle that fucking stress. It's that fucking simple. They get no excuses.
Okay. Look, I'm not an authority figure to make changes, but then I see what's happening here, and I've experienced things firsthand by rebelling.
I mean, come on.
And
In
like,
India,
I know
what was
that
it?
the answer.
53.2% of all rape cases filed were proven to be false.
Oh, okay.
And you want to go and say, "Oh, that's just fine." How many men have gotten the complete shit beat out of them? How many men have been cast out of their neighborhoods, their families,
Recently, you won't
over?
believe it, but recently, this guy was alleged raping this girl, this minor, and he got his dick cut off by the people. That's like just brutal. So yeah, I
There we
know, I know the thing is like completely wrong, but we just need to like write about it and like educate the masses in a more like legal forum, I suppose. It's just like
Right.
I don't know. This is like
No,
you see what I'm saying, right?
no, you don't get anything that actually I'm posting the link over here in the chat box. There you go.
Wait, okay. You sent something, right? DNA, yeah, report. Okay, yeah, okay, and no, I know this. I read DNA sometimes. DNA is a newspaper here in India. Um, so yeah, and I think I've read this article as well. But I've just learned to
Except
accept
once
it.
again, you're
Like so,
talking
so,
about
so it's like, so, yeah. So I think we just need to work with the system. Like, you need to believe in the system, work
no,
with the system,
you
find
you you
cases, go
you
go
subvert
higher.
the system, dude.
Sorry, we what?
You don't work with it, you subvert it.
Subvert is go against it.
Undermine it.
Oh, you need to undermine the system. No, you can't do that. Nobody can undermine the system.
Yes, you
The
can.
system is the man
It's
who
your
pants.
duty, dude.
It's not your duty because if you do that, then you will not have a duty. You will not have a job, right?
The
You
government
cannot go
doesn't.
on duty anymore.
Dude, the government doesn't give you job. The only thing government can do is take away so it can give to someone else.
Yeah, like we're not France. We can't just go on strikes whenever they feel like. In France, they like just go on strikes whenever they feel like. That's so cool. In India, it's like not like that. People play games here. Even my own dad plays games with me. Recently, I just stood up to him and then he silently told me, "You're fucked." You know, what the fuck is that? Okay, so you just told me like you.
All right,
I don't know. Yeah, that's messed up.
I'm starting to get that there's just a cultural difference between the general attitude of most Americans and you guys over there on the other side. It is our duty to keep our government in check. Right now, most of us over here have lost sight of that, but it is our duty to keep them in check, not the other way around.
No, you need to use the media. You know, the media is one of the.
No, you undermine it. You destroy it. You collapse it, because once it collapses, the horrors of what happens, no one who lives through it is going to want to have that again.
Yeah, but
and that is the reality. Until that reality smacks them in the face, they're not going to go and learn their damn lesson.
For instance, I know that I live in a society with, like yesterday, I begged this. There was this rock show I got tickets for, and I begged this chick to come out with me. I didn't beg her; I just asked her to come, and she said she'd come, but she never even called me. In fact, I kept texting her like the show's really good, and I was like alone over there. Then I just started chatting with some random stranger, dude.
Alright,
Okay,
so
and that was
she's
so embarrassing.
Who cares?
Yeah, I know. Anyway, she's coming over today. It's like a 3-day thing. So anyway, let's try and make it today. Oh, by the way, I think it's Republic Day on this Monday for India, and so like we got like a really long, awesome weekend planned out, and there are like a lot of parties going on here in Bangalore, like everywhere. Anyway, yeah. So see, look, it's like you said earlier that most people wouldn't want this, right? But it's like you need to watch the movie like V for Vendetta. Have you like seen that?
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times, sadly enough.
So you can't do things like outright in public, right? You need to.
Yes, we actually do here quite frequently.
So yeah.
Like
anyway.
that's not very odd. We will go and check a bitch over here. We will.
So, but then, it's basically like that, you know, like Hunger Games, like V for Vendetta. It's like, you know, the companies can like actually take over a lot of things. They've amassed enough of wealth to control any possible scenario or outcome, and no politician in his right mind.
You guys have a number of issues when it comes to like property rights.
What issues?
I don't know. I'm not a legal expert in Indian law.
But then, yeah, recently, like a lot of these politicians just like, you know, stole a lot of money, and it's all in Swiss banks right now, and they've just taken away a lot of land. I met this friend of mine who was like, I can get you land at really cheap. and
that is why we originally had the Second Amendment, because anytime what was supposed to happen was anytime a politician proved himself to be crooked. I'm not kidding. This is what was supposed to happen. We were supposed to. It was our duty to put a bullet in his head.
Yeah, we need to stone them.
Once a politician starts seeing himself as a leader instead of a servant, you're supposed to put a bullet in his head.
Okay, I just need to take my medication. I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? Okay.
Alright.
The system's broken.
No, the system, it needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be repaired.
Yeah, but that system is led by women.
Yeah. But note, I said any politician that wants to grab power needs to have a bullet in his head or her head. I am a equal opportunity blaster there.
Yeah, I mean that's what they, you know, it was said to take back your government if it becomes tyrannical, and it has. It's been tyrannical for fucking years and years and years and years.
Mhm.
Probably,
It
Star
needs
Paul.
probably since 1913 when the fucking Federal Reserve, that monster, was created.
going
Star
off
Paul,
the
you're
gold
right.
standard, man. That was a bad day.
Sure.
Did it when there was nobody there, didn't we?
Paul, good morning.
Morning, mate. How you doing?
I'm alright. Oh,
What's
God.
your medication for?
Sorry?
What's your medication for?
I'd rather not tell. That's okay.
It's probably for something like anxiety. Dude, I'm serious. You sound like pretty high, like highly strung there, dude.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like seriously, like how much stress do you experience on a day-to-day basis?
A lot, yeah. True.
Yeah, I'm guessing that. Yeah, I'm
That's
get
why I
I'm
try to
all,
stay away from. I think you notice it. I try to stay away from all this, a lot of politics and things like that. I just like to keep myself healthy, just accept things as it happens. If I can really fight it, I'll fight it. Once I've gotten enough
see,
of therapy.
I can't
Yeah.
do that.
Me, Baron, even Barons actually, we're part of a mental health community.
No,
Right.
see me, I can't do that. I can't just sit there and look at a shit sandwich and bite into a shit sandwich and smile and say it's ham.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I I I can't do that.
Oh, you mean, yeah, I mean, it's difficult sometimes with all the medication, a lot of people say that it's just like sedation, but then my policy is you've got nice medication, kind of enjoy it, and mental health medication is just chills you out. It's like marijuana or something. So as long as you've got something to take the edge off, whatever, enjoy it. Um, some kind of controlled place where people help you, even a hospital, I suppose. It's just get along with the thing, enjoy the talent shows there. Okay. I don't know. It's just a matter of opinion because um we go through a lot basically in our minds, so and because of mental health issues, there's a lot of ostracizing, um you know that sort of thing. So anyway, it's just my opinion. But then, yeah, being sedated,
See, I'll be honest.
and when you want to say something, I understand what that means.
I'm starting to think
I understand how difficult that is.
you're being held back by some cultural expectations that you have for yourself. Uh, I really think you're holding yourself to a standard that you don't have to hold yourself to. Um,
See, it's that way for a lot of people. So the way this works is actually that you face certain issues, okay? You get mentally damaged, right? So in order to cure that, that's why I keep telling even expats sometimes that harboring such kind of hatred towards women can actually subconsciously manifest behaviors which you don't expect, right? Because I'm also a student of psychology. Okay, I've got a degree in psychology. I'll do my master's later. Right now, I'm completing my master's in English and French. So it's it's like it can work in that way. So it's just that you give this information to the right people, like the authorities or something, and then expect them to do it. If they don't do it, you just accept what's happening, and then you move on. It's imperative that we stick in the law, with respect to the law. We can't just go over it. We're
Man,
not about the law, right?
why don't you just bend over and let the government take it, right up your fucking arse?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but
That's
I'm
life,
not.
man. You gotta do that. Yeah, so you can fight as much as you want, but then in the end, the government will force you and then bond you up and then fuck you in the ass, and then that, I mean, and that'll hurt a lot more because you're moving, right? Like I mentioned last time, anger is not a good thing. It breaks you inside. It damages you psychologically. So,
Wow. So so they like breed men over there to like roll over.
I guess they do. My
Well,
dad's
no,
been in a
because
lot of.
well, no, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm listening to this, and all I hear is I hear a man who has effectively given up and given into the whims and wills of and expectations of others.
Yeah.
I really have given up. Like, yeah, it's been told of me. But then I don't like that I've given up. But then yeah, I'm just getting help come out of it. But then so people behave like they don't give up. But then in order to actually succeed in society, I believe they have to like sacrifice certain things.
No,
No, no, no.
no,
Uh,
that's the way to go and become a professional kiss ass.
and what's wrong with that? As long as you're getting paid for doing it, as long
I
as
think it's
you're being allowed,
emasculation.
as long as you're being allowed to like fit in, as long as you're being allowed to
That's not enough,
work
dude.
and
Plain
survive,
and simple. That is
as
not
long as
enough.
you're getting air to breathe, as long as you're getting water to drink, as long as you got shelter over your heads, as long as you got class in the society, why not kiss a few asses? That's how
Well,
things work, or doesn't
I tell you what, Laurie. Why don't you work in a fucking brothel and suck as many dicks as you want, right? And so long as
Uh-huh.
you're getting paid, that's okay, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Fuck, man, you are
Yeah.
on special drugs.
My broadcast will be ending in 5 minutes. Okay, I guess Google does not like me being online. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, this is. We're seeing these things going on all over the planet,
Mhm.
and you and other guys want us to go and close our eyes and sing "Kumbaya" and try and imagine this 10-inch wide pipe that is being shoved up our ass is a wonderful little candy cane that's going to make our breath smell nice. All right, it's not going to happen.
See, there's a lot of positivity in life, and in India, in the Hindu culture, they just tell you to like harbor into that, like practice yoga, Kama Sutra, eat good food, do a lot of massages. The Hindu culture is by far the coolest thing I've ever seen that's happened to humanity, and it's just that, and some part of it even allows smoking weed. So, I like, there's like a lot of positive things. I think we can just like hone in on it and, do our jobs. And, because in the end, we need to pay the bills,
Dude,
right?
you
So,
guys also need to go and keep in mind that many of the jobs a lot
yeah,
of you are
we can
getting
keep,
right
we
as
can,
of
so
right
look, we can,
now
yeah, we
are
can like
not
see,
going
keep
to
ourselves
exist in the near
informed,
future, dude.
right?
They're not
Like the
going to
law, the
be there.
law, yeah. So the law allows us to keep ourselves informed. But the mark of an educated mind is to not react, is to like know and not react. So like you're not getting yourself into trouble, right? There's some, I think it's
Wow.
said by Aristotle or
When
something.
some of the most
So
brilliant minds in the world created a document in a form of government effectively surrounding the concept of self-governance, some of the created some of the smartest minds of their era. I'm not going to say of history, but of
I
their
know it's
era.
very distressing. It's very distressing, but then the reality is, things change. We even for us, for instance, India is one of the most corrupted countries, right? In the sense, a lot of internal corruption and all going on. But then we've got freedom of speech, like the media and everything does a good job here. But then, what happens is, we can't really control everything. Like, we try and do our best. Sometimes they will change, and then they change. The same thing
You
happens
shouldn't.
at work.
You shouldn't.
You can't just go and like
Shouldn't
badmouth your boss
be going and
in front of
trying
him.
to go and control them in the first place, dude.
It's all
That
about creating your
no,
resume.
no, dude, fuck that. I've decked my boss, and his boss scolded him for making me deck him.
Yeah.
What's deck?
All
Sorry,
right.
sorry.
I
What's deck?
punched his lights out. I bounced his head off of an I-beam.
Okay.
And his boss got on his ass because I beat his ass for going and saying something stupid.
Okay.
All right.
So
Over
that's
here, kiss asses
back
get
over
no
there.
respect. If you are a kiss ass, your odds are you're going to be working in the mail room for your entire damn life, or you're going to be going and promoted to the point where someone's going to go and put a bomb in your car. We
Do they-
over
See,
here
it's,
don't really play nice with kiss ass.
no, it's about you gotta kiss the right asses at the right time, right? So it's all about timing.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Wow. That is all I have
if
to
you
say. That is wow.
yeah, so it's like, you get in line, you follow the rules, and like you play
Get
the
in
right move at
line
the
and
right time.
follow the rules. Yeah.
You need to be
So
like uh,
when my uncle had a seizure and fell down like 3 flights of stairs, and my supervisor looked at me and said, "Fuck your family, get back to work." You know what? I bounced his head off an I-beam about 4 damn times and laid his ass out on the ground. His boss came out and kicked his ass